Good morning, everybody, respected participants, respected principal of the college, respected Anita madam, respected universities and college teacher, professors, respected PhD scholars, respected scientists of Baba Atomic Research Center, PhD pursuing, some of the commissioners, some of the scientists belong to the ISRO, belong to the various type of the universities and colleges. We are the pillars of higher education system of India. So we are working in different types of universities and colleges. As per the circular of UGC, University Grants Commission, the guidelines of the UGC indicated that every professor, teachers, research scholars who are working under the umbrella of education system of India. In that way, the GR says that career advancement scheme and APAR, as well as for the fulfillment of the PhD, there is a requirement for the 2 national and 2 international conference research paper presentation. Therefore, it is our golden opportunity here to participate in our 1-day international multidisciplinary conference organized by Department of English of Jawahar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Anadur, Taluka, Tuljapur and District Usmanabad, Maharashtra. Conference is highly successful because of approximately 145 participation have been participated in our today's 1-day international conference. There are so many peoples belong to the industries, belong to the education faculties, belong to the PhD pursuing students, that means scholars, are invited and participated in our 1-day international conference. This conference is useful for fulfillment of PhD as well as career advancement scheme purpose. This activity of Sri Wagmare Brothers private event management company always try to make higher education standard higher and higher by conducting and make the collaboration with various colleges and universities for conducting 1-day international conference online as well as offline event. These events is very useful for effective to NAC as well as grading the NAC system grade as well as for career advancement scheme. This opportunity have given by Anita madam, the HOD of the Department of English, Jawahar Arts, Science and Commerce College, Taluka Tuljapur, District Usmanabad, Maharashtra. I would like to thank behalf of all our members of Sri Wagmare Brothers NGO and private event management company. Thanking to Jawahar Arts, Commerce and Science College, especially Anita madam and the trustee of this college as well as the principal for tender given, and we have just true our word that the conference is got a successful. Approximately 145 plus participation have been participated in these events. I would like to say the volume of first peer review as well as the UGC care journals have been published. I would like to say that and starting our actual conference through Janagana Man of our national anthem, I would like to request all the participation, please stand up for our Janagana Man. Janagana Man national anthem will be start within 2 minutes. Please wait. Please stand up. Thank you. Please sit down. When just we listen our national anthem, our mind, our soul, our motivational power gets increased because of we are the Indian, and every field, the Indian scientists, Indian the professor, teachers of universities and colleges, having that guts. Therefore, every country wants the researcher, some of the technician skill. Therefore, everywhere the Indians are spread working in there. Thanks higher education system of India, especially University Grants Commission, for making the India higher and higher in education field. I would like to hand over this session to Anita Madam to start the inauguration function. Thank you.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Madam. Kindly open your video, Madam.
Yeah. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All the dignitaries, our keynote addresser, then the trustee of Jawahar College, Anandur, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Anandur, Principal Dr. Umakant Chanshetty sir, and all my colleagues, researchers, research students, all that I welcome, warm welcome to you. And I request to Honorable Principal for a welcome address. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, Madam. Please continue.
Chanshetty sir is not.
Is this available, Chanshetty sir? I think so. Chanshetty sir is not joined till. You can proceed to directly your trustee.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Sir is present.
Okay, please
Hello,
continue.
sir. Hello, Chanshetty
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You
are you listening me?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. So please, please give the welcome address, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going. So, good morning to one and all. Respected directors, resource persons, eminent speakers, dear researchers and participants. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all in this one-day international culinary conference organized by our
Department of
Anadur, Kapur district, Usmanabad, in collaboration with Wagmare Brothers Event Management Company. Dear friends, as a head of the institute, I would like to introduce about our Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Anadur, Jawahar College, Anadur. Friends, this college is situated at holy and historic place, village Anadur, which is located on Pune Hyderabad National Highway number 65 of India. Our parent body, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Anadur, was established by a great visionary school teacher, versatile personality, and former MLA, Honorable S.N. Alure Guruji, in 1959, with the aim of Duritanche Timirudav, which is eradication of darkness from lives of poor people through right and rise of education. He always endeavored to provide quality education in vernacular language to all marginalized sector
सर आवाज नहीं आ रहा है सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है
सर आवाज नहीं येत आहे.
Hello.
Yes sir,
हाँ.
please continue.
Hello.
Yes
Please
sir,
continue.
continue sir.
Okay. This Shikshan Prasarak Mandal was the first educational institution in the vicinity of village Andur and is now one of the 20 educational institutes and 7 hostels with boarding under its umbrella. कोणाचा तर माहीत चालू दिसतोय. There was no facility of higher education till 1991 of this area. Hence, to cater the need of higher education, Honorable Alure Guruji has decided to start college and established Jawahar Arts, Science and Commerce College on 2nd October 1991, which is the birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, as Alure Guruji was a follower of Mahatma Gandhi ji and his philosophy. Now, this college is successfully completed 32 years of encouraging innovation and excellency in education. The college has successfully completed 2 cycles of NAC, receiving the CGPA score 2.81 with B double plus grade. Presently, all we are trying or keeping our step towards A plus grade. From this academic year, our college has received recognition for PG courses in physics, chemistry, and commerce. On 2nd October of this year, we inaugurated this wing and provide an opportunity to the students of this area to complete their PG. In our college, 32 teaching and 11 non-teaching staff is working till today. 10 teaching and 10 non-teaching staff are to be recruited. We are waiting for the permission of Government of Maharashtra for the recruitment. Among 32 teaching staff, 28 are receiving PhD, 4 staff members are pursuing their PhD and their research work is in progress. 11 faculties are working as a research guide. In this academic year, about 710 students are admitted for UG course and 125 students admitted for PG courses. With focusing the need of rural students, our faculty is trying to cater the skill-based education apart from the syllabus as add-on courses. Our institute always endures and keen towards overall development of students. For the holistic development of students, we conduct various co-curricular activities like sports, cultural, elocution, debates, arts, and so more. And we also keen for the placement of the students. That's why every year we are conducting the campus interviews of different companies, industries, banking, and other sectors also. And at the same time, we also involved in the community extension program with keeping the center of agriculture. That's why we conducted various seminars, workshops for the students as well as farmers to upgrade their knowledge and enhance their economy and to get the innovations in their field. All of you are here for this multidisciplinary international conference on research methodology. So you are here to present your research in this various fields about this in this international conference. And I would like to congratulate and wish you all the best. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, and the eminent speakers from Dubai, London, and Mumbai are also here and from their notes and from their advice, we learn and we aware about the different sector in different disciplinary. And so, on behalf of our institute, I welcome all such eminent personalities, and our director of college development committee, Professor Bhalchandra Berazdar, is also here. So once again, I welcome all, and I would like to thanks to Wagmare Brothers Event Management Company, who gives such a nice opportunity to our college to conduct this international webinar. Once again, I welcome to all. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you. With your permission, may I inaugurate the journal of this international conference research journey?
Bhalchandra Berazdar sir is there? Berazdar sir,
Yeah, I am available.
our director.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wagmare sir,
Yes, sir.
Berazdar sir is here.
Okay.
Yes,
He
sure.
is joined.
Birazal sir, with the permission of you, may I inaugurate the journal online opening
Yeah,
publication?
yeah. Please go ahead. It is consented.
Thank you, sir. I'm sharing here. This is a journal, whereas the papers have been published. It is the name of journal, International Research Fellowship Association's Research Journey, International E-Journal, Research E-Journal, Peer Review, Referred and Index Journal, issue number 305. This journal is published with impact factor 6.522, electronic international standard serial number 23487143. This is journal is published by Jawahar Arts, Commerce and Science College. Everyone will get the copy of this after the conference. Thank you, sir. Dear trustee, sir, please continue. Birazdar, sir, please continue.
Yeah. Welcome to all of you. With due respect and regards to Alure Guruji, we start this session. Dear faculty, research students, scholars, and participants, I welcome all of you on behalf of Institute and myself. This conference is international conference online, and the topic is being selected as a multidisciplinary. There is no boundary of what domain is there. It's a multidisciplinary, and now it has been focused on research methodology. It's a common topic. Research is everywhere. When you say the interdisciplinary, in that case, there is no boundary. So research methodology is a core of what every academic institute, not of only academic institute, but it is required everywhere. Everywhere means what? You require in social aspect, you require in business, you require in politics, you require in industry of film, television, everywhere research is required. The applications are everywhere, so it is called as interdisciplinary. Whatever we are having the fields there, the research is the basis. What is the purpose of research, or why do we research, or how do we research is a concern. We understand why research is to be done. Yeah, one professor was telling there is a GR, UGC guideline, and some kind of a promotion. Fine. These are the things which are recorded there. People are tempted or motivated to do the things, and somebody has to do it, such criteria. And with that criteria, or to comply that criteria, we do it. But that is the small objective, I tell you. That is there. Unless we have some formal things, people won't do it. Fine. The real purpose of research is what? Why should we all do the research at every level? In every discipline, there is a concern. There is a need. There is an essentiality of doing this thing. So research means what and why we are doing it. According to me, there is a search of something and we are doing again and again and again. So it is a research is happening. Nowadays research is happening. I mean to say the search you can do with Google and so many things you can get it. Would it be useful? So that is just sharing the information. What is the use of that information? Earlier it was difficult. The Google fellow was not there and the people used to refer some kind of document here or there and they were trying to find information. Information was a scarcity that time. People were struggling to get the references, right? Data, information. But today's world is not of that. It has made equal. What equal? The information is equally available to you or me or poor or rich or whatever the fraternity is there. Everybody can get access to information. So the major part, I mean to say, which earlier it was difficult. We were losing a lot of time in gathering the information. Now that task has become easy because of what? Technology. And technology has become the integral part of life. Now, what do we do when we have this much information? Is it useful to us? Yeah, you can make use of that thing. But then research is coming into picture that what? For some reason, some intention, there is a definite purpose of doing the research. So I said just why we are doing it, because we have some intention. What is your intention? According to field, the intention is different, objective is different, goal is different. What do you mean to say exactly? We want to be better. Whatever today I do have, I want better things. So how do I get better thing? I should do the research. Should I have the higher efficiency? How do I do it? I need a research. I want something new product. I need to do the research. So I mean to say, to have the better life, better things, higher things, we need research. It is a fundamental need, I tell you. People used to call it a research of different kind, 1, 2, 3, 4. So many types you can define, but broadly we can define for simple reason. One type of research, what you can say, research is having something to be known. And we put the target and we reach it and we say that we did the research. So this is a known thing. Means what? Before doing something, you are fixing it that this will be known to you and will be trying to catch up the end result. So that is what our efforts. So that is what the end is known to you before starting and we get it. So that's fine. For that you do the literature and background and all this thing. Other research could be, and it is open-ended research. You don't know what exactly is coming out. You are just searching it. You are researching it. You are trying to find it. Because so many things are unknown in this world and we don't know what exactly is coming out. Look into this technology, which technology I mean to say, internet, mobile and whatnot. Look, 25 years back, was it known to us? No. We tried. Step by step, we got improved. In before 1995 or 2000, close to that, and mobile was not so of this thing. Today at tips you are getting it. How this has come, this innovation based on research only it is happening. That is the impact of research. Everybody is doing in their field the new things. So the importance of research is the basis of your betterment. And in every field, every domain is demanding the research. Who should do it? All should do it in true sense, I tell you. All should, not only academician. Even a common person can do it. What do you mean to say today he is doing some job, tomorrow he will be doing the job, but does it mean that the same way he has to do the job? No. He has to improve. Improve means research. That is what a simple language, what if you follow it, so it is a more useful. And coming back to we people, we have been given the mandate as a faculty or academician, research scholar, scientist. There is a mandate for us, and for that reason, we are dedicated for doing the certain things, the kind of thing, the research is one of our core duty. And that's what this conference is making an efforts in that direction. Unless you arrange this kind of activity, people will not attempt to do the things. When there is a conference, people will say, I will write something. I'll gather the information. I will integrate the information. Right? We shall put the information in a systematic way. And then when you put the information in a systematic way and when you look it, oh, something is new is getting out. And that something new is nothing, but it is kind of a research only. It is known to him. It is few things are available to you people, but you are not aware that they are like that. How so will you know it? When you integrate them together, when you connect them together, when you mix up them together, connect the dots and then see that what picture will you get? Oh, this is the new picture. So same thing can be applied in a different discipline. What I see is a medical field, or it is engineering field, or it is a law, or it is architecture, it's arts, science. Varieties are there. Wherever there you go, the research is becoming, I mean to say, is a basis. Even industry, professional industries, manufacturing industry, their backbone is only the research. Everywhere this has its impact, and those countries, those people, those organizations doing the research, they are ahead, I tell you. If you are having the same thing, repetitive job and nothing, no interest, no joy, no fulfillment, no betterment. So this activity, what the institute, the college is conducting, is a welcoming idea. And I said that why we want to do the research for betterment of this thing. Only question is what is to be done. Research is your choice. I mean to say, your discipline, your area, you gather it, do it. How to do it? Then again, there are different methods. You follow it in a systematic way, you can do the research, or in an integrated way, you want to do the research, or you do some empirical way or data science, whatever the things are there. The methods you follow, that is what based on your requirement. So friends, I feel that this this event is attracting the people, tempting the people to do something, and the something is nothing but is leading to the research, and research should have value, not just for just I get 1 or 2 papers and then some criteria and some promotion. Fine. This is one of the lower objective, I tell you, but the real value of a research is that somebody should use it. Right, what you are doing it is useful to not you only for a criteria, it should be useful to the common masses society, and that somewhere in some way it should be connected to that thing. It should not be just academic research and put in paper and file it in library and leave it. No, we are looking for a better use, that your research at least someone should use it, at least a single fellow should be benefited from your research. That kind of research is getting encouraged in this world, and these people, these research are getting evaluated and getting attraction. So I hope what you have mentioned, around 145 people have done the good job of doing some literature review and worked out the findings of that research. Somebody must have done some data analysis with the help of mathematical tools, and some findings they have also presented, and making the society of some kind of additional information. That is what the core purpose of research is. A good part. The number is good. I believe this 145 number is quite good, and variety. I couldn't see your list of this thing, discipline, all this, but I find these are what varieties is a big one. Right, different disciplines there, it could be seen there, varieties are different, and somebody can also review the whole content, what exactly, and then new findings could be there. Whenever you want to see that so many papers have been published and their domains and their outcomes. Somebody can do the matrix of all this information present. This is one of the good things will come out from the organizer sides. I think the Dr. Chanshetty, principal of the institute, has taken efforts. Coordinator Dr. Anita, she has taken quite lead and she is enthusiastic doing all this activity. I'm glad that people are active, energetic of doing the things. I wish all the best to you people, all participants, and I wish again the best wishes to the team members, because it's not a one or two people can come. There is a team behind this thing. They are working along with you. They have taken the keen efforts for them. I congratulate and I wish the best things to happen in a whole day. Coming to conclusion, wishing you all and expecting the same thing should happen in future. Keep it doing again and again in a different way, so that it happens the improvement. That's I wish all the best to you people. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's over from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice words. So your words directly motivated highly for doing something innovative research and innovative ideas for the betterment of higher education system in India and abroad. Thank you, sir. Your nice word, nice speech. Mudhukanna madam, Anita madam, is this may I start to keynote address?
Sir, in the schedule, now it's my time.
Okay, please continue, ma'am.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Andus, Jawahar Arts Science Commerce College is organized one day online international conference, multidisciplinary online international on research methodology in collaboration with Wagmare Brothers Event Management Company, Sindhudurg, Maharashtra. On this, Honorable Dr. Bhalachandra Birajdas, sir, a member of CDC Jawahar College, Anandur, Honorable Principal Dr. Umakant Chanshetty. I'm so much happy to announce that today, what's the conference is going on. It's highly successful because Birajdas sir always support us and give guidance, then a very valuable suggestions to us that how to go ahead and step ahead in the academic journey. So I am very much thankful to Dr. Birajdas sir as well as our principal Umakant Chanshetty sir. Under his guidance we are working, and also today the whole conference is related to the research methodology. As Dr. Bhalchandra Birajdas sir said that improvement in work means research methodology. Yes, sir, right, sir. There is no end to our education. The education is everlasting methodology. And the research methodology or doing research in our areas, it is one of the steps to go ahead and searching something new, which we never know, or very crazy to search what's new in our area. That is the object of research methodology. Research methodology is not a theory, but it is a craze for taking good education, for getting and searching something new, knowledgeable, which is helpful to us as well as helpful to all the members of the society who are working here. So research has no limitation. It is a very vast area where we cannot imagine that which thing we will have to miss it. So here I am so happy to today's keynote speaker Dr. Rajendra Kumbar, Savitribai Phule University, Pune, will deliver his speech on emerging trends in literature. The today's schedule will be like this. Resource person Honorable Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, University of Fujairah, United Arab Emirates, UAE, Dubai, resource person of our first session, who will deliver his speech on research and development in educational sectors. Resource person of another session, Dr. James Fernandez, library manager, London, will share his views on research and innovation in librarianship, a modern outlook. The last session, we will be happy to hear Honorable Professor Dr. Kinri V. Thakkar, Head Department of Commerce, Mumbai University, Mumbai. Later on, in another session, that all the researchers, scholars, they will present their research paper, and I'm sure that all these will provide us informative and fruitful knowledge. Scholars from different sectors, researchers from many countries and states will present their scholar papers in later sessions. Now I would like to invite our honorable guest on live session and would request them to share their knowledge with us. It would really help us to delve deeper into the subject and understand its subtle distinction. I would also request my audience to remain connected and listen to our experts, as thereafter they shall be able to raise their doubts and questions. And in last, that I am very much thankful Dr. Kishore Wagmare sir for his precious guidance, because we all have living in rural areas, so sometimes we haven't understand some of the concepts, but when I discussed with Dr. Kishore Wagmare sir, he guided me very much, and it's very, very informative. It's very fruitful for me in the future, that in future for doing my academic research. And I promise here to my trustee that in future I will conduct the seminars, conference, and I will try my level best to develop or the educational academic area or academic progress of our college also, and doing for my students. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the participants. Enjoy the whole session with knowledgeable and fruitful session. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. The next session, keynote address, respected my guru, library information science, the huge personality and huge knowledgeable person in library and information science, respected my guru, respected Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir from University of Pune, Savitribai Phule University. I would like to invite respected my guru, Dr. Kumar sir.
Sir, let me introduce him first.
Okay, sir, please continue. Please continue.
Yeah. Myself, I am Dr. Vishwas Mane from Jawahar Science Commerce College, Andur. I welcome all participants. Good morning, one and all. Dear friends, today's keynote address is a very well-known and eminent personality. He is a professor and head of Department of Library and Information Sciences at Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Library and Information Science is the heart of any educational institute. He is from such institute. He has more than 30 years of teaching experience. He has published 70 articles in national and international journals. He has published 20 more books by national and international publications. Reading and classification are a topic of his interest. He has written on that topic mostly. He attended more than 100 conferences, seminar, workshop, and presented paper, chair session, and delivered keynote addresses in such conferences and workshops and seminars. He has been member of various bodies like BOS, Academic Council, Research and Recognition Committee, etc. He delivered many lectures in refresher courses of various universities on library sciences. He has guided doctoral research scholars. Respected Kumbar sir, I would like to share you one more thing. Our founder of institute, late Honorable Alure Guruji, was very much thinking about the library. Because of him only, because of his vision only, our library is a very strong library. We have variety of books in our library. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to the eminent personality, Dr. Kumbar sir. Please, sir.
Thank
good
you very
morning.
much. Good morning. Good morning, Wagmare ji.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. Organizer of this conference, Kishore Wagmare, the college of a place located in a remote area of Maharashtra, Andur. And I was so happy to know that the founder of this college was very much fond of books and reading and libraries. As was mentioned actually in the inaugural session, that yes, libraries are the backbone of all human activities and progress. Certainly, they are so useful for the purpose of research. This particular conference that has been organized on a theme called interdisciplinary research. And I really actually appreciate the interest of this particular audience in research and the response also, which is a huge one, as was mentioned by Professor Kishore Wagmare. Friends, it was also mentioned that research is actually all-encompassing activity. It covers every facet of human life, from life to death, from birth to death, living to non-living. Every entity of the nature of the nation, of the world, is being covered by the research. And as was mentioned very clearly, and that's true, there's a close relationship between research and development. More the research, better the development. In fact, whatever word we are able to see and experience today, which is certainly a much better word with reference to the physical facilities, with reference to the human development, either which is psychological, emotional, ethical. In every walk of life, the present generation has actually reached to the fantastic stage of development, and thanks to the research actually. Salute to the researchers who have been actually constantly contributing to the world of research. Friends, the current situation is really very favorable for research. Yes, actually, we know that it is the Renaissance time. It is the people like Newton who really gave the so-called a word of rationality. A rationality-based thinking, logic-based thinking, that is what actually is the foundation of research. In research, we try to know, we try to find out the truth. Research is always an effort to reach to the truth, find the truth. It is an exercise of knowing truth. And if we actually go back to the history of research, we do notice that there were not many facilities available. The fantastic laboratories were not available. Literature was not available. Research tools and techniques were not available. All they have been evolved out of trial and error. But yes, what is the today's word? It is a word which has tremendous facilities, a boost for research. And that is why I always believe that we as research fraternity, we as young researchers should continue to do research in larger quantity and higher quality also. just quality simply, quantity doesn't matter, quality is also equally important. So when I was talking about the situation is favorable for research, what do you mean by that? See, first of all, what I notice is that of that favorable feature, we, the today's researchers, have much better understanding of research problems. We all know that identification of research problems is the first step in research. And when it comes to actually understanding, deciphering, extracting, knowing a research problem, that itself is one of the most tricky aspects of research. If you are able to observe a problem, if you are able to actually read through literature as difficulty, I think that is what is actually identification of a research problem. Then the cycle of research continues. The situation today is certainly much better, and our researchers are in much better position to identify research problem because of the availability of number of things. One of them is actually the availability of literature. Yes, friends. See, once upon a time, actually, there was absolute scarcity of literature. When I mean literature, I particularly mean research literature, the journal as well as the doctoral thesis. Now, as well as, of course, the research reports. These three types of documents are mostly referred to as research literature. Of course, when I mean journal, articles are part and parcel of that, because articles, research articles are published in journals. We all know actually, literature is very important for any researcher, whether he is a researcher from science field, social science field, humanities, technologies, any walk of life. Why? Because ultimately it is the literature that provides us access to the knowledge created by our ancestors. Had not been there this facility of recording our ideas, our experiences, our knowledge, probably we would have been at a great disadvantage to know what our ancestors have researched and already having an experience of a particular field of work. But that's not the case. Thanks to the developers of the writing technology, printing technology, paper technology, and all that, because of which actually the literature is being produced and preserved and made available to the coming generations of researchers. When I am saying that once upon a time there was scarcity of literature, particularly for the researcher, what I mean is that, yes, articles are published in scholarly journals, and journals even today are very costly exercise. There are a number of libraries actually and individual researchers who want to have access to the fantastic journals, but they are very costly. They are unable to do that. And if we refer to the past time, the journals were available in few institutions far away from the rural areas. They were only accumulated in the large libraries which were located in the big cities. So this scenario of scarcity of literature, which was once upon a time, and it was still up to almost 1980s, you can say. 80s, 90s onwards, the situation changed. The world of information technology emerged. Internet arrived, digital technology came, and then the availability of literature changed drastically. Now we know that it is not a scarcity of literature, rather it is oversupply of literature in one sense. Yes, we call it information deluge and information explosion and information overload and all that. But even if you actually sideline the problem of information overload, it's a different area. I won't need not to talk right now on that. If we just look at the availability and accessibility aspects of literature, we have to actually agree that today the literature for the researcher is available much, much easily than it was available once upon a time. So when we refer to the trends, research trends, one important trend in the modern world is that availability of literature easily. And what are these mechanisms? How it is being made available? One of the mechanism is actually open access literature, free literature. Yes, we all know that there are so many open access journals. Friends, as a researcher, you must be aware. There is a directory of open access journals. It is being abbreviated as DOAJ, Directory of Open Access Journals. You know, in this directory, almost 15,000 journals are available. 15,000. They are from different languages and they are dealing with the subjects of almost all the disciplines. Almost all subjects journals are there. And what is more important, once upon a time, actually, only the names of the journals were available in such databases. It's not the case now. Most of these open access journals, which are a part and parcel of DOAJ, are available full text. You can search articles from these databases. You can download articles from these databases without paying any sort of money for that purpose. Isn't that fantastic? See, and I tell you, if you refer to the journals of your own subject, if you try to search journals of your own subject, you will find there are actually high quality journals included in the DOAJ. So I think this whole human attitude, this philanthropic attitude, that is to give to the world back. From that attitude, the open access idea has emerged, and now the research scholars, the thinkers, are making available fantastic literature free of cost to the research world. I believe that after the arrival of internet and digital technology, the so-called ICT altogether, the quantity of research has increased and also the quality of research enhanced. Both these are the results of availability of literature, most of it free of cost. So friends, you need not to now actually travel miles together to reach to a library to find a particular article required for your research. It is available on the internet. So is the case actually. There are so many institutional repositories have been developed. The institutional repositories are basically the storage spaces where the journal articles written by the faculties and the staff members of the individual research institutes are uploaded. And there are hundreds and thousands of open access institutional repositories where the articles, they may be initially available in the subscription-based journals, but in the institutional repository, by virtue of different contracts and agreements, they are made available in the institutional repositories. I think that is also a fantastic current trends, which is giving boost to quality research. But not just that, since I'm talking about the availability of literature itself, let me also make a reference to the Google Scholar. I'm so sure all of you must be making extensive use of Google Scholars. If you are not making, please do make use of this particular huge resource that has been made available by the Google company. We know that Google has a number of products. One product that has been exclusively made available for the scholarly world is Google Scholar. Friends, it actually lists, it indexes almost all scholarly literature of the world. It indexes articles from open access journals. it indexes articles from paid journals, that is subscription-based journals. It also indexes doctoral thesis, and it also indexes patents and standards. What else you require actually? I know that particularly the research community in the field of science and technology, they are more interested in patents, right? Knowing the other patents and maybe filing their own patents. Friends, here is the resource that is being made available. What is fantastic part of this Google Scholar, friends, a great trend in the modern research is that it actually not just provide you a list of articles, but it also makes so many value additions to this availability. What is this value addition? For example, it helps you in knowing how many times a particular article has been cited. So there is a caption, there is a link, there is a heading called cited by, and the number against that indicate that how many researchers have used that particular article, that particular thesis, that particular book. What for this is useful? Yes, friends. Earlier I was saying that
Hello.
great availability of literature is actually a very useful scenario, but at the same time, actually the excessive availability is a problem for the researchers. How to reach to the most relevant one, how to filter the most relevant one. This is the problem. There the Google Scholar is helping the researchers. How? It actually shows how many times a particular article has been used. Imagine that you are interested in application of information technology in agriculture. If that is what is your research topic, when you search in Google Scholar, you may find that the Google Scholar has retrieved maybe about 50,000 items. Now, against each, there is this information given how many times a particular article has been used. Imagine that there is one article that has been used 20,000 times, another 15,000, another 10,000, another maybe just 10 times. Isn't it actually an indicator, a help to you that the first 3 articles are so valuable because they have been used so many times by so many researchers? I think we have to actually make use of this trend, the technological trends, assist you to research. Similarly, friends, since I'm talking about Google Scholar, I must also bring to your notice another important value addition Google Scholar does is that it allows you to actually set what is called set alert. That is, you give Google Scholar your email address, and you also provide the keywords on which you are interested, information on which you want Google Scholar to send. Once you actually set such alerts, maybe that you can do for your own research topic. Google Scholar every day will send you the newly published literature on that particular topic. Isn't that a fantastic trend of research? And the third important contribution, value addition, the Google Scholar brings to the young researcher is that it has a link called Matrix, Google Scholar Matrix, under which it provides the list of top 100 journals across all the disciplines, and then it provides list of top 20 journals in each discipline, for example, sciences, social sciences, technology, etc. And then it also makes available list of top 20 journals in each of the subjects. Say, for example, English literature, geography, psychology, history, mathematics, chemistry. You name a subject, and list of top 20 journals is made available by the Google Scholar. I think it's a fantastic word for the research. I think it should encourage you for conducting more high quality research. A similar technological trend which has been very recently launched by the INFLIBNet. INFLIBNet is UGC's Inter-University Center. That is a center established to serve all the universities in the nation. And that center is named as INFLIBNet, INFLIBNET. Friends, from every researcher's the Implegnate and its products and services are so essential. If I say this, that no researchers can really carry out a wonderful research without making use of the facilities, services, and products of Implegnate, it won't be wrong. Yes, it is actually a must-use resource that the Implegnate is making available. Two such facilities I would like to mention it to you. One is actually a Show the Chakra facility has been made available by Implegnate. This is the most recent of their project and service and product, I must say. That is Show the Chakra. As if you translate it in maybe research cycle, you can say this particular. It is basically, the Implegnate says, is a tool for researchers to manage research life cycle. Yes. Whatever research you are doing, it goes through the cycle. What is that cycle? You identify a research problem, you formulate the research problem, you conduct literature research, and then you write literature review, then you collect data, then you analyze and interpret that data, and then you write the report of that in the form of articles and thesis, and then you publish the research report in the form of articles. No, this is how actually a research cycle is completed, from identification of research problem to the writing of a research report. Now, this Show the Chakra is basically a tool for managing your research complete life cycle. Most importantly, friends, this research Show the Chakra, that is the title of that particular tool developed by Implegnate. It is integrated with e-resources and other research tools. For example, one of the research tool is a plagiarism detection software that has been made available by the Implegnate. And another resource that has been integrated with Show the Chakra is a Shodh Ganga. I am so sure all of you must be aware of Shodh Ganga, another very valuable product, an institutional repository made available by Implegnate, which actually hosts hundreds and thousands and lakhs of doctoral theses in full text. Yes, complete thesis submitted in whatever language, in whatever subject, in any university of the nation is made available full text in Shodh Ganga. So, if you are at the beginning of identifying a research problem, or you have identified research problem, now you are actually preparing your research proposal, or you have actually completed that particular stage and now searching literature, friends, do very necessarily make use of Shodh Ganga and the thesis that have been uploaded there. In fact, there is another product of Implegnate called Shodh Ganga 3, where the research proposals have been uploaded, whatever have been accepted by the Indian universities. The benefit of referring to Shodh Ganga 3 is that you will come to know on what topic the research is going on. So ongoing research you can know through Shodh Ganga 3, completed research you can know through Shodh Ganga. All in all, in the process of research cycle, you will be completely helped. And for that purpose, this Show the Chakra tool has been made available. I believe that that is a fantastic, very favorable trend as far as today's research is concerned. At the same time, I believe actually there are extended facilities being made available to the budding researchers for education and training. Yes, friends, as far as the education and training of research methodology is concerned, again, once upon a time, there was scarcity. The newcomers to the research world had to depend heavily on their mentors, the so-called guides. Yes, and they were overburdened, actually. They had to guide so many students, research scholars. Now what has happened? The current word of research is that number of facilities for taking education and research methodology are available. Training facilities in research methods are available. Look at this workshop itself, this webinar itself. Don't you think this is a fantastic opportunity to know more about the various facets of research? Your depth, your understanding, your comprehension, your experience, your thinking will certainly grow and become rich by attending such types of webinars, workshops, seminars, training programs. There are so many training programs have been organized. For example, how to use a particular statistical tool or a software for analyzing your research. There are so many workshops and training programs have been organized, how to search literature for your research. Look at it. I believe that even research writing, the Grammarly-like tool, how to use it so that your writing becomes grammatically absolutely correct. I think this word is, again, I believe is a fantastic research word where such types of education and training facilities for researchers are available. At the same time, thanks to the technology, yes, technology, there are so many research essays have been written on that, particularly by the theoretical scholars, whether technology is a curse or worship. That is what they say, that it is good or bad. And yes, it is technically both, depending upon the context and the purpose. When it comes to research, technology is very, very handy, very, very useful. It is actually helping, as I mentioned earlier, to increase the quality and quantity of the research. When we look at the research supporting technologies, research supporting technological tools, what do we find? Newer softwares are constantly developed, particularly for data collection. Yes, friends, we all know that as researchers, that one of the most crucial aspect, most complicated task, most difficult task in research is data collection. Because once you collect the data, obviously most of it becomes a table work. Yes, you can do it comfortably, leisurely at your own time. But when it comes to data collection, particularly data collection in social sciences, is so tricky. In sciences, most of the time, actually, data is collected through experiments. So designing an experiment may be a costly exercise, but once you design an experiment and when you have all those apparatus required, the tools required, the equipments required, obviously, it becomes a little easier for the researchers in science and technology. At least I believe that. As a social science researcher. So as a social science researcher, it is my own experience. It is very difficult to get data from the human beings when humans are your subjects on whom you are conducting research or from whom you are collecting data. We know that we have to send hundreds of reminders, and in the old days, I remember when I conducted research, it was so difficult. The response rate should be very, very low, used to be, and a lot of money had to be spent for sending questionnaires along with the self-stamped envelopes and all that. Those old people possibly will agree with me. No, they know it, how difficult it was there. Now, thanks to the technology now, when it comes to data collection, more particularly with the help of tools like the questioning tools like Google Docs, because you can now frame your questionnaire in Google Docs and send it through emails. Hundreds and thousands of people far away from you, you can easily reach them at the click of a button, what else you require. So it saves your time and your efforts too. Or look at the another tool that has been developed by a company called SurveyMonkey. SurveyMonkey is a fantastic tool for getting data through questionnaire tools and techniques, where it helps you to actually collect a small quantity of data from a small sample size, almost free of cost. But as your sample size increases, they do charge you something. But in spite of that, I believe actually, even though you have to pay a bit of money for a mechanism like SurveyMonkeys, it is still, I believe, is a fantastic word now when it comes to data collection, a very tricky task in the whole process of research. Not just that, when a researcher collects actually huge number of quantitative data, it analysis once upon time used to become very, very difficult. Actually, you have to have hundreds of pages consisting n number of tables, and then the calculations were made with either manually, or the calculations were carried out with the help of calculators. Now what has happened? Yes, you need not to do that. Look at the questioning tools like Google Scholar or Survey Monkeys. As soon as actually a respondent provides his response, gives the response, fills in a questionnaire, the data is automatically analyzed, sorted, and the graphs, charts, tables have been prepared, and it's all ready for your interpretation. So in a way, the analysis part is now being taken care by the technological tools, tools like SPSS, software package for social sciences. But not just that, let me also bring to your notice, when it comes to the qualitative data and its analysis, number of tools have been, I tell you, developed in this walk of life also. There are tools like Atlas TI, which is exclusively useful for a qualitative analysis, particularly content analysis. I'm so sure the research scholars in the field of journalism, research scholars in the field of literature in different languages, research scholars in the field of library and information science, they are doing research by applying the content analysis as research methodology. And even for analyzing the qualitative data for researchers such as content analysis, I tell you, many tools have been developed. Not just that, efforts are now being made actually. Can we use the virtual reality technology so as to capture the data, create and control the research environment so that you are able to get as real data as possible? I think with reference to that also, it is a fantastic word. One more area, what I notice is a great trend in research in the modern time, and that is the other type of reading material that is being made available. Friends, let me tell you, reading is the heart of research process. Yes, I don't think actually you can really conduct and come out with fantastic, influential research without having best reading, sufficient reading. It has been proved time and again, as there is a close correlation between reading and academic performance. I can certainly say, friend, this, there is a very close correlation between reading and quality of research. Yes, more the reading, better the quality of research, it comes there. And there, let me tell you, a great number of books are now being made available, and I believe actually researchers must read it. When it comes to reading, just yesterday only we celebrated the Vachan Prerna Din, actually Reading Motivation Day in Maharashtra, particularly to celebrate the birth anniversary of our beloved President, Dr. Abdul Kalamji. And we all actually are trying as a research community, librarian community, to increase the reading of every agency. Actually, I have been delivering lectures on this topic also, particularly reading for researchers. And there I realized that actually this is fantastic. A great variety of books have been now written, particularly books. I'm not talking about no research literature, but I'm talking about the word of books. And there are many, many books actually which are useful for researchers, not just subject books, but actually it is beyond the subject, but it grooms the researcher in you. It develops a researcher in you. It actually flourishes that research attitude. And for that purpose, I believe when you divide the total research work, I always believe that is research about 40% time, reading about 40% time, and 20% time is writing. That is what is actually your total time. Ideally should be divided, where I am giving equal weightage to research and reading. And friends, one of the greatest benefit of your increased reading beyond your subject books is that it provides you vocabulary, word power, and a researcher really gets number of benefits by having a good vocabulary, because then his interpretation becomes very, very sound. I always believe that data collection is more of actually a little secondary activity. More important, more valuable, more intellectual activity is data analysis and interpretation. Interpretation is a genuine contribution of a researcher. A researcher, after all, does is what it interprets. So many times it may happen, you may get a ready-made data, the so-called secondary data. But still it is called research because the next part is so important that you interpret. Now, interpretation is possible only on the basis of two skills. One, that your thinking ability. And second is basically the vocabulary. Because whatever you are thinking, you should be able to express it. You should be able to actually put forth it in writing. Of course, through speaking also. Because ideally, I believe every researcher should be able to speak on his own research for 2 hours without stopping. Yes, fluently. That is actually an indicator that he is a developed researcher. As we call, underdeveloped, developing and developed with reference to the country's economic conditions. I believe that the same thing have to be applied to the researchers also. Underdeveloped, developing, or developed. Your intention, your goal should be, I want to reach to the status of developed researcher. And one indicator of that developed researcher is this, that he is able to explain his research fluently in 2 hours time. And for that purpose, what you have to have a vocabulary. A vocabulary comes from the reading, actually. That is why I believe that 40% of the research activity should be reading, and rest of it, as I mentioned, the other things. Friends, when it comes to reading, at present, there is some sort of debate is going on that is also part of the trends. What is that debate? Should we read digital or should we read print? Yes. And I tell you, our library fraternity friends, our library professionals, our friends are doing research, a lot of research. So is the case, research is going on in the field of neurology and psychology and education about which type of reading is beneficial, which type of reading the students and research scholars, the human being should prefer, whether print or digital. What is our experience, I tell you? The point is that the digital world makes you the research literature available fast and any place, anytime. And that's the reason researchers have to access. Friends, I'm very deliberately saying access. I'm not saying read. So access the research literature through the electronic media. Do it. Databases, electronic journals, institutional repositories. You should access it. But ideally, once you access it, you should take a printout and read it. This is for research articles. When it comes to books, the best reading is of a printed one. Friends, recently the Times of India, about a month back, you can say, published an advertisement, and they were talking about the value of print reading, where they say that the reading print increases your understanding, your comprehension by 22%. Don't you think actually the whole purpose of reading is to understand? The purpose of reading is not just to put across your eyes, across the black and white content. That's not reading. If you simply browse the pages, that's what actually we browse on the net. We browse on the mobile. We don't read it. So if you actually read a printed content, in that case, your understanding increases by 22%. This I am not saying. It has been said by the Times of India, a newspaper. So is the case actually in the same advertisement. They also mentioned that your retention power of that particular content increases by 70%. 70. What else you require? Because after all, whatever you actually read, don't you think it should be in brain and it should be recorded as and when required? Yes, it did mention both the things. The memorization and the recall is much more higher when it comes to the printed reading compared with the digital reading. So all in all, shouldn't we read the electronic? I'm not saying at all. I'm saying that you access it from there for articles, research literature. Maybe you get it printed. Now, what is the benefit of reading print, whether it is article or whether it is book or whether it is thesis? The benefit is that you automatically read in a slower manner. Yes. And you read it in deeper manner. Slow reading and deep reading, these are the two features of reading that gives fantastic benefit to the reader. Now, what is that? When you read slow, you automatically read deeply. And as a result of that, you are able to notice every micro content of that document that you are reading. As I said, actually, reading means actually noticing and noting. The result of reading should be what? First, it should bring some thought to your mind. That is possible through what is called as a critical reading. When you read, there must be questions in your mind. Is it so? Why we should take for granted that every written content is 100% true? You shouldn't. So what you should do? Have questions in your mind. Remember, if you are simply absorbing, if you are simply eating away the reading content, simply reading it, it won't help you. So your reading has to be critical one. No, critical means there must be questions in your mind about the content you are reading. Now, how you come to know there are questions in the mind? Have a pen in your hand and put a question mark, underline it and write in the margins or maybe on a separate piece of paper. Write whatever you think about the content. This is called noting. So noticing, that means you must be able to identify what is the core preaching of that particular writer. Because every writer writes, whether it is a research writing, whether it is actually the literary writing. Every writer writes to communicate a specific thought. Point is that, are you able to notice it? Yes. That means after reading a paragraph or a page, if you are able to write one or two sentences of your own, that indicates you read it, that indicates you understood it, that indicates that you noticed the crux of the matter, the core idea of the given document. If you could do that, and then writing. Because see, for writing, again, you have to think. And you have to know a precise word in which to note it down. Friend, this is a fantastic technique for writing great literature reviews. Yes, many times I believe only for the literature review, the doctoral degree should be awarded. Only thing that the literature review should be of that status. It must be an absolute high quality. You know that there is a one type of article called review article. And you know, they get highest number of citations, friend. So do write a review article, because for that you have to read maybe hundreds and thousands of other researches, and you have to extract the core content out of it. If you are able to actually notice that core part of a given document, yeah, that means you read it. So all in all, how to resolve this debate over print or digital? I always think that you should have what is a model that I always say, it's my own model called MOPED, that is mostly print, emergency digital, MOPED, mostly mostly print, MOPED, MO for most, P for print, and emergency, E and D digital. That means, yes, whenever you really want hard and fast a document which is not available immediately in the printed format, go for a digital, and then otherwise you may prefer that. Since I was talking about the books itself and the reading itself, friends, I tell you, the word of books is really been decorated with great writings, right from actually very old time, even if you go to the writings of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, or all the stalwarts in the world, whether it is Newton, Karl Marx, and even the present day thinkers. They write such types of books which really provoke your thoughts. They are thought-provoking writings. And why you should reach such types of writing? Because ultimately, through research also, we are interested in developing a personality which is able to think in a different manner. Now, those different types of thoughts or looking at a word from a different angle comes that skill of analyzing a situation comes through reading such types of books. For example, recently a book was published, A Word Without Work, written by Daniel Susskind, Susskind, A Word Without Work. Look what the author is trying to say. This was published in 2020 or 21. The author is trying to say that since technology is going to take away almost all routine tasks, will there be a word without work? Now that helps you to relate. For example, the government of India is trying to bring a new labor code where they are trying to say that there will be 4 days week. So 4 days weeks means in a way, no work for 3 days. That is what they are trying to say. A word without work, they say actually the technology is doing this. No, don't you think even in case of the education also, in one way actually, if there will be more and more credits will be earned by students by going to the electronic content, MOOCs and Swayam and all that, probably there will be a decrease in the teaching workload. I'm not saying that this will really happen, but then this thought at least will be injected to your mind. The purpose of reading and the purpose of writing such types of books is basically make you think and think and think. And for that purpose, such types of books are great one. There's a very great book actually for researchers written by Edward Wilson. He was an entomologist who studied ants. Yes, he was a pure scientist. In his laboratory, it is said that he died recently, last year. There were 80,000 species of ants. And he wrote a small book called Letters to Young Researchers. It's a great book. These are general books, nothing to do with your domain. But this will actually develop your personality as a researcher. Everybody has multiple personalities, your language personality, your physical personality, your research personality. So to develop your research personality, this book entitled Letters to Young Researchers, he basically gives practical and philosophical guidance to the young researchers, how you should develop the interest in research, where he, in one place, he says that to become researcher, you need not to have a very good knowledge of mathematics, numbers, analysis. He says, basically, you have to have passion. How great is that? See, it is the passion that takes you to the a particular field, and there you actually excel because of the passion. So that is another a fantastic book. There are actually there is one more book which basically it's a food for your thought, and that is written by Daniel Kahneman, and the title is Thinking Fast and Slow. Don't you think actually research is a thinking process? You think at every moment, and that is why it takes a lot of time. When it says that a research degree you can earn by conducting research minimum 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, so on and so forth. What is the reason? Because it requires thinking. And this particular book, Thinking Fast and Slow, has been actually written by the Nobel laureates in economics. It basically says that how to form thinking habit, and it provides training to your brain for thinking. Most importantly, how to concentrate. See, concentration is one such aspect very closely related to researchers' behavior. Friends, it has been said, and that I will continue and link it to my earlier talks just about the print or digital reading. See, one of the impact the reading researchers have noticed that when we read through the digital media, whether it is social media or whether it is the hyperlinked content, all these always actually lead to lot of distraction. Yes, it has been now noticed by the researchers that the young children are suffering from the problems called attention deficit disorders or attention deficit hyperactivity disorders. Now, such types of problems are happening because we are fast losing our concentration ability. Yes, we live in a constant state of distraction, I tell you, friends, because we try to do so many things simultaneously, and as a result, we lose the focus. We fail to focus, actually. We fail to concentrate. And I think we need to learn this technique, actually, how to concentrate, how you will actually do a world-class research by not understanding a particular phenomena. And to understand a particular phenomena, you have to get engrossed in it. That getting lost in it, you can say that. When it is possible, when you are able to concentrate. And this book actually teaches you so many things, so many tactics for concentration. So is the case. Actually, there is another great book called Atomic Habits, written by James Clear. And this gentleman is writing all the way how to form good habits and how to actually break bad habits, and maybe how to mold your habits. We know that, friends, bad habits are easily formed and difficult to break. Even to mold a habit is difficult, and forming good habits is difficult. Now, in such case, this gentleman called James Clear, he says that you try with the smallest habits. So when it comes to reading, I will say that what is the best way? Start reading general reading material, maybe 10 minutes per day, and maybe then 20 minutes and then 30 minutes. You can extend it to 1 hour per day, friends. Never ever feel my general reading is a wastage of time. That is the greatest intellectual investment, and you will be able to get fantastic dividend on this type of reading. At that note, I will say goodbye to you. Maybe sometime I would certainly like to speak on the reading for researcher topic at length. Right now, I say goodbye to you. I thank the organizers, Kishore Wagmare and his team, for inviting me to have a few words with you. Thank you very much.
Sir, as usual, your lecture is very outstanding. We are very thankful to you on behalf of our all brothers of the Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company and NGO for delivering you such a informative and knowledgeable online lecture on the occasion of one-day international conference organized by Department of English, Jawahar Arts, Commerce, Science College, Usmanabad. Sir, dhanyawad. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dhanyawad, sir. I would like to hand over this session, Dr. Mudakanna Madam, for next resource person biodata reading. Please continue. Mudakanna Madam.
Yes, sir. The session biodata reading is, I think, Mansi Swami.
Is this
Yes,
available,
ma'am.
Swami madam?
Yes.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please continue. Please continue.
Shall I read out, sir?
Yes, yes, please
Yes.
continue.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected dignitaries, delegates, and participants, a very good morning. It is a privilege and pleasure to introduce our today's learned resource person, Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, who has effected change in various fields of knowledge. There is an array of degrees he has completed. He is MCom, MBA, CA, MBBA, DTL, and PhD. He has been working in industry and as well as contributed in academics. Dr. Kelkar is a researcher, an eminent scholar and trainer with more than 21 years of experience in Sultanate of Oman, UAE, and India within the fields of accounting, finance, and taxation, forensic accounting, human resource management and soft skills, research methodology, and general management. He has contributed with his expertise through training, consultancies in internationally acclaimed institutions such as National Law University Bhopal, Crime Investigation Department of India, Praj Industries, Symbiosis Law School, ICICI Bank, Sandoz India, National Training Center. The list is mesmerizing. His horizon of knowledge includes research methodology, e-commerce frauds, financial creditworthiness, internal checks and controls, HR behaviorals and soft skills, competency mapping, productivity and profitability, finance for non-finance, management information. Sir, we are eager to listen to your words of wisdom on today's topic on research and development in educational sector.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Dr. Manasi,
Good
for
morning.
this. Good morning. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Manasi. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. So thank you, madam, for this introduction, and thank you, Professor Kishore Wagmare, also for this good opportunity. It's definitely, we would like to thank you every conference, because this is indeed a great work, because generally people think of in finance, there is typical relationship of ROI, return on investment. So everybody thinks of return on investment only, that how much I spend in terms of time and cost and how much I really get in return, but without worrying much about quantifiable returns. When somebody is really trying to spread the wings of research at national and international level, that is something which is really worth appreciating, and definitely it is creditable thing. And that's why at the outset only I would like to thank Dr. Wagmare Brothers Company and for their overall research efforts. Now, friends, there are certain, when I was referring through the participants list as such, there are certain PhD scholars who are pursuing PhD. There are already, completed PhD faculty members could also be there. There are certain industry turned academicians are there. Those who have not even registered for the PhD could also be there. So a mixed crowd is there. We are going to just today I'm just going to throw some light on your perspective or perception for the research as such, because technically you might be going through pretty much data with regard to the research. What I mean to say is technicalities of research and literature review and statistical tools and data collection, then right from sampling, your research model, research design, research questions, research objectives, hypothesis testing. All these are the typical steps, or we would say the structure of the research, which you could be coming across frequently, perhaps 1,000 times or more than that during the course of your PhD. But only thing is, most of us lack in our main perception, most of us lack in our main perspective towards the research, and there only we make a mistake, because many a times it does remain a fact that there are so many researchers, right? We are doing so much of the research, but most of our research is towards the compliance. Most of our research is towards the tick mark. Most of our research is without any use to even ourselves in the future. I just would like to ask one question to each and every person, who is here, who has produced some research, papers or research literature, I would say literature, may it be a research paper, book review, article, or maybe just a small, I would say, introduction, a chapter, whatever it may be. How many of us are really going to use that in future? Number one. And number two, how many of us came to know what further use of our research was being made? And answer is perhaps, I won't say it is nil, I won't say it is zero, but the answer is perhaps not really at par with our expectation. It means whatever we are supposed to get highlighted in the sense, take it in a correct context. Highlighted doesn't mean to become famous or to become known, well known or something. Highlighted in the sense our research work, our research output is being used by the others, for further analysis, or it is being taken care of in terms of their own findings and conclusions. That is what we generally have, that Google Scholar, we generally have those impact factor journals in which we try to find out how many of the researchers have really referred to my book, my article, my research paper, and that's the end of the story. But how many government projects have used it? How much corporate sector has accepted my research? How much granting associations, how many accreditation certification authorities accepted my research? These are the questions which are to be asked to ourselves. Otherwise, as it is, when I am referring some Professor Wagmare's research paper, obviously one tick mark is there. His paper got, checked, his paper got referred by me, and he will get a good tick mark for that. But the problem is, ultimately, when all of us are referring to each other's research outputs, what is the final output which is coming? Which is useful to the society, which is useful to the government, which is useful to the community, which is useful to the industry, corporate sector, and which is used to the, in general, external and internal stakeholders. And to this question, perhaps the answer is not really that good, which we expect. And from that angle, I said that we need to correct our perspectives as well as perceptions about research. And on that only, we are just going to have a look on that in my succeeding a few PPTs, which I'm going to show you today. One very good thing which Dr. Kumbhar from Pune University has just now shared, which I liked it very much, because this is something which we are experiencing it every now and then here in this part of the world, especially in GCC countries, or those who are a few of my friends are working in Australia also. They are also sharing the same thing to me. Something which is a generic, something which is a general knowledge, we generally avoid that. And that's what he was referring, and that was an excellent thing input. So thank you very much, sir, because this is something indeed a need of an hour. All of us have woven that chain of knowledge, but in watertight compartments. I belong to finance, I belong to HRM, I belong to marketing, I belong to operations, I belong to IT, I belong to general management, I belong to engineering, I belong to so and so domain. But nowadays, the trend has totally changed. Nobody expects you to remain in your field only. So you need to connect your research with all other cross functionalities in order to widen or explore the horizon of your research, I would say, area. Let me tell you, if you really Google it out, all of you are researchers, those who are pursuing PhD, those who have passed out, everybody is in that research field. Google it out. You will find many a times artificial intelligence, big data, or machine learning, or Python and R, or anything which is relating to fintech, financial technology, which is an emerging field. Many of the time, researchers belong to marketing, researchers belong to HRM, researchers belong to operations. Basically, this field is something relating to analysis, accounting, or finance, I would say. That's what we are under the impression. But many non-finance persons are doing the research in financial technology. So nobody stops us from doing the research in some totally different area, which doesn't belong to us. Now, when I say that, please try to understand one thing. Tomorrow, if I'm starting the research in, aeronautical engineering, or tomorrow if I start research in chemical engineering, that is something will be a joke of the day. When I say that cross functionality is required, doesn't mean that you should go to altogether different planet in order to do some research, unless and until you are associating yourself with one person from, yani that is a co-authored project, and that co-author is from that field. That is different issue. But alone, when you are doing the research, cross functionality in the sense, have the domain, intra-domain branches covering of all intra-domain aspects. Nobody stops finance person to make a research on recruitment and job analysis. Nobody tells you that only HR person should do that. No way. Nowadays, the trend is totally changed. Doesn't mean that you are expert in that. But when you will start getting the data, because HRM, marketing, operations, to a certain extent, not engineering based, but operations to a certain extent, then finance, then banking, then economics, all these are the branches within the management domain, commerce and business administration, kind of every nomenclature changes from university to university. But these are all the fields within which you can definitely freely move, freely fly, because unless and until you do that, your research vision will not get widened. And that is the reason why, just to give you an example, recently, last time also shared in one of the conferences, but there is a every time addition in that. We started in our last semester when Ukraine and Russia war emerged. There was a Ukraine and Russia war which started. Now with this starting of Ukraine and Russia war, we got to know one research topic, why Russia has waged a war against Ukraine, okay? Because it was Russia which started the war. The problem is, when we went into in depth of that, we came to know there are many facets, many angles, many sides of the coin. Earlier, or in the initial phase, everybody was blaming only Russia. Russia is this, Russia has done this, Russia has done unnecessarily this. Whenever you research something, you will come to know that it is not Russia only which is at mistake. Obviously, Ukraine has also got some role to play when it comes to some fiasco, right? Some chaos in that region. Then oil Gulf sector, then their pipeline, then why Russia's interest, political, social, cultural, financial, then obviously Ukraine's geographical or Ukraine's natural resource wise importance or crucial position in that. That is another aspect. Then obviously the impacts of that on the entire world, GDP, growth rate, those countries which are dependent on either of Russia or Ukraine's, then logistics and supply chain management of that, overall cost, inflation, many things are there. And because of that, every time when you go in depth, you will find one more thread out of that Russia-Ukraine war, make a research out of that. And believe me, friends, I'm not exaggerating, but in our university, we have almost done 13 to 14 research topics out of that Russia-Ukraine war on which the research is going on. Now, different fields are there. Some is from IT, some is from finance, some is from general management, some are from architecture, some are from communication and language division. But all of us are doing that research in Russia and Ukraine war and different things out of it, or different things emerging out of this. Now, to a stranger, to an outsider, it could, what IT person is going to do and what is the use of it? Believe me, use of it is not necessarily with regard to my domain knowledge, but use of it is with regard to the research output which I create, the research output which I'm using for my students, the research output which will enhance my general knowledge, my research process, analytical things, the research automatically, when I dig out some knowledge about economics, automatically gets enhanced, because during the course of literature review, I will read many things. Then I will come to know, even though I'm not full-fledged a hardcore economics person as such, still my economics knowledge will also get developed automatically, because when I'm going to refer to different literatures in that domain, in that particular area, I may not be as expert as the particular economist as such, but definitely my general economics knowledge, which otherwise would not have been enhanced, has come to this particular level now because of Russia-Ukraine war, because how the world's economy got impacted. What is the impact of Russia-Ukraine war on world's on Indian economy? on India. You believe me, right from grocery person, just interesting fact, I will share it with you. Even though I don't stay in India, some of the funny things, which I came to know, you might have observed. My family member, my family is there. My wife was sharing it with me that she came to know from one, the old newspapers we sell, we call it as raddi, right? Kabadi kind of stuff. So when she was selling that old newspaper, the old newspaper, she told, how come this much is the less rate which you have given? How come this much is the rate per kg? Very less rate and all these things. He said, no, Russia and Ukraine war is going on, no? So rates have been impacted. Now, really, is there any impact of Russia-Ukraine war on newspaper sale, old newspaper sale in India? Really, has it happened really? Or that person had some knowledge that Russia-Ukraine war is happening. So taking that as a thread, let us develop that thread as a USP and increase my revenue, decrease my cost. Perhaps he might have used that for his business tactics, right? So to us, it remains to be the funny incident, but really is there any impact? And if we go into the detailed manner, oil prices, growth rate, groceries, oil, yani vegetable oils, yani the oil which we use in our groceries, which we use for making our recipes and that oil, crude oil, minerals, metals, iron, many things are there in which we are dependent on the world at large. And those things have got impacted. Then obviously the ancillary units based on that have also got impacted. So such kind of things, friends, are going to give you a clear-cut idea of how important the research is, not only in your own domain, but also cross-functionally widen your scope, right? That is number one. First aspect of what I wanted to convey today. Number two is, at times, we are producing the research as a compliance, which I referred in the initial stage, which is not used by anybody. Believe me, friends, there are so many research papers which are emerging, Shodh Ganga and J-Gate and Research Scholar, and forget about the publication means of that, but the journals which are indexed, Copernicus, Q1, Q2, Q3, Scopus indexed, CARE, all these are the typical, I would say, compartments which we have prepared for ourselves. Scopus hai to badhiya hai. That is because nowadays everybody has started accepting only Scopus. Does it mean that all the papers which are published by other journals are useless? They are of not any use. They don't have any research aspect. They don't have any analysis. They don't have any statistical tools used. They don't have any ANOVA, ANCOVA, fishbone, parametric, non-parametric, nothing. All are useless. Suddenly we have started, concentrating on Scopus. The reason being, most of the recruiters, most of the corporate sectors, most of them are dependent on Scopus. Scopus indexed publications you have, then only you are a researcher in our eyes. Otherwise, you are of no use. No way. It is not like that. Try to understand. Scopus publication is one of the benchmarks which is recently there. 10 years before, if you ask about the Scopus, those who are very experienced might agree with me. 10 or 15 years back, Scopus was nowhere in the picture. Yani Scopus was there, but Scopus was not having that much glamour and zeal. Today, Scopus is in very good, Scopus has got that glamour. Perhaps tomorrow, some other indexation means, indexation system, some others could be in picture. Scopus could go on a backseat. So this will keep on changing. Our role is not to get behind the glamour, obviously to get associated with, to get accustomed to the process in such a way that the moment your research output is ready, it would be accepted and it would be published in any journal, right from basic level to the topmost, which is Google indexed. If that way you perceive the research, if you take your perspective for research, obviously your entire research would go on. Last time when I had given a session, Dr. Thakkar madam from Mumbai, I still remember her comments, and that was very good and indeed a great comment which was given by her, that we are insisting too much on Scopus, but right away we cannot reach Scopus. That we should keep it in mind. Believe me, out of 20, 25 publications, hardly 2 or 3 are Scopus indexed, right? That is what is the situation, provided you have published the data without paying the money for it. Because nowadays in India, here I came to know, most of our Indian journals are being perceived by outsiders as give the money and publish the research paper, which is not. In India, we are producing so much of the quality content, but because of 2 or 3 or 4, authorities like this who are accepting money and publishing your papers, the overall perception for the entire research environment in India gets changed. I don't say it as a generalized statement, please don't misunderstand, but overall perspective of the persons here, especially those who are from Jordan, those who are from in our university, we have got Syrians, Filipinos, Sri Lankans, Pakistanis are there, Japanese persons are there, 2 or 3 of UK persons are also there. So whenever I discuss with them, and you guys are publishing it by giving money, that's what their perception is, which is not a fact. But that's the reason why, if at all you are not publishing by for the Scopus indexed publication, I'm paying something. No, please have your research in such a way that Scopus indexed journals will be behind you. When are you going to publish your next this thing? But that stage will come at a later stage. So referring to Dr. Thakkar madam, I would like to quote it here that let us start our research with a very basic level article, very basic level, which will have a good impact on the readers at a local level. Let us not have any Scopus publication, CARE, Q1, Q2, Q3, International Forum, Google Scholar, JGate, no, nothing. Just go ahead with the article. Start something which completely gets convinced in your mind. Start something which completely gives you the confidence, freedom. Data are also very much available. You are comfortable in doing something out of it. Go ahead with that. Let us introduce the only structure of article. That's it. Even many journals I have seen wherein the research papers, the references are not marked properly. And we are talking about Scopus publications. We are talking about big publications. We ourselves don't know. I'm talking in general, anybody, if he or she doesn't know about APA style or Harvard style of writing references, how to refer, nobody knows how to write the indent, how to write what should be in the header, what should be in the footer. That is a part of our research methodology workshop. But how many of us are keenly applying that in research papers? A big question mark. So whenever we are targeting Scopus, first, are we wise enough to go to the Scopus level? Number one, are our research papers portraying the same quality which Scopus indexed journals are expecting? And believe me, I can challenge friends, if at all our research papers are of that quality, not a single Scopus indexed journal accepts a single currency unit of any country's currency from you. It will definitely accept your quality. But we are behind the Scopus publications. We are behind numbers. We are behind the quantities of our research, and that makes a lot of difference. Only the quantum gets increased, not the quality, not the technicality, not the knowledge, right? That is what I would like to say it here as a second point from my interaction. Number three is go ahead with those projects, those articles, research papers at a very local level, local normal conferences, regional conferences, workshops, seminars. Start with the presentations, only presentations, that's it. Conference presentation is no more counted, to be very honest with you. Conference presentations and proceedings are no more counted in your research publication. Unfortunate thing, but it is a reality. At international level, if you have a biodata in which you say, I have thousands of conference proceedings and publications and in conference proceedings, or I have participated in various international conferences, unfortunately, that is not being taken care of. That is not being counted as your research output. Nowadays, everybody is talking about how much is research paper, Scopus indexed or Q1, Q2, and so on and so forth. But to begin with our journey of research, let us start with the conferences, because conferences, seminars, workshops will give you enough confidence to go in front of the crowd, to answer their queries and questions, to think on your topic from different angles, to give a different vision, perspective, altogether different angle or facet coverage to your content. All these things will happen. So that fear factor will automatically go. Over a period of time, you should go to the national level journals, which are very good journals, which are published by even UGC care list. There are many journals, Indian journals, which are very good journals, which are accepted internationally also. Their recognition is international. But national level, all quality journals, you plan to publish your data, publish your work, and thereafter you go for, once you are confident enough that your research papers are producing a good output, your research paper has got some content in it which you can portray to the world at large, you go ahead with it. Next one is, as I said, the chain of research which you should look for. Chain of research in the sense, don't confine yourself to, typically finance persons are microfinance, financial management, MSMEs. Beyond that, our vision doesn't go at all. Please don't do that, because that is something which is a sugar cane from which much more liters of juice is being already extracted. Financial management, MSMEs, microfinance. Apart from that, there are many things. Fintech is an emerging field. All big data, Python, R, machine learning, artificial intelligence, all these are the part of financial technology. Fintech is being used by banks. Fintech is being used by financial or capital market analysts. Fintech is being used by investment consultants. Fintech is being used by insurance companies. Fintech is being used by government departments, especially Ministry of Finance, Commerce. Many authorities are nowadays using fintech, and there is a huge gap of demand and supply. In the sense, demand is pretty much more for fintech and supply is pretty much less, because nobody is getting into that field. Why not to have research in fintech? Fintech is an emerging field all over the world. Fintech candidates are earning like anything, because fintech is a need of an hour. It's the future of any particular business solution. So why don't we write with regard to these things? Recruitment, analysis, retrenchment, turnover, attrition. Beyond that, our HR research doesn't go. Why not we can think of cross-functional team working, or cross-cultural impact of cross-cultural environment on working productivity, or something like that, unique, different, which has got acceptability by the university, acceptability by the industry, and acceptability, last but not the least, by the sponsoring authority. Because believe me, my friends, post-COVID, there are so many organizations which have shrinked their budget like anything. So if at all you want to get your research project funded, if you want to get your research project financed by some funding authority, believe me, it becomes a very good point in your research. Even if it is not Scopus indexed publication, even if it is not any benchmarked journal, still, if your research is sponsored, it is highly respected by the industry, because somebody is ready to invest the money on your work. And industry generally goes with the assumption that those who funded your project were wise enough to analyze that whether it is worth to fund it or not. So that's why the funding is also something which is very important. Link it with your industry institute interface also. That is something which is one thing. We always do the research for ourselves. For my PhD, for my from my associate to assistant to associate, associate to professor, professor to senior, senior to my next chair, next cabin, and so on. Yani my graph, obviously our graph we have to increase, no doubt about it. But at the same time, friends, get the joint research with the students. Let them work for you. Let them work for you. They may not be doing statistical analysis. They may not be doing any I would say, important interpretation for you. But some clerical work, you can give it to them. Find out some literature reviews for me. Read it. What is your opinion? Express your opinion. Criticize that. Not necessary that you should always say good about the literature review. You have to criticize. Have to, yani, not by default, but in case if there is a scope, you have to say what are the limitations of that research paper, and so on and so forth. So take their help. Make industry as your partner, because industry institute interface is one of the crucial criteria for training and placement. So industry helps us in direct way or indirect way anyway. Get associated with the industry in such a way that, okay, will you sponsor, let us have joint research, will you sponsor it? Okay, they are not ready to sponsor. Okay, will you give project to us? Okay, that is also not possible. Will you come to us for placement? That is also not possible. Will you do something for us through which, shadowing, sabbatical, some live projects? Fintech is the field in which there are so many live projects. Okay, so in that aspect, if you are talking about, it is to be considered very wisely that make a wise research. Don't make any research for the sake of doing research, because that will unnecessarily create numbers. I have made 32 research papers till date. Okay, what so? Believe me, friends, those who are working, those who are industry turned academician, those who are working in the industry, or perhaps those who are working in the industry will agree with me and they will share it with you. Believe me, industry is not related, not interested rather in your quantum. Obviously, they are interested. You don't go to the industry with 2 research papers and you say yourself as an expert. But at the same time, they are not interested in how much you have done. Only factor. No, they are interested in knowing what you have done, what were your topics, how much was the funding, who sponsored that, what was that institute, what was that organization, to what extent you got or you remained to be associated with them, how your journals, how your papers were published in which journals. Yeah, that is one of the criterion, but not the only criterion. So all these factors will make a lot of difference in your research process. So start with the very basic level thing, then go to the high level, literature review, sampling, questionnaire formation, data collection, right? Analysis, validation, reliability. All these things are the technical aspects which perhaps I'm not going to, show any light on, because that will be discussed with you by all the persons all the time. Your guide will discuss, your research methodology workshops will discuss, you yourself will learn. Believe me, there is one Khalil Gibran, which is one of the poets or philosophers of the Arab world. Khalil Gibran. He was from Lebanon, and I believe in 1930 or 1940. I'm sorry, I don't recollect his death year, but around that time, he has made a fantastic, research in those times. There were no scopus published. He himself died in 1931. So in the early 1910, 1920, how much was the scopus publication and research and all these things were there? It's a big question mark. But if you refer to Khalil Gibran, Google it out anytime when you have got a time. Khalil Gibran has written many things with regard to research, philosophy, cross-functionality, and all these things. He was in Lebanon, typical, beyond the religion, beyond the culture, beyond the society, he has thought on. And believe me, Khalil Gibran's literature is being researched, and nowadays it has become a factor of PhD, interestingly. It is just like Sant Gyaneshwar, Sant Gyaneshwar, who took his Sanjeevan Samadhi at the age of 21, but he remains to be PhD topics for thousands and millions of this thing. So these are all the people, these are all the, personalities, or I would say saint. Obviously, please don't misunderstand. I'm not comparing Sant Gyaneshwar with Khalil Gibran, but my point is, when these personalities are beyond any research or benchmarking or typical criterion, we have to take essence out of it. So read something which is generic, read something which is, believe me, library is the place where we often don't go, because we nowadays think that everything is online. Not necessary. Please, there are many books which are offline in hard copies available with us, and those books will give you much more. There are many books which are not digitized even till today in 2022. Let me tell you honestly. Maybe anybody who's from library, I think Jenny madam is there or not, I don't know, but today if she is there, she will talk on that. She belongs to that field only. There are many books which are not available in hard copy form. So don't rely only on Google. Don't rely only on online material. Please go ahead with the books. If you see, we had in the last week, American University of Dubai, one senior professor had come. We had invited him for our, FDP, faculty development program. He told us very surprising thing, and which was a very shocking thing. He told, if at all you want to produce one good research paper, right? I'm not exaggerating by a single digit also, or single month also. He said, if you want to produce a good research paper, it is almost an affair of 8 to 9 months. 8 to 9 months you need if you really want to have a very good quality paper which will get published in first row. How many of us have got time for 8 to 9 months? 8 to 9 months, perhaps many of us could be producing 10 research papers. You are hitting my point. So obviously not word to word meaning. Don't take it otherwise. My point is, are we giving the quality or are we giving only the quantity? It has to be both. It has to be quality as well as quantity. In our field, so much is there. 24/7 we are working, multi-tasking. All of us are not only teaching, researching, administrative tasks are there. In addition to that, NBA, all these quality related things, many things we are doing. So there is no excuse for the time as such, but please be into it. Change the perspective, change the vision, start with the basic level, and thereafter you please go to the upper level. Don't aim Scopus indexed publication in the beginning itself, because that will, believe me, that those who are real researchers, those who are real scholars will look at you. How come your third publication is Scopus indexed? Yani you must be research genius, and coincidentally in all our cases, all of us are research genius persons only. Mainly because we aim at publishing in Scopus indexed. Scopus indexed is today's need of an hour. Yes, it is indeed a need of an hour, but to reach there, we need to have our basic foundation ready. And that foundation will be ready unless and until it won't be ready unless and until we complete this initial journey of article, book review, and so on and so forth. Thereafter, the strategy which you have to form for research is industry association, get funding to the maximum possible extent. Post-COVID, everybody is conservative enough. Please keep it in mind. Research projects used to get grants initially very easily. But nowadays, even universities, our government funding is also to a certain extent controlled. Kumar sir was referring about, 4 days a week in, why not? Why can't there be a research on that? Government has not implemented that, but government is planning to. But what will be the impact? What will be the effect? What could be the correlation between the number of hours reduced and probable productivity, effectiveness, right? Efficiency level. This could be a very good project in HR. If you are working for 4 days, what will be the impact on financial management? That could be the project for finance. How are you going to manage your schedules for operations? That could be the thing for operations. How are you going to manage the load on your infrastructure? That could be the project on IT. Many things could come out of it. Any small thing, any small thread, dissect it, and you will find something which is relating to your own domain and something which is relating to the other domains as well. That's it from my side. I'm just going to show you within next 5 to 10 minutes before I stop, a few things which I would like to, before I conclude. And that's the end of the story. All of you are wise enough how to do the research, but when to do it, with whom to do it, and how much to do it is perhaps something which I was trying to do. How to do, you perhaps know, all of you know. I'm not going to go into the detailed manner of literature review, how many things. Many people ask me the question here in our university also, those who have started recently, passed university exam, for those who have registered for PhD, and how much literature review should I do? Please don't confine yourself. Don't ask such question to any of your guide. Your guide will tell you on his or her own to stop. Obviously, it cannot be unlimited because you have to take a sample only. Population you cannot measure it. It's an infinity. But at the same time, don't confine yourself कि 200 हो गया बस अभी बहुत हो गया. मेरी PhD topic के लिए, thesis के लिए बहुत हो गया. We are pretty much good in planning. I'm going to complete this by this month. 2 साल के अंदर 30 months के अंदर DAW लग जाएगा मेरे सामने. Believe me, on the contrary, friends, whenever the DAW starts getting in front of your name, When you start your writing your name with DAW, on the contrary, the responsibility is more because people are going to look at you from that angle. Now he's a PhD, doctorate, and then our outputs, our talking, our conversations, our knowledge imparting doesn't portray that DAW, then it is of, people will make it out that how we have done our DAW. So please try to understand, before we put dr dot in front of our name, we have to be pretty much careful from all angles. And that is what the content, which I would say in a conclusion, which I wanted to emphasize on. Just within 5 minutes, I'll finish my PPTs because I'm not going to show you all. Wagmare sir, can you please allow me to share the screen? Wagmare sir, can you please allow me?
Thank you, sir, for your outstanding lecture, sir.
No, sir.
We are thankful.
No, sir, I just have 5 minutes to show the PPT. So I just needed the permission to show the PPT.
Okay, would you like to upload your PPT?
No. I'm just going to show it. Just permission needed for sharing my screen.
Yes, I am giving the permission for sharing. Please wait.
Okay, please.
Later on, I will vote of thanks, sir. Wagmare, sir.
Sir, can you upload your PPT?
Okay, because it is saying host disabled participant screen sharing.
No,
okay.
I have given the permission for that.
But sir, I am not. Okay. Now I'm able to. Okay, fine. That's it. Within short span of time, I will finish it off. I'm not going to show all these things to you, friends. Deliberately, I have given a little bit of this thing for PPT because many times we are too much dependent on the PPT, friends, and which is something which is I don't want to, because we are over dependent on PPT. When PPTs were not there, obviously research was there and many things were there. So yes, this is the something which I would like to just make your mind on, and that's it. Then I will conclude. Knowledge creation and growth, 3 strategies of research. Please keep it in mind. At X, refinements, consistency and refinements, then practical oriented, and Z is technically sound and feasible. Technically and sound and feasible is something which I would say that's the reason why it is at the Z level, mainly because doesn't mean it is not important, but this has got something to do with the overall structure of the research. Equipped with the formats, use of statistical tools, possible and feasible scope. Action plan is a rigorous study of research methodology, coursework, format, steps. This is something technical aspect, which I was referring throughout my session, that you all will come across many a times. What is the structure, how you should complete. X and Y are pretty much important. Number 1 is strategies, choose your research topic wherein the refinements and consistency is inevitable. वैसे देखा जाए तो in all the topics, refinement and fine tuning or refinements are inevitable, but don't choose such topic which is already thousands and millions and billions of research papers are out in that. Let's have some kind of uniqueness, some difference in that, further widening of the scope, excel in one rather than the exploring many, but from that one dissect it to the maximum possible extent and try to make maximum out of it. Be completely chatur initially, even though Rancho is an ideal but rare dream coming true. So Rancho is something in 3 Idiots movie, that Rancho is an ideal extreme. Believe me, we are not on both the sides of that bell-shaped curve. Now, we don't want to form ourselves as outliers. We don't want to remain on either of the sides also, right? Please try to understand. So we cannot be, I don't say we can't be, but hardly a few of us will be Ranchos, a genius persons. Many of us are going to carve the path which is already being, ruled by somebody else. And in that, so Chatur is going to give us a pure vision of that. Once you are confident Chatur, try to make yourself as Rancho. Whereas Chatur is nothing but, and Rancho are 2 representing mindsets. Okay, all of you are aware about, I won't go in detail. And acceptability feature, model for the covered topic, marketability plan. You have to market yourself. There is no other way, unless until you are getting funding for your research, attempting to get at least the funding, little bit of that, it is of no use. Please try to understand. And choice of topic and area, connect with the career and professional KRAs. Obviously, it should be connected with your industry. It should be connected. In the sense, in short, your research topics and areas should be connected with the KRAs of yours as well as in general internal and external stakeholders of your system in which you are working. Cross functionality, intradisciplinary adoption. Once you are in intradisciplinary in the sense, if you are in HRM, if you are in finance, if you are in marketing, in that marketing, in that HR, in that finance, maximum coverage of outputs or selection of topics. And once you are through, connect it with the others, yani HR with marketing, marketing with operations, operations with IT, IT with finance, and so on and so forth. Internal and external stakeholders, research in gap area in the sense, that's what uniqueness, difference, wherein not much people have done. Carve that path that will be easy and that will be interesting for you rather than going for any other thing. So validity, reliability, all these things are there. These things are there, which I will upload the PPT if anybody needs. Obviously they can get it from Wagmare sir. Because of the time, I will just read. That's it. This is very important thing before I conclude. This I always show in all my PPTs. Those who are attending it for more than 2 times or 3 times must be having this baton. Please try to understand, this is the question which we are supposed to ask to ourselves, because our PhD guide is giving this baton to us. Research and knowledge journey, we are just beginning. Where do we stand? We must know. Where are we leading to? Where we have to go? We must know. And are we wise enough? Are we wise enough in the sense, are we competent enough? Are we confident enough? Are we comfortable enough? And are we convenient enough to proceed on that path? And if all the answers are yes, perhaps nobody stops you from getting a good research. So aim with the basic, progress slowly, and the final journey should be Scopus indexed or any other at particular that point of time recognized, glamorized means of publication. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. I hope you must have got something out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this eye-opening session, because what the questions you have raises, really it's the reality, it's the truth that we having the questions that what we are doing the research, is it truthful or is it useful for the society, for us? Nothing. And so for that point of view, we have to think. If we are able to think like that, then really our research progress will be going. Otherwise, what we are doing, it is only quantitative, not qualitative. So today I am very much impressed by your lecture, by your session, because this is the reality which I have observed in whole. Even though for from myself also, this is, you push me to think about it. Really, we think about it, that our research activity should be qualitative, and we have to work honestly, work very long term, and then we will finalize it, that is it good for us, or it is a good literary work, or which we have done. As Robert first said that, as like that, the research is like, woods are lovely, dark and deep. Woods are lovely, dark and deep. But I have promises to keep, miles to go before I sleep, miles to go before I sleep. I think this is the journey of research activity. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again on behalf of my college, Jawahar College. Thank you.
Thank you. The next resource person biodata reading, Dr. Gupta sir. Are is available, Dr. Gupta sir? Is this available, Gupta sir? Dr. Gupta sir? Okay, myself, Kishore Wagmare, I would like to introduce biodata reading of respected Dr. Janice Fernandez. As usual, Janice Fernandez, madam, outstanding lecture. The huge personality in library and information science. The flag is over in UK, Indian flag, as a representative of library and information science in London, West University. I would like to, it is a very big biodata. Madam have done PhD, so many research journals, publications, minor research, major research. I would not like to take a more time. I would like to hand over this session to respected Janice Fernandez, madam. Please continue, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kishore, for the opportunity. And thank you for the kind words. Let me not take much time. Let me begin by sharing my screen.
Yes, I have just given the permission for share.
Thank you. Thank you. Is the presentation visible, sir?
It is visible. Please continue.
Thank you. Good morning, friends. So my name is Dr. Janice Fernandez, and I am a subject librarian at the University of West London. Along with all the other bits and pieces that I do as a part of my library role, research is my passion. And what I love to do is to have these conversations with researchers. So I mentor a lot of masters and PhDs. And what I enjoy is the conversations. What I enjoy is understanding what's going on at the back of their mind, trying to figure out what it is that they want to find an answer to, and to sometimes spark that curiosity in them, which is so much necessary to be a good researcher. What I have tried to put together this morning is a short question and answer presentation encompassing research, resources, and referencing. And I trust that this presentation will be useful to you all. So let's begin. The basic research cycle. We're all aware that that's how your research would progress, starting with your research problem, reviewing your literature. Dr. Abhijit Kelkar just spoke about some of the facets of these, and I would like to continue from that point. Formulation of your hypothesis, collection of your data, analysis of your data, your interpretation and your conclusion, and of course, the dissemination of your research to society. Because unless you disseminate your research to society, unless your research is of some use to society, it would not make sense taking on a research problem. So the first question, why to research? Okay. You're all aware that you are actually creating milestones. You have peer acceptance, you are a trendsetter, you are soon known for that area that you have researched in. If you are very good in some agricultural research, you will be known as an expert in the field. You'll have research publications, people will cite you. It's also besides the professional, what I have noticed in my own life is it is a personal milestone as well, because you start thinking scientifically. And let me tell you, in my own workplace, I am known as the person with the bits of paper. I've got lots of post-its because when there's a question, I will start putting bits and pieces together. I will start thinking scientifically. I didn't do this before, but I think my doctorate has helped me to develop this sort of a thought process. I've learned a lot in my own process of education. There is stronger communication skills, more critical thinking, and I think basically it is a process of lifelong learning. So we understand why to research. Let's now look at what topic you want to research. Look at your broad general area and narrow down the field. When I talk to prospective students, what I tell them is it's like an inverted triangle, broad at the top, and then it narrows down. And what you get at the end of that, at the bottom of that triangle, is actually the question that you want to find the answer to, but the gap in the literature. So no one has looked at that area before, and that's what you're looking at. I would like to stress that at the end of the day, at the end of all of your thoughts about what topic is what we say marketable, trendy, people are looking at, and all of these things, it is your own desire that matters. I would like to impress upon you to ignite your passion in the area that you are keen on, not on the area which looks trendy. Because if you look at what other people are doing and then you try to follow that, somewhere along the line, you might not be able to ignite that spark in you. Rather, if you follow a topic that interests you, that you are keen about, you know that no matter what, whether you find resources, whether you got to struggle a bit, whether you got to unravel this tangled web of the internet, you will push along because you have your own interest in the whole thing. Then, where do we find information for research? I would point you out at the first point towards your library catalog, the catalog of the institution where you have registered for your research. Also, probably the institution that you are employed in, and a combination of these two should give you some good research material. A lot of information today is online. However, remember that everything which is online is not easily available or is not free, and which is free might not be relevant to your research. So you need to try and figure out what it is that you need and can be made available to you. You've got various things like interlibrary loans, you've got referencing, you can go and sit in a larger library and try and use their resources. You've got guest memberships, you can email authors and they would probably send you their research articles. You can look at the directory of open access journals for free information, or the directory of open access books, DOAJ, DOAR, any of these options. Google Scholar is a very good, solid resource. Make sure that you narrow down your results, filter them out first, so that what you get would be just the initial relevant results. Looking at larger databases like EBSCO or ProQuest. Publishers today have come out with databases like Wiley has their own database. And then, of course, look at what is available, look at what you need, look at how best you can ask the system what you need, and then figure it out. With regard to websites, you have a lot of government organizations which put out very good information on their websites. That's authentic, you can use that. And of course, I'm sure at this research stage, you are all aware of resources like Google or Wikipedia. I was doing a session on information literacy with a master's degree class last week, and I was explaining to them why we don't use Google. Because like commercial websites, Google looks more at what is popular rather than what is relevant. I found this to be the difference between Google and Google Scholar. So try and use websites that are more tweaked towards your research. You have, I think, Show the Ganga in India. We have Ethos here in the UK. And it's your collection of theses and dissertations. Of course, your own institutional repository will also have a lot of research publications. Look at that, because it would be more easier to connect with the authors if that is your area of interest. And of course, there's a lot of other information available, very relevant if that's your area of research. For example, newspapers, maybe trade magazines, maybe some published literature reviews, maybe some older pamphlets or some other marketing information. Here in the UK, we stress a lot on oral histories. which is recorded interviews, which is in the archives. So that is also a good way of researching. Just a view of my library. It's called the Paul Hamlin Library. So on to the next question. How do you search? You search in a toolbar just like Google. What you do is very intelligently tell the system what you are looking out for by probably filtering well, by also understanding that there is an abstract of the book or the article. So you don't need to read the whole article. You can just read the preview and decide whether it's apt or not. For example, I am a lot focused towards music industry, and we look at music therapy. But music therapy can be connected to various other fields. For example, music therapy can be connected to leisure and entertainment, can be connected to education, can be connected to medicine or psychology or psychiatry. When you research, you define what's your scope and what's your limitation, what's the area you're looking at, and then you search. So I'm going to stress on three basic resources as we come to the resources of the information available to you. As a librarian, I am always looking for newer or more relevant resources for my academics and my students. And I always try and have a good balance of a journal and a book. The reason being that a book is a primary source of information. It might be a bit older, but it is more researched. It gives you more in-depth information. And publishers today, publishers of ebooks, are trying to create the experience of reading a print book. So if you open an ebook on the internet today, you will find that you can turn the pages, you can make notes, you can email those notes to yourself. You can do a lot of those things that you did with a print book. You can bookmark a page, you close an ebook, and when you go back to that ebook, it will open up to the same page, which I think is something that you sort of haven't considered or did consider maybe earlier, but this is an option today. This is a resource that we just subscribed to, so I would like to introduce you to this resource. It's called Parlago, and it is a digital online library. No doubt we have an institutional subscription, but I've seen that it also allows you free trials. Look for all these resources which allows you a free trial, maybe a 14-day or a 1-month free trial. At that point, you can log in, set up, create a username and password, ask for a free trial, have all your search terms ready, look for what you want, download what you want, sorted. I hope those small tips help you in the long run. We sometimes think that information is expensive or information is out of our reach. But if you can work around it with the small bits and pieces like that, it helps a lot. You could get into ResearchGate or academia just with a login. These are free resources. You can get into Creative Commons. All of these will help you. The next bit we're looking at is journals. So journals, as you're aware of, will have many articles written by different authors, all bundled together. Journals, of course, can be multidisciplinary, but often the focus is narrow. When you do research, your academic, your supervisor, your guide would expect a good balance of print and journal resources, books and journal resources, for the very simple reason that journals have updated information. They have information which was probably researched, say, in the last 24 to 36 months, as against a book which might be, say, 3 or 4 years in the making. Also, peer-reviewed is a really good idea that we now have. I mean, we've had it for a while now, where your colleagues will look at your research article before you put it out for other people to see. And I think peer review gives the article more credibility. You look at a journal article, it's got a list of references at the end. You can look at those references, something what we call as a snowball method. And then you can slowly build up your references. Like I tell my students, all you need to begin a good research is just one good article. If you find one good relevant article, look at the list of references at the end of that, follow up from that, open up each of those, and that's how you can sort of build your research. A typical structure of a journal article we are all aware of. Another tip is when you look at journal articles, you start by reading your title, your abstract, then go to the end and look at the discussion, the results and the discussion. Between the abstract and the discussion, you should be able to understand how relevant this is for your research. If you find it to be relevant, you can then proceed with reading the whole article. So sometimes we sort of come out with these, say, 50 articles that we found on Google Scholar. You think it's going to take a lot of time. If you just read the abstracts and then you sort of go and read a little bit of the discussion, you will probably narrow it down and then you will have more relevant results. So the third bit we're talking about now is databases. We've spoken about books, we've spoken about journals, we're now talking about databases. So databases is a collection of journals. Okay? So that's a much larger aspect we're looking at. Here at the University of West London, where I work, we have a very good discovery system or a very good search engine, which searches across books, journals, and databases. But sometimes you might want to go into individual databases like ProQuest and do their search inside. Also, you have today a list of various resources. Do not cut off resources like audiovisual because you just want journal articles. Depending on your research, maybe I found that a YouTube video gives me the basic understanding of my student's topic before I even begin the conversation. Look for those resources to try and understand things that don't seem very familiar. And once they're familiar, you can then go in and read very structured or scholarly articles. Another tip. Fine, so we've gone to resources. We know that we have these books, journals, and databases available to us. We know where we can go and find this information. How do you now search effectively so that from all this universe of knowledge, you pick the bit that is relevant to you? So a few tips and tricks. Look at your research topic, break it down into 4 or 5 keywords, try and find synonyms, similar words for that keyword. For example, we were doing a research about teenagers and we didn't find much. We looked at, then we changed that search term to adolescents, 18-year-olds, young adults, anything which seems the same. And then we found that we got more search results. Synonyms you can find through the online thesaurus and lots of these online resources available. So my tip to you would be, when you are doing a search, spend at least 60 to 70% of your time in first planning the search. What's my topic? How do I break it down? What are the keywords? What are the synonyms? How can I combine these search terms? Put it all down on paper. Once you have that, you are like equipped with it all. Then you go and you sit down in front of a system and you will find that you can get what you need more effectively and in much lesser time. For example, you can use Boolean operators. I've tried doing this, saying this term and this term, whatever, financial management and another term, maybe marketing, finance and advertising, advertising and money. Look at combinations of terms using and, not, or to give you more effective results. Use quotation marks. Double quotation marks tells the system, no matter what system you're using, look for this as a phrase together. Look for this as one string, as opposed to if I did say music industry without the double quotation marks, I would get search results related to the word music. I would also get search results related to the word industry. Now that might be automobile industry, aviation industry, computer industry, pharmaceutical industry, which is all irrelevant to my research. So use these intelligent methods, tell the system what you need, because basically the system is just a set of algorithms. So if you put in the right search term, you're going to get back relevant results. And of course, you can use truncation, that's the asterisk sign, and the question mark, which is the wildcard character for, say, British and American spellings. This is just an example of a search I did when I used Boolean operators. So you can say music and woman, music or women, music not a woman. And then you can figure out what it is that you were looking for. The question that I always get is, I searched on the internet and I didn't find any information. I get a lot of emails from students as well who say sometimes that we don't have anything in the library about my topic. And I sometimes find that hard to believe. Some tips and tricks here. Look at the reference section of the articles that you have already included in the review. And then you work back, you look at the references, or you use citation tracking databases to identify articles. If you go on Google Scholar, you look for you find a very good research article written by author A. Google Scholar at the end will say cited by, say, 572. Click on that, cited by, and you will find the research articles of the people who have cited this article. So you're trying to look at the relationship or the relevance, and you're trying to find out that all of this information is in my area. So you can go both ways. You can pick a journal article, look at the list of references at the end, or you can go on Google Scholar, look at cited by, click on that, and look at the people who have cited this article. Both ways, forward or backward referencing, will help you. So you found, I'm just sort of going through the gradual flow. So you now found maybe 50 good research articles after using all the search strategies, filters, narrowing down your search. You now need to evaluate your search. And one of the aspects of critical thinking, that's what your guide would want you to do. Think critically. Critical as in question and try and find an answer to it. Analyze it, identify it. All of these bits are in the critical thinking module. So when you evaluate sources, you try and find out how authentic the source is. Is it from an academic journal? Is it peer reviewed? Is the information biased? How relevant is it to your topic of research? Is it too old? Let me give you an example. You know, when there is, I think the best examples are in the field of politics. When you know that there is something major that happened in the political arena, whether it is at your regional level or a national level or an international level, you will find a lot of information being written about it. How do you then sift through this information? You have this concept of fake news today. How do you sift through the information to find out what is the truth? If you are watching television, you know what news channels would give you better coverage, quicker coverage, more relevant coverage. If you're reading newspapers, you look at certain journalists, you look at the authors of those articles. If you are on the internet, you try to compare and contrast, and then you find out what is really relevant. So you need to evaluate the sources that you have found. And depending on your topic, you need to also delimit to the timeline. For example, if I am looking at, say, the changes in the inflation rates in, say, in the last 10 years, you cannot look at journals which are older than that. So you sort of need to then set up your scope and your limitations, your delimiters for those. So you now found resources, you evaluated them, and then you found that these are very relevant. So you now have to write what we call as a literature review. The words itself is an understanding of the process. So you would review or look again at literature or at what has been written on your topic. You would then understand where it comes from. You would then understand that relation with others, and you would summarize it and synthesize it. At the end of this, what you should do is find the gaps in the information, and that is your research study. A lot of people are stuck with a literature review, and I do have a number of students who tell me that they are not really aware of what it is about, the literature review, that how it is to be written. And my simple explanation to them is to look at what you can do. You know, you look at a wall of bricks, probably there is that one brick which is missing in the wall. All you need to do is find where that gap is, where's that missing brick. Then you sit down and build that brick, and you put that brick into that wall. If you have this visual image, then that is literature review. That's all you need. Look at this wall of information. Look at this gap in the wall where you need to put your own personal brick inside this brick wall. That is your literature review. That's your whole research, actually. My tip to you would be create a bibliography as you go along. You are aware that a bibliography is a list of references that you have used in creating this research. But my suggestion is not to wait for the last minute, not to wait at the end, but start creating this as you search. And when I say create, I don't mean to copy the link. Please don't do that, because you will be stuck with not having the resource when you need it. So don't copy the link, do a proper referencing, write down the name of the author, write down the name of the title, the year of publication, and the publisher. I have sometimes seen researchers, they would host probably a document on a commercial website, then the contract or the license expires, they will then host it on an open access website. You have accessed it when it was on a commercial website, it is no more available to you, or vice versa. The best thing to do is, if you know the name of the author, if you know the name of the journal article, you can find it even if you don't have a link. So that's another tip. How you write a literature review is just 6 simple steps. And if you remember that, that's all you need. You select a topic, you define the search terms, you search and evaluate resources, you will survey what literature is available, you will write down each analysis. Let me stop and tell you that writing down the analysis is not writing down the abstract. Don't copy other people's abstract and make that your literature review, because then that itself is their own work, isn't it? Their abstract is their writing. What you need to do is you need to critically evaluate it, understand it, and then summarize and write it. So you can probably say, author A in his journal article so-and-so explains about this. Also, author B in his journal article explains about this. However, both authors have not looked at this part. Also, author C has looked about this part, but not with regard to this concept. So there is a gap in the research. Therefore, my research will fill up this gap. It's that simple. It's not very complicated. I've tried to unravel it and make it as simple for you. My suggestion, my strong advice, please don't copy the abstract from another journal article and make that into your literature review. To reiterate again, select a topic. Your topic, look at your subject area, look at your research area, look at the allied areas around it, and what time period you want to consider for your research. Do you want to look at research in the last 10 years? Do you want to look at research only for the 18th century? Do you want to look at a combination? You decide. Define your search terms, the keywords that you're going to use to search for information on the internet. 5 or 6 terms which give you coverage, always starting from broad to narrow. For example, if I was doing something about a library or my library, I would start with maybe higher education. I would then maybe narrow down to smaller and smaller academic libraries in the UK, in London, and then maybe narrow down to my library. So that's how you go as an inverted triangle from general to specific. Search and evaluate resources, different types of resources available on the internet. Write down each analysis. How do you write an analysis? You read the abstract, you identify the gaps, you establish the relevance with your topic, you summarize it, and then you add your citations and your bibliography. Write your literature review. From general to specific with your critical analysis, and your literature review will have an introduction, a body, and a conclusion. That is all that you need for a literature review. Let's now proceed to methodology. So why do we need research methodology? You are aware that research is basically standing on the shoulders of others. So your literature review shows your weight on somebody else's shoulders. But as you go along, maybe 10 years down the line, somebody else will be standing on your shoulders and start their research by looking at your research. So others can use this model of research. So that's how the cycle of information goes. That's how information is published, how information is produced, and how it is used. After your research methodology, you do data analysis and interpretation. You will use some variables. You'll sort of establish some variables. A lot of people use Excel and SPSS. Look at what works for you, but make sure that you put that information from your surveys somewhere where it can then produce reports for you, where it can then produce tables or graphs for you, where it is then easier to use and to extract some information out of that data. And then if you can create a model plan, some sort of a model for future use, that would help. Of course, not all research has model plans, and it totally depends on the topic of your research and the focus of your research problem. How do you write findings, suggestions, and conclusions? So I'm taking you through the whole PhD or master's or whatever research you might be doing. And I've slowly started, and if you can look back, I started from what information is available, how to search for that information, how to narrow down your information. And then I slowly took you down to literature review, research methodology, data analysis, interpretation, and now, of course, you're into findings, suggestions, and conclusions. This is just a brief of how you would write chapters. This totally depends on not only the university where you're doing your research or the funding agency, if they have a model that they want you to use, or if you have something set, or if your guide has something that they have specified you need to do. But this is more or less how the flow goes. Chapters could be more or less depending on what's the requirement at that point. But this is generally how a flow would go on. You would start with an introduction, and then a whole chapter of a literature review, your research methodology, your analysis and interpretation, your findings, your conclusions, and of course, at the end, you would attach your bibliography, surname-wise, alphabetically. You would also attach maybe the survey that you've done or any other tables or other information that you want to complete the whole research. Just looking at some very simple bits, referencing, just give me a minute. It is a beautiful Sunday morning here in London, and I had the sun on my face. So coming back to referencing, okay. Referencing, a lot of people stress about, because that's the bit which we were not taught, which we expected to know, we are expected to learn for ourselves, and it's sometimes complicated. I've tried to break it down into something very, very simple for you. So basically, referencing is of two bits: an in-text citation inside your text and a list of references at the end of your document. For example, if you had something like this, which you had an in-text citation inside your text, then you have a referencing. Referencing tells you more about the person you're writing about in the text. So example, if I wrote about Strong and Rain inside my literature review, at the end, I've got to explain who is this Strong and Rain, what did they write, when did they write it, and who published whatever they wrote. So that's all. You're just sort of giving a little background, or you're explaining. I tell students you're explaining about the family of Strong and Rain in a literal sense. Why do we need to reference? We are all aware of a lot of things as researchers. Plagiarism is the first thing on your mind. We use Turnitin here. So even the students' assignments go through Turnitin. And if it's flagged for plagiarism, it's often unintentional. It's because you did not reference correctly. And when you send your research articles to conferences or seminars, they would probably do the same. They would just put your paper through plagiarism software, which will sort of flag up what you have written. I'm going to run through, I've just got a couple of slides left, and I'm going to run through just the basic elements of a reference entry for books. I'm looking at a Harvard style, which I think is a standard style, but social sciences sometimes uses the APA style. And of course, areas like law would probably use a different style. But this is what it needs. A reference entry needs an author with a surname, comma, initials of the first name, and a full stop. It needs the year of publication in round brackets. It needs the title in italics with a full stop at the end. It needs an edition in round brackets as an ED or an EDN with a full stop at the end. It needs a place of publication with a double colon, and it needs the name of a publisher. That's it. 6 elements, your reference entry is for books is done. No matter whether if it's a print book. If it's an electronic book, you probably also capture the URL. That is the Uniform Resource Identifier. That's what you would write it as. If you have more than 4 authors, you use et al, et.al. Which means and others. Okay. Very simple, very basic. I'm trying to get this fear of referencing out of the mind of a lot of researchers. Let's look at a reference entry for journals, much the same as in books. So the author, the year of publication in round brackets. With regard to journal, now you have 2 titles. You have the title of the article and you have the title of the journal itself. So maybe in philosophy of music education, there is an article that you are using. So you're going to write both the titles. Okay. And because journals have got issue and volume and month and season, so you sort of add a little bit more information, all in round brackets with a comma at the end. If you see the way that I have put it, what is in italics is to be written in italics. Then you write the page numbers where journals are concerned. And if you access information online, you write the link and the date that you accessed it. And that is important because it was there when you looked at it. That's what you're telling the reader. So I accessed this article. It was available at this link when I accessed it on 15 September 2022. It was very much there. So if it's not there afterwards, it still holds weight. It's still valid because I have a date when it was accessed. And the last bit is your reference entry for digital and internet sources. So you just have fewer entries. You have your author, you have the year of publication or the last updation. That's why it's important, because when you are looking at websites, scroll down to the end of the website and look at the date of the last updation. If that page was not updated from 2015, it's not really relevant. So you might not want to use such an old web page. The title of the web page in italics and where it was available and when you accessed it. That's just the 4 entries that you would need for digital and internet sources. There are lots of other things. There may be web pages with no authors or titles, no dates, which have organizations as authors. And then there is so much of information available on the internet. You sometimes want to relook at it and link it to a more primary source of information before you use it. So you can, for example, use a blog. Can you find the same information in a book? And can you then link it so that you can use both these sources of information. So someone said something in a blog, the sky is blue, but then it's also available in this book so that you can sort of reference both those. I have this example of, we were looking at the Beatles and the lyrics of a song. And when we went to the Beatles website, we actually found that that website was owned by Apple Corporation. So then you don't say Beatles, you say Apple Corporation, but then it changes everything because this is now a commercial website. So you're trying to look at whether the information in that website was written from the point of view of the Beatles or the point of view of Apple Corporation. Some mistakes to avoid when referencing: never leave it for the last minute. Don't close your web pages. Happens to me a number of times. I've gone into one research article that has taken me somewhere else, that has taken me somewhere else. I've got 10 windows open, and then someone calls and I click and it all closes. Make sure you are referencing correctly. Make sure you are writing, keeping a note of the author and title, so that even if you close by mistake, you know how you can find that information. So a good practice is to reference each source as you go. A few quotes to motivate you as I summarize. So a big journey begins with a small step, and a little progress each day adds up to big results. The key to success is to focus on goals, not obstacles. So go for it. All the very best to you in your research journey, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here today and to add value to the profession. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Such a nice, outstanding lecture delivered. I would like to thanks. I would like to hand over this session to Anita madam for reading the biodata. Anita madam, available?
The biodata is read by Mr. Dhananjay Gatlewal, sir.
It is available, Dhananjay Katlewal.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, please continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. In this international conference arranged by the Department of English, Jawahar Arts, Science, Commerce College, Anandur, we have a resource person, a certified management accountant, Honorable Dr. Kinnari Thakkar Madam. And her topic is initiating research footprint and overview. Thakkar Madam had obtained a PhD in 2007 from SNDT Women's University. She also achieved the MBA in Finance from the Punjab Technical University in 2013. She also achieved the gold medal in PG in 1997 in University of Mumbai. She also cracked the NEET examination conducted by the UGC in 1997. She also worked as a principal in SIES College in between 2015 to 2017. She is also guide in commerce since 2008 and also recognized as a PG teacher since 2005. She is a member of BOS in cost and management accountant. She is member also the academic council since 2019, also member of syllabus committee, also member of research and recognition committee. Her teaching experience is about 22 years for UG and PG as well. Her research experience is 12 years. She also visited one college acting as a chairperson of NAC peer team. She also achieved a teaching awards at Abdul Kalam Award in 2018 and also Best Paper Award in 2015. She completed 4 minor research projects. and also organized many conferences and workshops. More than 11 books that she published. She also worked as an editor-in-chief, and she delivered her lectures, keynote as a keynote speaker, chief guest, guest of honor, and she wrote many more chapters in the books. So much biodata is here, but due to the lack of time, so I express her biodata in brief. Thank you very much. Now I hand over towards Dr. Anita Mutkana, madam, to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So I welcome to Thakkar ma'am to present here her precious speech. Welcome, ma'am.
Is this available, Thakkar madam?
Sir, I will take just 1 second more. Only 1 second.
Okay, okay.
I'm joining from PC, so that PC was not getting connected.
No,
Just one
you are
second.
connected. Your voice is clearly.
Yes, no, sir. This is from mobile. So I'll just, I want to share the PPT, no?
Okay,
So
okay.
I'll just connect from PC in 2 minutes now. It's connected. So now you can hear me?
Now it is clear. Okay, okay.
Perfect. So now this is from mobile. So that's, I mean, this is from PC. So now I'm perfect.
Okay. Would you like to upload PPT?
Yeah. I'm just doing that.
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not doing the big screen because sometimes it doesn't move. So I'm just keeping the screen. That will
No,
be
no, no.
fine.
It is
No, sir?
sufficient. No, no problem. It's
Yes.
readable.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Please continue.
Yes. Yes. So a very good afternoon to everyone, and we are starting. I was very happy. I could listen to both the speakers, and they were also given very good information about what is the research and what are the informations which should be taken from, especially from the library work while doing research. So I will also try to brief you and connect you with the other, the topic which is related to, giving an overview of how a research work needs to be undertaken. So when I start to give an overview, I will take you from, the journey will start from how to choose a topic, and it will end till the last, the feeling which makes you feel very happy. That is, if there is a publication and if you have published in an impact factor, then what will be your visibility at the end of your the entire one phase of your research journey. So there is no end. Research is a continuous process, but there are milestones. You achieve one milestone once your one research paper or a project is completed, then you go for the next milestone. So like achieving one by one the different milestones in your research journey, I will try to take you to the entire process related to that. So let's start with how to choose a topic. When we understand how to choose a topic, the first foremost point which you should answer to yourself is, whenever you choose a topic, you choose a topic which interests you, which challenges you. Do not go by what others are being, what your discussions are happening in your peer group all the time. Their topics, their choice, their interest level may completely differ and vary as compared to yours. So your focus should be more on when you are choosing a topic, you are going to complete the work. So when you are going to complete the work, you have to do a lot of reading. And when your reading starts, that time, your interest, your inner feeling, emotions, your inner connection with the topic, that will help you much in and in not only providing, giving you motivation, but also giving you other ideas and innovative strategies for completing the research work. So your inner liking, connection with the topic becomes the prime priority while you are choosing the topic which you will like to pursue for your research work. And when I say research work, it is not only PhD, it can be any kind of research work. It can be a minor research work, or it can be any publication papers which you want to write. But apart from all that, the most important point you should remember is you have to stay contemporary. You should not choose a topic which you feel is not contemporary, which may have a less shelf life. Say, for example, when you are choosing a topic of a PhD, approximately how many years you are planning to invest in that. Once you choose a topic, it's not that immediately you're going to do and complete the entire topic. So you will have to work on it for maybe 3 years, 3.5, 4 years, and then you will have to face the viva voce. So you should choose a topic which has a shelf life of at least that much. At least I will suggest 1 decade. It should not become obsolete, outdated, and something which is not very useful. The utility value is zero after a period of say 1 or 2 years, because then nobody will be interested in reading your work. Nobody will be interested in going through whatever you have done. So this becomes one important part which you should consider in your mind while choosing a topic. The next point I would like to say is focus on a limited aspect. What do you mean by limited aspect? Limited aspect is not always related to the type of work which you have chosen. When I say limited aspect, let me specifically clarify it. What do you mean by that? If you are doing a research work for the first time, any research work, minor, PhD, first time when you're doing a research work, you try to be little limited in your scope so that you get an experience of how a research work has to be done. But if you are doing it for the second or the third time, that time you should not do it as limited as you restricted as you did it for the first time, because now your horizons of understanding are already widened. So you will be more interested in in achieving one step higher conclusions, suggestions, recommendations which you try to make. You will try to be more innovative, and you will try to make it in a better way which has a utility in the field of the area which you have selected. So it's not just a book which you want to publish when you are doing it for the second time. I'm telling you the mentality, the mindset of the student. I'm not telling you something which is fact. I'm not telling you anything which is which is just to create a good picture and image of what a research and a researcher's work should be. I'm telling you something which is fact from the point of view of all individuals who have registered themselves or who are interested in continuing or initiating with some research work. So the first time when you do, if you make it more complicated, you tend to become more confused and you end up with frustration. So rather you take an advice of your guide and focus on a limited aspect which will help you in completing one milestone. After that, you can go on for something which is very, very innovative, something which is very, very, socially and financially may have good visibility, may have good value of in the actual policy making thing. So that kind of attitude you try to develop when you are doing some another milestone of research work. I'm not saying that first you do not do, but unless you are very sure with your own capabilities and skill and your own talent and on your and moreover your own knowledge of completing a research work, only then you try to give some extremely good output related to your research work. Select a subject which you can manage. When I'm saying all this, I'll try to explain everything of this with the help of an example. That when you select a subject which you can manage means do something where you do not have to wait for the data. You try to select a subject where you do not have to wait for the information to be published. You have to select a topic where the information is already available, data can be easily collected, and analysis will be the next process. If sometimes you choose a topic where information is not yet published and you need to wait for that, that will be an unlimited time of waiting. So you will not be able to manage. You will try to change the area of your topic which you have selected. You will try to change the scope of the topic which you have selected. So all these kind of small tips which you need to know while starting your research work, that I think is important for me to convey, because this is the basic level at which you are initiating a research work. So suppose, for example, if you want to do some study which is related to any area if you want to do a study, and if you choose a year of collecting information, say you assume that I'll start a PhD work today and I will take at least 4 years. That means you assume that maybe from today 22 to 2026. So I will restrict my research work up to 2025. And assuming that it is related, the entire work is based on information which is yet to be published by the concerned authorities or concerned area, that is by government of India or by Big Four or by any other organization who frequently publishes this information. So if you feel that you're going to take the information from wait for the published information, then it will be a real challenge for you. Then it will be difficult for you to manage. So in that case, what you have to do is try to restrict it maybe just 1 year. Maybe you can take up to 2023. So, you have to wait for at least by the time you start your register for your work, by the time your topic is being accepted by the research recognition committee and the other committees in the university where you are registered, by the time this whole process is done, the data is already been published. Okay, and post that you can immediately start for analysis and interpretation. So this is what when I tell that you select a subject which has a limited aspect and which you can manage, is by giving this all tips related to selection and related to restricted or limiting the scope of your research work. You may, in the initial stage, avoid the tech topics which are too technical, which are too specialized, because if it is a first time research work, then you tend to learn more on how a research is to be done, rather than focus more on what is the topic, what innovative you can bring about in the topic. So therefore, you need to be more technical and specialized only when you are fully loaded with the information related to research work. Otherwise, when you are doing the first time research, try to ensure that you are doing something which does not bring frustration and confusion and intermission in between the flow of the work which you are doing on. Avoid topics that have a narrow range of source of material, because review of literature at times is the most important thing. And many of the papers, the the library or the many of the publishers, especially the ABDC journals which you have, they actually see very, very clearly about what is the review of literature which you have done. So if that review of literature, in addition to your actual research work, review of literature also plays a very important role. So if your review of literature is not very satisfying for such publishers, then you may end up, the paper may be rejected. So therefore, in such a situation, you have to ensure that you have good source of references, good source of material while doing this review of literatures, while selecting a topic and while going for the review of literature. So select a topic which has a good reference material source and availability of resource materials. So how do you select a topic? Which challenges your and what are the challenges, which you find in selecting a topic? For that, you have to identify the thrust areas. You have to ensure the feasibility and workability of the research and discuss with experts in the field before freezing the topic. Experts will be related to your guide or any other experts which you come across who has done good work. You may try to contact them through emails and through other modes of communication, and you should go for the research work. So what are the thrust areas? You should have thrust areas of something which is very contemporary. Nowadays, you see integration of technology with almost all the different areas of all the different areas, but you have, be it marketing, be it accounting, be it finance, be it anything is integrated with technology. So you need to have something which is integrated with the technology, because right now at present you have to go by contemporary themes, and therefore you can choose a topic on something of ICT, on business education, e-commerce, business intelligence, artificial intelligence, impact of digital marketing, etc. So now let me start with, is Mr. Vijay Kumar, you have raised your hand by mistake, or you have something to ask?
Vijay Kumar, do you want to ask something? Madam, please continue.
Okay. Yeah. So when we say how to frame a title, the first thing which you have to see is it summarizes the main idea. Whenever you are trying to summarize the main idea, your title should be such that once a person is reading the title, they should be able to understand what exactly will be the contents of the title. And therefore, you have to give a concise, informative, clear, and simple title, which should not be too long, and it should be of maximum 2 lines. Again, let me give an example of when you say all these things is important, how do you frame a title? So I will start with my explanation related to this on the basis of one title which I have chosen here is, suppose if this is a title which you are framing, a study on extent of financial inclusion in Maharashtra state with reference to Konkan division. If you read this title, everybody reading the title will be able to understand what kind of research work is being done in this study which is selected. Okay, so it is something related to financial inclusion in the Maharashtra state and related to Konkan division. So everybody knows that if you want to refer something which gives you some information about financial inclusion of Maharashtra state, that means you can refer to this kind of thesis or this book which has been published in thesis form post submission of your thesis. this book, this literature, you can be reviewed for gathering information related to your financial inclusion if you are pursuing PhD in that area. Now here, if you see, I have highlighted two words in blue and all other is in red. If you note properly, it is a study on extent of financial inclusion in Maharashtra state. Now, why I have written this in extent and financial inclusion, both I have highlighted in a different color. When I read this title, or anybody reads this title, if you see a study and Maharashtra state, everybody will have the same understanding of the term study and the Maharashtra state. And everybody will have the same understanding about Konkan division. So while reading the title, a researcher's duty is to understand it from the reader's point of view. Sometimes we tend to just read and understand what we do and we see. But as a researcher, your additional duty is to ensure that you are understanding, you are reading the title, you are reading your research book from some other person. So you will realize that what additional information, data, and what additional, analysis needs to be given so that clarity is maintained, the flow of understanding, the flow of reading is maintained, while some other readers are using your literature at the time of review for writing their work. So you should not only be focused on your part of writing and reading, but as a third party also, you should try to read, you should try to understand your research work. So for that, now you will have to wear the specs of the third person, of the reader, and you should not be yourself while you are reading. So for that, what you have to do, you need to provide clarity. Now, suppose if you have not written this, and if you are a reader, what you will think, as that this thesis, this book tries to convey. From that point of view also, you should start reading. But this will happen when? This will happen only when your first draft is ready. So when your first draft is ready, that time you are writing. But then you should wear somebody else's shoes, somebody else's glasses, and then you should start reading while doing the second draft. So this is how generally your research work is becomes more simple and clear and focus in your work if you try to adopt these kind of strategies. So here, let me come back to my own title right now, which I have explained this, a study on the extent of financial inclusion. Now, when I say the word extent, anybody reading extent, now here, what number of participants, how many participants are here? Every participant who will read the term extent will have a different level of understanding in their mind. Nobody will have the same level of understanding of extent. When I say financial inclusion, I'm sure that whoever is present in the audience, whoever is reading that, they will have a different meaning of financial inclusion in their mind. They will know what is financial inclusion, but they will not understand perfectly what does this study mean or analyze. While in this while they have mentioned that the financial inclusion is happened in Konkan division. So it is the duty of a researcher to first see that in the title, whichever points, whichever words has no specific understanding possible, you will have to give understanding in your book. And that type of understanding which you give, that convey to the readers. You should convey to the readers what do you mean by extent. You should convey to the readers what do you mean by financial inclusion. So that conveying of your technical words to the readers is done through operational definitions. So you should not define only what is financial inclusion. That is a definition which is laid by the general, financial inclusion may be as published or as defined by some other authors. But you are an author right now. So when you are an author, as an author, you should convey your definition. So that is called as operational definition. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell is, in addition to the definition as uh, given by the authors whom you are referring, other authors whose book you have referred, whose review literature you have reviewed. In addition to that definition, you should, as a researcher, come out with your own definitions and to make a better understanding and give more clarity about your research work, and that is called as operational definition. So, and which words needs operational definitions? The word which has a tendency to have different type level of understanding amongst the readers. All those words you should give operational definition. So in this example, do you think a word study has a different level of understanding? No, study everybody has the same. Maharashtra state, everybody will understand in the same way. Konkan division, everybody will understand that this is the Konkan division, these are the geographical limits. So which two words have a different level of understanding? That is extent and financial inclusion. So you have to provide an operational definition of the word extent and financial inclusion. So you have to define, and this is just an example which I have given you, shown you in the PowerPoint slide, that when I say financial inclusion, I will mean all this. Now, when others says financial inclusion, they may have some more 5 more other points. It is not necessary that their operational definition is the same as mine. So this is the definition which I am trying to explore in my research area. So this is what I need to clarify. So I'm giving an operational definition like this for the term extent as well as for the term financial inclusion. Okay. So first tip I will give you. So the second tip which I will give you is, first which I give you is select a title which has a good shelf life and which stays contemporary at least till the time you are doing your completing your research work. Second is, while selecting your title, you ensure that the title also is selected in a title should convey what is your work you're intending to do. Third point is, while framing a title, whichever words you write in your title, which may not have the same understanding level in the minds of the readers, you should explain that by way of operational definitions. In addition to the definitions which you have taken from other person's review work, you should explain it to the readers that what do you mean by these words which have a tendency to have different opinion in the mind of the readers. So these are the 3 tips which I have given. So operational definitions, I have shown you that operational definitions means conveying your thoughts. Fourth point we will discuss here is structure of the research work. What you have to write, what are the points which you have to incorporate while doing your research work. The first point is introduction, without which your entire basic background of your work will not be conveyed. So you have to convey the background of your work to the person who is reading by way of giving introduction. Brief profile of the study area, review of literature, problem of the study, scope of the study, objectives of the study, hypothesis of the study, the research methodology, limitations, significance, chapter scheme, and references. These are the 11 points which becomes the part of your research work. And all these 11 points, you should ensure that you are trying to incorporate all this. In addition, you may have your own sub-points related to this. Like if you want to write the conceptual framework, if you want to write the theoretical framework, you can add, but do not delete any of these because this is the proper format of your research work. So when you want to write introduction, what all points you should include. You have to write the subject background, that what is the subject trying to say, what is the area. So in our study we can write that it was in our study the subject is financial inclusion. So I will try to write that what is the meaning of financial inclusion. Then I will try to write something about the area, the profile of Maharashtra state, the literacy level of Maharashtra state. Okay, what all different steps are taken, measures are taken in the earlier years, maybe in the last 5 to 6 years for achieving financial literacy. What are the different types of the types of banks which has been opened up in the area. So different, the entire profile related to the financial background. What are the types of popular investments in the Konkan districts which I have selected in my study area. So you should give a background of your research work, the background of the topic, the broad framework, the overview of the work, etc. And you should give the statement of the problem. Statement of the problem will generally try to cover that this study I am trying to do, for what reason? Why would I like to study literacy level in financial inclusion or literacy level in Konkan division? So this information you should try to convey in the introduction part. Then you should try to focus on objectives. When you try writing your objective, the objective has to be clear, concise, declarative. It provides direction to investigate the variables. It should focus on the ways to measure the variables and identifying the relationship. So most of the time the objectives has to cover 3 important parts. One is it has to be clear, concise, that is fine, but it should be measurable. And it should always try to identify relationship. Therefore, objective has to be SMART. That is specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Assessing the literature. Always the important question which arises in the mind of a researcher is, I want to review the literature, but I want to see what kind of literature should I review. So most of the time you refer to your guide or refer to your mentor that, should this be included as a part of my review of literature? I have come across hundreds of information related to the area of my research, but can this be a part of my review? Should I incorporate it? In what format should I write the review of literature? So these are the other questions which crop up in the mind of the researcher. So let me tell you that what kind of research work you can incorporate in your study. Any review of literature, any work which you have reviewed can become a part of your ROL in the chapter if it is related to all the 3 points which you can see right now in the PowerPoint. If it is studies involving broader aspects, studies involving related aspects, and studies involving similar aspects. Now, let me give you more clarity of these 3 points with the help of an example. Suppose if I am doing a study which is related to comparison of Amazon and Flipkart. If I want to do a study on consumers' perception, okay, how do consumer perceive when they order or when they want to make purchases through Amazon or through Flipkart. Now, first thing is you should answer yourself that what are these Amazon and Flipkart? These are the e-commerce platforms. So broader aspect. First, you identify the broader aspect of the area. Then you identify the related aspects and similar aspects. So how do you identify that? Broader aspects means these two are e-commerce industries. So you should see that, oh, these are e-commerce That means you have to study legal, ethical, security, and logistics aspects of e-commerce. So any review which covers all these legal, ethical, security, e-logistics and security aspects of e-commerce can be a part of your study. Related, anything which is related to e-commerce, that is, business to business e-commerce, business to consumer e-commerce, business to consumers, or emerging trends in e-commerce. So anything which you read related to e-commerce, related aspects, can be a part of review of literature. And any similar studies, somebody else has studied some 2 other e-commerce platforms, like MobiKwik, Paytm, any other, these typical types of studies have been done. These typical e-commerce related studies have been done in past. So that also can be included in the part of your review of literature. So restrict your study first, identify what are the broader scopes, broader areas, what are the specific areas, and all these can be included as a part of your research work. Then let's go to limitation of the study. When I say limitation of the study, it means you should convey what you have. Limitations means what? Conveying what you have not done. But there is a sophistication and there is a style in conveying that. You cannot upfront be very negative in your statement that this is the things which I have not done. So you have to be a very positive, you have to write in a very positive way that this is what is only covered in the research area, which automatically means the other things are not covered. So rather than saying that I have not covered this, I have not covered this, you should write one simple statement that research has covered, this research is covering only Konkan division due to the availability, due to any reason you can write, but focusing that you have covered only the scope is restricted only to Konkan division. So limitations should show the limitations and the reasons thereof. It must convince the reader that in spite of your sincere effort, certain problems remain unsolved. So suppose if I want to write limitation of whatever title I have explained to you, if I want to write limitation, this is the example of that I will write the term financial inclusion is an exhaustive term, but to draw apt conclusion, the term was briefly understood to the operational definition. So we have given 3 definitions. Only these 3 definitions are a part of our research. So we should not say that the entire point of financial inclusion we have tried to, it was not possible for us to understand that we should avoid. We should always convey that our study is restricted to this limited work. You should then write about the significance. Significance means what? The facts about the utility, usefulness of your research. Specifically, see, if you are going for ICSSR, as Sir was telling, Abhijit Sir was telling about the research funding agencies. So if you want to go for a project which is funded by some agencies, then they have to see the societal aspect, the socio-economic benefit, which can be derived from your research work. So actually, these all becomes very important at that point of time, that what is the significance? If you fail to mention the significance and the socio-economic benefit which can be derived from your research work, you will never be able to attract any funding agencies for the work which you are intending to do. So significance is the most important, the most, highlighted part of your research work. So these are an example, like how I gave about financial inclusion. This is an example of another title. So then we have to start with abstract, especially while your research work is completed, you have to write an abstract. So an abstract at times becomes important for accepting or rejection of a research paper in journal. So abstract should include, what are the contents which should be included in abstract? Most of the journals which are peer-reviewed ABDC journals, they all read and they all first go through your abstract and decide whether the paper has to be accepted or no. So you should mention about the introduction in your abstract, just one paragraph it has to be, the problem of the study, objectives, research methodology, conclusion, suggestion, and keywords. So this is the structure of the abstract which you should write. Objective has to be just one main objective. It should not be all the objectives which are forming part of your research book. Just one main objective and research methodology which you have used, one important conclusion which you feel is related to this work, and then suggestions and keywords. So this is how your entire work, research work will, especially when it's related to publication of paper, will start. Then after the abstract, we should understand the research report writing. Report writing can be in two different ways. One has a logical analysis and one has a chronological analysis. So what are the steps of report writing? You can have a logical analysis. You can have a brief outline, rough draft, final draft, and ending with the bibliography. Logical analysis means the flow matter is in the logical format, and chronological means it is on the basis of the time of occurrence. So you can choose any of these works while you are writing your research work. I think my time has been exceeded, so let me just end up with the last work part which I need to tell is the last step of your research work is visibility. And when your visibility will be gained, when you have a lot of citations of your paper. So citations and impact factor becomes very important when you go for any promotion or any another job shifting to higher post. So you should ensure that you have good citations and good impact factor of your work which you have done, and everything starts, all these important H index, I index, whatever you have in your research work, whatever visibility you try to gain, that all comes from how good conclusion and innovative research and outcome you can put across in your research work. So finally, your analytical ability, your understanding, your innovativeness pays you while gaining visibility in your research work. So I think with this I will conclude and wish you all the best, and all the best to the organizers for organizing this international conference and giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you very much for giving guidelines to us, because your video recording and all these things by your research work, after the 8th time of rejection, I am selected from the Mumbai University, and my topic is also related. I also appeared the last time of the Raigad district related to the my research paper, but it was rejected due to some reasons. I rectify my mistakes by watching your research work and all this thing. Now I also get a guidelines from your side. It is a great opportunity to get a guidelines from your side, ma'am. I'm very, very, very much thankful to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving the guidelines to us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I would like to thanks respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar madam for delivering such a nice and knowledgeable, informative lecture online. Thank you, madam. Behalf of Jawahar Arts, Commerce, Science College, Usmanabad, on behalf of Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
The technical
Really,
session,
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like to start the technical session for PPT presentation. The first number of PPT presentation, it is Dr. K.C. Rawal from Director, University of School Law, Gujarat University, Is this available? Dr. Rawal, KC. Okay. Asha Tiwari, Dr. Asha Tiwari for PPT presentation is available. Asha Tiwari. Okay. Third person, Santosh Bhagwat. Is this available? PPT presentation, Santosh Bhagwat.
Yes, sir. Due to some problem, I am not able to present.
No. There is no need to PPT. You can just read your article as oral. Do not worry. With your video. As per the University Grants Commission, whenever the scholar, research scholar goes to present the paper and in international level conference, that time the persons or scholars face as well as the PPT should be reflected in the YouTube channel. Therefore, we are trying to catch all of you are as per the rules regulation of University Grants Commission. Please try to understand, because of whatever the PhD holder, whenever the Viva OC conducted or the career advancement schemes, the joint director asks the question, okay, you just presented your article, you shown your certificate, you shown your e-certificate also, your hard copy also, but where did you presented your paper? Can you show me your YouTube channel? Therefore, that time our client should not be stuck. Therefore, I would like to request all the participation, please do the PPT process complete. Okay, complete. Continue. Santosh Bhagwat, please continue.
Shall I 10 minutes after 10 minutes?
Okay, I'm calling
Just
to
10,
another
15 minutes. I will. Yes. After 10.
Another
15
person.
minutes,
Abhishek
yes,
Kar, Mr. Abhinash Kar, is this available? Abhinash Kar, Priya Lokre, is this available? Priya Lokre, Rajesh Nafi, Nafiha, Chirapuraha, Ranjan Kalbande.
Excuse me, sir. Myself is Sana Idrus.
Okay.
I'm suffering with some technical issue.
Okay.
My presentation is ready. Should I start my
You
presentation?
just continue. You continue.
Okay.
No problem. Continue.
So let I introduce myself. Myself is Sanamatin Idrus. I'm staying in the Raigad district, and this is my second research paper, which I'm going to be published on the international journal. My title is to study the financial statement of Panchayat Samiti to develop the rural area of Raigad district. The abstract of the my letter. The financial statement show the position and development of organization. Panchayat Samiti is a government body that provides the facility to grow economical development in the rural area. The aim is to study the financial statement of Panchayat Samiti to analyze the specific work done in the Panchayat Samiti. The object of my paper to study the impact of resources allocated by the government to the Panchayat Samiti, to study how the resources are utilized and play the vital role in the developing the area, to study the financial statement to analyze the fund allocation, to study the financial statement of Panchayat Samiti, how scrutinize the fund will affect it to growth and development of the rural area. The background of the study is the total 8 list of the Raigad district Panchayat Samiti is total 8. So I'm going to be study the 8 Panchayat Samiti of the Raigad district. The 3 tiers of the following of the Panchayat is Panchayat at village, Gram Panchayat and Nyay Panchayat. And the schemes are going to be, which are going to be organized in the Raigad district is the 15 Financial Commission, which is including the road development, sanitation, health, women and child development, water purification, water facility providing, etc. And the main sources of incomes are the data we are going to be collected from the publications books of the Panchayat Samiti and the application which are available on the digital mode, the Sauraj app, which we are getting a detail from the Panchayat Samiti. The hypothesis of my paper is the resources of the government body provide to the Panchayat Samiti affect a negative impact. The resources of the government body provided the Panchayat Samiti affect a positive impact. Digitalizing accounting detail are not helpful to the development of rural area. Digitalizing account detail are the helpful to the development of rural area. The allocation of resources is falling. Are achieving a life of security, promotion, sustainable of the development. Implementation of a rural development scheme, the performance of a such scheme in the different state challenges and implementation, provision of a website, effectiveness of the social audit, work taken up the impact such a scheme on the life of the poor, changing migration pattern are the fun. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for publishing the research paper on your journal. Thank you, the Wagmari sirs and brothers, and thank you for the college. Thank you very much.
Is this available, Dr. Asha Tiwari? Is this available, Dr. Asha Tiwari?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just I want to share the screen, sir.
Do you want to upload PPT?
Yes, sir.
Please upload.
Yes, sir. Just 1 minute, sir.
It is visible. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Am I visible and audible, sir?
It is visible, audible. Please continue.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. I, Dr. Asha Tiwari, Associate Professor from NTVSS College of Law, Nandurbar, hereby grab this opportunity to present my paper on gender equality, a historical perspective and current situation. Friends, we all are aware that gender inequality is the burning issue throughout the globe. Though the intensity and gravity of this may vary from country to country, but it is a question prevailing all over the world. Men and women are the two pillars of any society, but still woman is being not given her right respect and right place in the society. In India too, these situations prevail. There is old age dogma that women are inferior to man, and hence gender equality in our Indian society prevailed since long back. In ancient time, we have seen that sati pratha means dying, a woman is being burnt with her husband on his death. Restraint on widow remarriage, Devdasi Pratha. These were the common practices which were prevailing against the women despite her wish. Means she was even denied the basic right, that is right to life, in this Sati Pratha. So there is a need for gender equality. What do we mean by gender equality? When all human beings can have easy and equal access to all the opportunities, resources, in spite of their biological differences, then we can say that yes, in that situation, gender equality prevails. Means all are being treated equally. Just because on the basis of sex, a woman is discriminated, so that would not be a real meaning of gender equality. And gender equality is a precondition for meeting the challenges of reducing poverty, attaining sustainable development, and building good governance. As we all are aware that a country can flourish fully well only and only when its all resources are properly utilized. Human population consists of 1/2 of the population of a country, and if this half population is not utilized properly, if this human resources population is left behind and not observed in the mainstream, then how can India flourish so soon? So there is really a need of the hour to absorb human in the main force and thereby impart them gender equality. This is a concern not only for India, but at international globe also. Hence, various conventions, treaties, and agreements have been signed at international level so as to promote gender equality. Starting from 1945, Charter of United Nations, 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1960, UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Women, 1966, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and so on. Friends, I am speaking about some landmark conventions. Other I am skipping because there is shortage of time. So in depth, I am not going. Only just I am highlighting which specifically promote gender equality. Like elimination of all form of discrimination against women was passed in 1967. In 1975, the year was declared as International Year of Women's. Whole decade 1976 to 1985 it was declared as Women's Decade. Then Convention on Elimination of All Form of Discrimination against Women, CEDAW, 1979. second, third, fourth World Conference was for women was held, and thus various international convention and treaties were signed to promote gender equality. ILO, International Labour Organization, also promoted women equality through Maternity Protection Convention 1990, Underground Work Women Convention 1935, Equal Remuneration Convention 1951, and so on. So this is the scenario at international level. What about our national level then? India has ratified various conventions and treaties. So to put this international convention and ratifications into our municipal laws, we have incorporated various provisions in our Indian scenario also. For example, in our constitution, which is the very heart of any law, constitution, in preamble, in fundamental rights, chapter 3, directive principles, part 4, fundamental duties, we are incorporated various articles which promote gender equality, like article 14, 15, 16, 21, 21A, 23, 39, 42, 44, 51, and lastly special mention of 243D, which speaks for reservation of women seats in the Panchayat Raj system. So constitution has provided gender equality provisions and helped women to achieve the women empowerment concept. To put the constitutional mandate in other laws, various legislative laws were being enacted, like Hindu Succession Act, which gives the woman equal right with her brother in her paternal property. Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1961, Maternity Benefit Act 1961. So these are the various laws incorporated at national level, like Dowry Prohibition Act, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, Equal Remuneration Act, Sati Prevention Act, Domestic Violence Act, Child Marriage Act, and most important is Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act. When we say that more and more women should be given an opportunity, then they must be protected outside also, and hence at workplace they are being protected under this Act 2013. So these are the various national and international covenants, treaties, and laws which prevails for promoting gender equality among women. But what is the current scenario? If we look at the current scenario today, we find that female feticide is one of the major offense being committed against women. Every day the crime rate against women is rising. Yes,
time is over. Kindly jump on conclusion.
Yes, sir. This is my conclusion only, and last slide is thank you slide only left. So female feticide is one of the offense which is being committed. It is a social stigma on any society. Dowry death, yes, prohibition act is there, but despite that, taking and giving dowry is still continuing. Honor killing, trafficking and prostitution, domestic violence, acid throwing on a girl, fraudulent marriages. So these are the various offenses being committed against women despite the laws, despite everything. Friends, everyone would agree that there are every time new laws are coming for the women's and promoting for gender equality. But despite that, today this is the scenario. So where the problem lies, the problem doesn't is that laws are not there. Laws are there, but proper implementation of law is not there, and therefore, despite everything, a situation is being worsened. Charity begins at home. It is the saying, but what happens? We can visualize at our home also. If some guest come and if a girl daughter is studying and boy is playing, we say to a girl daughter, go bring water, bring snacks. We hamper her study and we tell her to do the work. And if a boy is playing, still we will tell, better continue playing. Because our thinking is that she should do this work. Means we have a mind frame set work that though she is earning, she is studying, woman must do this work and man should not do this. So this has to be changed. So I would suggest that despite this law, I would urge that we must change our mentality and we must give respect to the women, and there must be an awareness for gender equality. More and more programs should be conducted. And lastly, I would quote one quotation of Justice A.S. Anand sir and end my words that unfortunately, it is true that woman has been given subordinate role in her own home. Her role is to cater to the needs of the family, a dutiful daughter, loving mother, obedient daughter-in-law, faithful and submissive wife. She is everything except a human being on par with her counterpart. So let us come together and give her a proper place which she deserves. Thank you to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my paper and publishing it in the journals. Thank you very much for such a nice international event. Thank you, Vagmare sir.
Thank you. The next presenter is Sudha Deshpande. Is this
Hello,
available?
Vagmare sir.
Is this available?
Hello.
Sudha Deshpande?
Hello, sir.
Santosh
Bhagwat.
Santosh Bhagwat.
I am ready to present.
Are you available?
Yes, sir.
After the Sudha Deshpande, Santosh Bhagwat. Sudha
Yes,
Deshpande.
Sir, after
are you
that,
ready?
I am ready. My name is Apurva Radhakrishnan
I was calling you, sir. I was
Okay, sir.
calling
Okay, no
you.
problem.
Let the start Sudha Deshpande. After that, you.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
Sudha Deshpande, please
So
continue.
I will be sharing my screen, sir.
Yes, you have this permitted.
Yes. Myself, Dr. Sudha Deshpande from Shri MD Shah Mahila College, Malad. I am working as an associate professor. I did my study on the title that Women and Youth Entrepreneurship, the Need of an Hour. As in the morning, rightly pointed out by our Kumbar sir, that today there is a need to identify the problem. Actually, in research, we are following many criteria. We are following the methodologies, but what is more important is the problem has to be found out, and for that the solution can be provided. Entrepreneurship refers to the individual ability to turn the ideas into action. This is a right definition which is given by the National Commission, and today there is a need as this information points out that the youth unemployment rate, as per ILO and Ministry of Labor and Employment, we can able to say that the youth unemployment rate is 18%, which is large enough. In addition to that, the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy stated that India has 53 million of unemployed people as of December 2021. And huge proportion of them are women. So this is a alarming signal for all of us. And if each one of us is not going to get the employment, so what will be the solution? In that regard, my research goes. So the benefit of entrepreneurship that you will be your own boss. So money is required, but if our family income is not sufficient, we can be able to support them. And these criteria were related to my research. Consensus were there on this, that the two types of research things are covered in that. First one is related to the women doing the work of housemaid, and thereafter how they converted themselves. That is a short study which is done by me. And it gives us personal satisfaction also. When the entrepreneurs are there, they are going to do their own businesses. They are getting level of satisfaction. In addition to that money, they can support the family income. So all these criterions are very much there. This is the review of literature which is done by me. I mentioned only few reviews here as because of the shortage of time. Thereafter, the objective of the study was to study the visibility of existing women entrepreneurs. Thereafter, to study the difficulties which are really faced by them during this pandemic, and to suggest the measures for the problems. So when these things were covered, it came to my opinion. This is my opinion that these are all the things which are required. That is technical viability, market stability, financial support, policy support, infrastructural facility, skill management, and vocational training. So these are all the outside factors or external factors we can say, which can affect the working pattern of the women entrepreneurs. So when I studied this, I took this topic for the study. Analysis which was done by me, that was 10% of the women were facing the problem of personal problems, like there was no support from the family. 3% of the women entrepreneurs, they were facing the problem of legal formalities. When the business has to be started, some legal provisions have to be there is need of completion of some legal formalities. So that was a major problem. 6% of the women were facing the problem of competition. It is but natural, but 50% of these women entrepreneurs, they suffer a lot because of the corona pandemic disease. And this has created a major negative impact on these people. So this is the study, and these are the women entrepreneurs which I covered. They were working as a housemaid, but thereafter they transform themselves into the home chef also. They are doing their business from home. In addition to that, they are arranging such type of exhibitions. So previously you can find a drastic change in the pattern of their working or pattern of their business. Previously they were involved in the traditional business, but now they are going for selling electronic items. And here I mentioned that even in organic farming, they are contributing a lot of things. When these things are coming up, we can be able to see what is required is mentoring scheme. So mentors should be there. So one-to-one relation is possible. One-to-one information can be given. Thereafter, our schools and colleges has a major role to play. So this area also I covered in the next slide. I will be able to show you that. So provision of state aid is required and minimum procedure should be required. The women entrepreneurs, they are facing the problem in completing the procedure as if they themselves are uneducated, and they were unaware of the procedures which are required to form one business. So these things are very important. Thereafter, informative events and entrepreneurship training, vocational training is the requirement of the day. Now, second criteria which I covered. So this is my question, and the answer also is given in this slide. That problem is of getting the job. Unemployment is a major, as I told you, alarming signal is there, because everybody of us is not going to secure the job. But what can be the solution? So according to me and according to all of us, maybe startups may be the solution for this. So this cooperative funding, where the group of people can meet together, and thereafter they can contribute their amount and they can start their business. Facility of exhibition is very excellent, because only space has to be provided, then they can be able to sell out their product. Support of NGO and incubation center. I would like to give more stress on the incubation center, as in our college. We are the Students' Council department who are associated with the cultural events and all. But this time we change in Corona pandemic. Online sessions were conducted. I'll show you the photographs for that as a proof.
Madam, take care of time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only 1 minute. So incubation center, in this, the students were asked to show their proposals, and those proposals who were which were selected, for them different activities were conducted. This is our student who started her business of donut selling, and she prepares her own pamphlet. And this student, she started embroidery, thereafter mehendi and this gift boxes. So we provided them a platform to sell this. This student, Almas, she concentrated on doing mehendi and mehendi for the events, ceremonies. Thereafter, this is a student, Afnan. She is arranging the exhibitions, and our college has provided them with a platform of social media, where without any spending of single money, they will be able to sell their products. So the problem was there. That's why we tried to find out the solution, and on this we worked. So email marketing was also there. So through email also they are trying to sell their products. So these are the references. Thank you, Agmare sir and the team, for giving me an opportunity to share my some information. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation?
Sir, I am ready.
Dr.
My name is
A.R. Gupta. Gupta sir.
A.R. Gupta sir.
Please.
Sir, I am also waiting. Anupama Verma.
Yes, yes, please. One by one, we will do it. Huh?
Okay, okay, sir.
And I would like to suggest you, as per the Sudha Deshpande statement in the PPT, everything is have been covered in that.
I am visible.
Please continue to me. Sudha Deshpande have covered the outstanding points which are really required to the current students, whatever the person or the students have been completed PG, UG or engineering or PhD. What type of the job is required? It is not getting to it. Then what is the option? Therefore, it is a very we know user-friendly PPT. You can just go through it. I would like to suggest to Sudha Deshpande, kindly share your PPT to other persons also. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, sir.
Sir,
Thank you.
Who's that
I
next
am
person?
visible. Sir,
Who's the
my
next person?
PPT
What is
is
the name?
ready.
What is the name?
My name is A.R. Gupta. Apur
A.R.
Radhakishan
Gupta. A.R. Gupta,
Okay,
please
sir.
continue. It is your
Sir.
PPT is not visible.
My PPT is not visible, sir.
Try to understand what I am saying you.
Okay,
Open
okay,
your
sir.
PPT, then click on share button. Then you are in the desktop, your PPT will be this appearing. Then select that PPT. You're selected, you are only the desktop. It should not be select desktop. Open your PPT, then click on the share button.
Okay, okay, sir. Can check.
May I take next person? If you're taking some time.
Yes, sir. I am Dr. P.S. Aule.
Arush, come here.
Can I take the
Sir,
next person?
Santosh Bhagwat, sir. I am ready, sir.
A.R. Gupta, may I take next person?
Sir, I am also ready. Also, please go.
Okay, let continue, Gupta. Open your PPT, then click on share button, and whatever the PPT you have also open, share it there. Bhagwat, Mr. Bhagwat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Gupta is sharing. Okay, please wait. गुप्ता सर, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है, आपने म्यूट किया है, आपको उसको अनम्यूट करना। गुप्ता सर, आपने म्यूट किया है, अनम्यूट कर लेना।
Okay, sir.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please continue.
My name is Apur Radhakishan Gupta. I am working as an assistant professor, late Pundik Rao Gavadi, Art and Science College, Shirpur Jain. My PPT is visible, sir. Bhagwati, sir.
PPT is visible, audible.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, sir. My topic is stability of electromagnetic Bianchi third type string cosmology model in FRT theory. This topic is related to astronomy. So we will discuss the astronomical some concept, and after that we have to discuss in this paper we have examined the Bianchi third type string cosmological model in electromagnetic field with FRT theory. Here R shows the Ricci tensor and T shows the stress energy tensor. In this paper we have to choose the mixed energy tensor Tij, which is just like STij plus ETij. Here STij is the energy momentum tensor of electromagnetic field and STij is the tensor of string cloud. So in this condition, we have to study the stability of the cosmological model and find the solution, exact solution in FRT theory. So here we use the four keywords, Bianchi third type cosmological model, string theory, FRT theory, and electromagnetic field. As you know, the universe is described by the CMD. CMD is color magnitude diagram, and cosmological model as observational evidence of the cosmological scale. The matter of the standard model of the particle physics was accomplished by Minister in 1973, and the structure of the universe of the cosmological at large scale. After that, recently the universe is accelerating and expanding. We observe that in the supernova type 1, this is investigated by Rasses in 1998. And radiation of the cosmic microwave investigated by the Springer in 2003. We know that the universe is filled with the dark matter, and the dark energy, the universe is compiled with the dark energy, and the dark energy percentage is 69%, and the dark matter is 27%. Only the visible matter is only the 4%. So the dark energy is the mysterious at present. The space-time is declared into the group. In 89, Bianchi elaborate the homogeneous space-time in 9 different sets. And the solution is given by the Karmar in 1980. Magnetic field of string cosmological model discussed by Tirthankar in 1992. After we discussed the stability, therefore we inspired the top of the investigation. We discussed the physical stability of the cosmological model of Bianchi third type electromagnetic field in FRT theory. So in this paper, we have discussed first FRT theory. What is FRT theory of gravitational? Second, Bianchi third type string cosmological model. And third, energy momentum tensor. Fourth, the solution of the field equation, and find the physical properties and result and check the universe is stable or not. And the last section, we will discuss the conclusion. So first of all, we discuss the gravitational theory. Harko given the FRT theory. Harko given 2011, given the FRT theory in the variational parameter of Einstein field equation is given as S is equal to 1 upon 16 pi integration this form. And after that, he gives the 3 classes of the FRT theory. First class is FRT is equal to 2t plus r, and the second class is F1 plus F1r plus F2t, and the third one is F1r plus F2t plus F3t. In general, more of the researcher discussed the first class, and we have discussed the second class of the cosmological model of FRT is equal to F1r plus F2t. So for this condition, we have discussed the gravitational field equation is equation third, and after that, we assume for the third gravitational field F2t is equal to lambda 2t and F1r is equal to lambda 1r. Here lambda 1 and lambda 2 are not equal, and after putting the equation in third, this quantity, we will find the equation number 4 and equation number 5. If we assume Gij delta j lambda 1 is equal to 0. After that, we will discuss the Bianchi third type cosmological field equation. The equation is ds square is equal to dt in this form. And we take the energy momentum tensor Tij is equal to Scij plus Etij. Here we already discussed. So we calculate these things. So first of all, the string energy tensor is a form of Stij is equal to rho ui uj minus lambda xi xj. And electromagnetic energy momentum tensor Etij is a form of 1 upon 4 pi is in this form. And electromagnetic field Fij is equal to phi ij and minus phi ji. It is not symmetric. The Maxwell equation is in this form. After calculation, we get
Sir, time is only 10 minutes. Kindly
okay,
jump
okay.
on
I will discuss only 10 minutes.
conclusion.
So we calculate Stij or energy momentum tensor of in the form of string cloud and energy momentum tensor in the electromagnetic field. And we substitute this value, we get the field equation of equation 17, 18, we will discuss in 19, 20, and 21. And this equation is solved by, first of all, we take equation 21 and A is equal to MB. After solving this equation, we get A is equal to MB. And Akasha 2012 and Varman give the variational law of parameter because all the equations are nonlinear, highly nonlinear equation. So we use the law of declaration parameter in cosmological take constant for the universe. So Q is equal to, we take constant, declaration parameter is constant, and we get R is equal to this. And in this calculation, we find B is equal to, in this form, equation 24, alpha t plus beta whole raised to the power 1 upon this. And we use beta is equal to this relation, and we get this form. And we find the B, C, and A there are the basically our time variables A, B, C. So ABC. Substitute this value into the scalar energy tensor, this equation 32, and we find lambda. And lambda is a tensor energy density. And we take the graph of the lambda tensor energy density. And here in this graph, so the tensor energy density of the string cloud is 0 when T is large. After that, we calculate rest energy density and pressure, and the rest energy density is also 0 at T is large, and pressure is also 0 when T is large. Here we show, and we show the Spartan volume, and the Spartan volume you have to calculate, and this, so the volume when the time is large, the volume of the universe is very high, goes to infinity. Here we calculate the average scale factor related to all the physical properties of the cosmological condition. Average scale factor, expansion tensor is also 0 at T is large. And we, after that, main consideration is stability. The universe is stable or not. For this condition, we have to take CS square is equal to dP upon d rho. And when C square, this function is greater than 0, then we can say the function, the model is stable, otherwise unstable. So in this graph, so the model is stable because the value of that function C square is greater than 0. So our discussion is, the result is clear. The scalar.
Sir, please take care of time.
Okay, only 2 slides are remain, sir. Only 2 slides. I have discussed only discussion. So the tensor energy tensor density of the string cloud is 0 when time is large, and pressure is also 0. So we go for the conclusion. The fundamental Bianchi third type cosmological model are discussed in earlier, but in the nutshell, the Bianchi third type cosmological model in electromagnetic field. The Hubble parameter is positive at beginning, so the cosmic evolution of the declaration function when T is large, this, so the universe is expanding. Here the energy density is 0 and T is large. This result is compared to SEC 2011, and the behavior of the model is recently observed by the cosmological. And initially period, the volume of the universe is 0 initial when the Big Bang theory, and after that the volume of the universe is infinite, and after that we examine the universe is accelerating but not isotropic at the large time. The performance of the physical parameter is compatible, and this is related to the other paper is Agrawal and Pawar 2017. So the stability of the universe is major role to string theory because string theory is at the present is everything that can be represented in the theory, and some references are here we have to discuss. Thank you so much. We have to present my paper. Thank you, Agmare sir. I am completed this presentation.
Thank you sir, thank you. Dr. Bhagwat is available.
Yes sir.
Sir, please
Yes sir.
open your video, upload your PPT.
Hello.
Open your video, upload your. Mr. Gupta, can you just remove your PPT? Dr. Bhagwat,
Sir,
please continue. Please continue.
Without PPT, I am going to
Okay,
present.
no problem. Orally, no problem. Your
Yes,
face
sir.
should be
Yes,
reflected in video.
Yes, sir. Respected all, I am Santosh Bhagwat, research scholar, library and information science subject, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Here I am going to present my research article, which is related to my research study. Title is Emerging ICT Trend in the Academic Libraries and Overview. So in this article, in abstract point, what I have to This paper is present highlighting the necessity of ICT libraries, application of ICT in libraries, advantages of ICT in libraries, limitations where adopting ICT in libraries, as well as overview of various emerging ICT trends like library management software, library website, public portal, library networking, library user group on social media, library app, digital/online library, institutional repository, cloud computing, Internet of Things, application of artificial intelligence in the library, augmented, that is virtual reality, blockchain technology application in library. So these are the emerging ICT trends I am going to present here. Some introductory part is here mentioned. Traditionally, libraries were considered to be only the storehouse of books. Access of these storehouses of books were only for scholars and some eminent personalities in the society. After the invention of printing press, multiple copies of books were able to produce, and flow of information gradually increased. Rapid development in technology shows impact on everyone's life in each and every sectors in the society, where the sectors are public or private, irrespective of nature. Banking, health, these are the some sectors. Education is also one of them. So in the pandemic situation, online mode of teaching and learning suddenly emerged and rapidly increased. Due to this, need of online educational resources, that is OER, is raised. Almost everyone in education field started using online platforms such as Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Weber, Google Classroom, Weber, Moodle, etc. for teaching and learning. Therefore, traditional library system has been shifted towards digital library system and start providing ICT-based library resources and services to support online teaching learning process. In such a pandemic situation, everyone understood the importance of e-resources and need of e-resources gradually increased. Due to this, habit of using e-resources and services are developing in the present user community. For this article, I choose some various literature review. Some of them mentioned is here. I just only note down is mention their name. Jindal R. Khan, in his article, Emerging ICT Technology and Academic Library, in his article, he mentioned all that related points. Singh, KK, and Mohammad Ali, they also noted some selective points. Patil Priti, she also mentioned some topic related points. So necessity of ICT in libraries here, because the non-availability of required documents in the library, the increasing prices of print as well as electronic resources. To participate in networking for resource sharing, some of the international databases like Dialog, Medlar, INSIS, INIS, Agris are delivering the information in electronic format only. So, and last one, exponential growth of literature in almost every field in multidimensional way. So, application of ICT in libraries for library management, library automation, library networking, and digital library. So for this application, these are the ICT related applications. So emerging ICT trends here in a short period of time, I will just note down the point. Emerging ICT trends. The first one is library management software. So major library housekeeping operations like acquisition, classification, cataloging, circulation, serial control, etc. are easily managed by using various library management software, which are readily available in the market for automation of library. Library professionals can take their own decision for purchasing required library management software according to their library need. Koha is presently the most free software. Almost every library can purchase this one. Another one is library website. This is a common emerging trend. They're always changing. Library networking, library user group on media. So institutional repository is the very famous now. Institutional repository is storehouse of intellectual output of any academic institution. It is place where teachers, students, and library professionals can put their valuable public and
Sir,
published
10
intellectual work.
10 minutes are over. Can we jump on conclusion?
Yes, directly, conclusion. Okay. Yes, sir. The provision and use of emerging technology is become part and parcel of everyone's life in today's context. Libraries are adopting technological development for performing library housekeeping operation as well as for providing quality-based library services to its end user with easy and fast way irrespective of library nature. With help of application of emerging ICT trends in academic libraries are achieving the goal of providing pinpointed, exhaustive and expeditious information to end users of library anytime, anywhere, and anytime with more convenient, better accessible, and cost-effective manner. Insufficient library fund and poor technological knowledge of library professional is responsible for make better provision of library in the society. Thank you so much for patiently listening. Here I'm finishing my.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Serial number.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Serial number 4, SK Rashid Muhammad available. SK Rashid. Okay, serial number 5, Abhinash Kar from Odisha. Abhinash Kar. Okay, serial number 6, Priya Lokre. Is this available? Priya Lokre. Okay, serial number 7, Mevda Love Dilip Bhai from Rajasthan, Gujarat University, from Gujarat University. Okay, serial number 8, C Rajesh, CB Nafi Chirupura.
Yes, sir, available, sir.
Yes, please continue. Yes, PPT is visible. Please continue.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Respected chairperson, and here my topic, the relationship between body fat, body mass index, and risk ratio of middle distance runners, a cross-sectional analysis by gender. Introduction. In sports and games, muscle mass is associated with performance outcome that require the strength, power, and other physical components. Numerous studies in track and field athletics have researched anthropometric characteristics associated with event participation, and the body composition of runners has been extremely examined. This study aimed to look at the relationship between body composition, BMI, WHR of medium distance athletes in Kerala, and gender by gender comparison of selected variables. Statement of the problem. The purpose of the study aimed to look at the relationship between body composition, BMI, WHR of middle distance athletes in Kerala. The materials and methods. In the study, the samples include 180 middle distance running athletes aged between 17 and 28 years. More than half of the participants were male, 66.6, and the samples selected through the purposive and convenient sampling method from the schools and colleges of Kerala. Samples were collected from the district, state, national competitions. The participant prior the willingness was taken into the consideration. The statistical analysis, the data was checked with the correctness numerically coded, and the SPSS software was used. The district statistics were used to analyze the data percentage, frequency, and standard deviation. Independent features and correlation analysis and coefficient effects was used. The demographic details and the result. The gender distribution, the participation was 120 male and 60 females. The level of participation of the selected category were international 10 and national position 13 and national participation 54. The state participation 20 and state participation 26. District participation 10 at best. The total actors grouped 70 to 80 years, 32%, and 22 years, 74%, and about 21, 34, 18.9%. According to the table shows the number of percentage of total athletes based on their BMI. The above table most participants 66.7 are in normal range. Here the relationship and gender difference in study variables. Due to the time constraint, I directly go to the conclusion. The study concluded that substantially insanity in the body composition, BMI, WHR, existed between men and women athletes in Kerala, indicating that developing this practice can improve athletic performance. Correlation analysis of the study variables revealed a strong positive correlation between waist hypertrophy and 45%. The study results showed men have better nutrition status when comparing women's athletes. In addition, BMI showed that most of the sports persons were average and 30 were overweight. Compared to BMI between men and women, the result of results showed both are normal. And so recommended that the coaches and physical education professionals take the necessary steps to develop the nutritional knowledge among the women athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The most important announcement is that we are selecting the 3 best article research paper presentation award. Therefore, whatever the PPT you are going to present, it should be time limit within 10 minutes. It should be highly effective for the research and methodology of higher education system in India. Whatever the award, the trophy, the certificate will get you, it will be effective for your career advancement scheme as well as for your PhD also. Kindly put your PPT highly generated by informative, and it should be ended before 10 minutes. The next serial number is 9. Ranjan Kalwani.
Wagmare sir, I would like to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I'm Dr. Ghazala Bhoje. Actually, sir, I have my serial number is 4041. I have got a meeting of my sons with regarding the engineering admission. If I could be permitted to present after this paper, it's a humble request, sir.
Okay, please continue. Bhoje, please continue.
Do I continue, sir?
Yes, Bhoje, continue.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My paper is related to history of SIDO and women.
Your face should be reflected in YouTube channel.
Okay. Sorry, sir. I didn't realize. Am I okay? Good afternoon, all. I am Dr. Ghazala Bhoje from Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, GM Women's College. I am doing a joint paper presentation with Associate Professor Dr. Samina Sheikh, Department of History, GM Women's College. Looking at the current scenario and the papers which are being presented and the title which has been highlighted by the Institute and Wagmare sir, very enlightening. Based on this, I would love to give my paper presentation on the topic history of SIDO and women empowerment. SIDO, as we all know, it's the Convention of Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. This elimination, which has come into act in nearly 1968, as the history highlights. But we all know, and as the papers are reflecting, we are constantly coming into the scene and the scenario that women still are the subordinated, migrated, and marginalized sector of the society even today. So I would like to highlight the main key things of my presentation, that is empowerment, equality, elimination, convention, discrimination, and yes, of course, women human rights, and the role United Nations is playing in all over globally to enlighten the populations around, to bring about changes in the society, which there are still many lacunas and we are much behind. the objective of it. Now, the subject of empowerment of women has become and is always been a burning issue all over the world, including India. Many agencies of United Nations in the report have emphasized on gender issues and have given the utmost priority to deal with gender equality, especially in developing countries. Okay. Now, it is held that women it is always the belief that women being the subordinate, as it was said by Anne Okale also, that women are, if given a chance, they are the most rational human being on the earth because they are emotionally, physically, and mentally very well empowered. And this is what my paper, through history of Sudan and women empowerment, we are trying to reflect. Now, women empowerment can be defined as to promoting women's sense of self-worth, their ability to determine their own choice, and their right to influence social changes for themselves as well as others. Now, in Western countries, if we go ahead, we have always seen that there are three phases of women empowerment. It is split into three waves: beginning of 19th century, then early 20th century, and the second wave, it started in 1960s, which included sexual revolution and the role of women in society. The third wave, it started around in 1990s. Now, when we go to this to CEDAW, the CEDAW and the United Nations, it's always focusing that empowerment is only made through education.
10 minutes
Girls who are
over.
educated.
10 minutes over. Kindly jump on conclusion.
Yes, the conclusion is kind like the main. There are 7 principles highlighted in my paper, which reflects that there should be equality, there should be women educations, there should be a creation of leadership, gender equality, fair play at workplace, non-discrimination of human rights, and this all should be done through gender sensitization. And history reflects that there are many revolutionary movements happened in India also, which tried to abolish sati and widow act, so on. So my urge will be to the entire population that we need to not only look into the male, female, but even the third gender, and the empowerment should be done in a holistic manner. Thank you so much, sir. So my other paper was on HIV. If you want, I'll present in.
No. You are given
fine.
the opportunity. The next,
Thank you
as
so
per
much.
the slide, as per the
Thank
schedule.
Thank
I would
you,
like
sir.
to request all the participation. It is our skill to modify our PPT and done the PPT within a 10 minutes. We are the pillar of the higher education system in India. Therefore, it is our skill to make it beautiful, make it informative, make it presentable, make it end within a 10 minutes. Please continue. The next presenter name is Ranjan Kalbande. Ranjan Kalbande, Dr. Ranjan Kalbande is available. Botany Department, Ranjan Kalbande. Akola. Okay. Serial number 10. Mr. I.G. Gaikwad. Jalgaon, from Jalgaon. I.G. Gaikwad. Again, 11 number Ranjan Kalbande. 12 number Pal Kavita Kumari.
Yes, sir, I'm present here.
Please continue. Open your video with your PPT. It is your skill to make beautiful and make it end within a 10 minutes.
Sir, am I visible?
It is you are visible. Your PPT is not still visible.
Okay. Now it is okay, sir.
Yeah, it is visible. Please continue.
Sir, I'm the student of Kranti Guru Samji Krishna Verma, Kutch University student. I'm continuing my PhD. My PhD topic was the impact of government loan schemes on development of micro, small, and startup business. And sir, today's my study point is study on various schemes for MSME with special reference to SIDBI. Sir, there is many schemes launched by government of Gujarat, which is support the MSME sectors, micro, small, and startup business unit, with special reference of SIDBI. Sir, there is a many different kind of loan services and other services are provided by bank, which holding and sir, which is holding and observatory body of these schemes is SIDBI. I'm study on this. The topic is different investigation of different plans which are given by SIDBI to the advancement of MSME. The topic is covered adaptable assistance, trade receivable engine, direct MSME credit support, setup of risk capital fund, MSME receivable finance schemes, direct retail credit investigation in request to the uh, business unit support, green loan scheme, support for marketing activities, non-fund based services, SIDBI as nodal agency for the government schemes. So there is this is the table which is reflect the 2018 to 21 how MSM is growing in business in lakhs, fixed investments amount and production in crores are available, which we can see this is continuously enhancing their capacity and their earning, and also employment can effectively increasing. So my research is concludes my research is conclude that the in the last we can presume that the different plans given by the SIDBI helps the MSME in their turn of events. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Vagmare, sir, to allow me to present paper in your conference.
Well, madam, I would like to suggest you, whenever you just some language barrier, that time you can use your original language also. The topic should be understood. It should not be, avoidable or some vague, nothing. आपका जो language है उसमें बोला तो भी चलेगा.
Okay, sir.
The next presenter name is Gargi Bhattacharya. 13 number, serial number 13. Can Paul, madam, can you remove your PPT? It is third serial number 13, Dr. Gargi Bhattacharya. Okay. Serial number 14, Gupta sir ho gaya. Serial number 15, Prakash Baburao Zadav. Is this available? Serial number 16, Roshni Udwani. Serial number 17, Deepa Rosh Tom, Gujarat University. Deepa Rosh Tom, Gujarat University. Serial number 18, Mrinal Datta from Assam. Mrinal Datta. Serial number 20, IG Gaikwad. Serial number 20, IG Gaikwad. Serial number 21, Dr. DS Itle. Dr. DS Itle. Serial number 22, Pal, again Pal. No need. Serial number 23, Dr. Charulata Madhav Kulkarni. Charulata Madhav Kulkarni.
Sir, second paper was my.
You just, is this, no. Kavita Kumar, is this your second paper?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 22 number, Pal.
Yes, sir.
Title is different, na? Effectiveness of the financial assessment. Please continue.
Sir, there is not PPT is present.
No, orally.
Okay, sir.
When the report will be submitted and upload the YouTube channel, that time automatically your problem will be solved for YO's purpose.
Sir, I'm not visible. I can't understand why.
No. You are audible. You just continue.
Okay, sir. Sir, my topic is effectiveness of financial assessment of Mudra loan in micro and small enterprises and its development. Sir, यहाँ पे मेरा टॉपिक है मुद्रा लोन जो सरकार ने अभी लॉन्च किया था 2015 में, उसके असेसमेंट को लेकर। सर इसमें मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ पेपर है द स्टडी द बेनिफिट्स द derived by micro enterprises from mudra loan. Second was to study the measure the extent of effect on micro enterprises in term of employment generation, income generation, business expansion, and standard of living. Then third would be to study the gaps in providing mudra loan to small and micro enterprises. Need of study is this study for the term of income generation, business expansion, standard of living, employment generation, and process the effects of mudra loan on small and micro enterprises. It was found that the some extent that schemes have been successful in providing loans to MSME sector, the enterprises are benefited due to collateral free mudra loan in term of income generation and the business expansion. Performance of the mudra loan scheme was from year 2018 to 19, 3,21,000. Then 19 to 20 is 3,37,000. Then 22-21 would be 3,37,495 crores. And the 21 to 22 is 3,39,110.35 crores. Which is reflects that amount of the amount है जो बिजनेस का वो इम्प्रूव कर रहा है. So my research question is, have the micro enterprises benefits the mudra loan? जो माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेस है उनको बेनिफिट कर रहा है या नहीं, ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है रिसर्च का. So which is fulfilled by this table. Then second was डेटा एनालिसिस मेथड वाज सर मैंने SPSS सॉफ्टवेयर का यूज किया है और MS एक्सेल. डेटा प्रेजेंटेशन वाज sir the conclusion of my topic was this studied the effect of mudra loan on MSME in Jamnagar city area of Gujarat state. The studied the effect of mudra loan MSME is term of income generation, business expansion, employment generation as effectively working on its aim. So the research is suggests it would be performing in on the way which is जिस काम के लिए हम मुद्रा स्कीम को इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया था, हम ये कह सकते हैं कि मुद्रा लोन अपने वर्क को एफिशिएंटली वर्क कर रहा है. थैंक यू सर.
थैंक यू. सीरियल नंबर 23, डॉक्टर चारुलता माधव कुलकर्णी फ्रॉम पुणे. चारुलता माधव कुलकर्णी. सीरियल नंबर 24, नीतू GS, तुमकुर यूनिवर्सिटी. Neetu GS from Tumkur University. Okay, 25, serial number 25, Paritosh Pawar. Is this available? Paritosh Pawar. Okay, 26, serial number Magisha Varthini from what is the name of area? It is the name of autonomous college, Salem. Okay, no. Serial number 27, Manasa Kavita Parmi Pradeep Kumar. Serial number 28, Dr. Purabi Talukdar. Is this available? Serial number 29, Dr. R.R. Chaudhary. Serial number 30, Sachin Somwanshi. Serial number 31, Professor Praveen M. Sakpal. Serial number 22, Dr. S. Sasipriya. Serial number 33, Saule.
Yes, sir.
Saule, sir, please continue.
Yes, yes. Okay. I can share.
Sir,
सावळे सर काय करा
Yes, yes, sir. I am going to share my PPT.
नाही नाही इथून शेअर नाही होणार नाही तुमचे सर. तुम्ही पहिले जी पीपीटी आहे ती ओपन करा आणि त्याच्यानंतर स्क्रीन शेअर बटन आहे त्याला क्लिक करा आणि क्लिक केल्यानंतर डेस्कटॉप दिसेल. डेस्कटॉप मध्ये तुम्ही जी ओपन केलेली पीपीटी आहे ती दिसणार.
आता
मग
शेअर
त्याला
झाली
क्लिक
सर?
करा.
शेअर झाली सर पीपीटी?
नाही नाही शेअर नाही झाली. डेस्कटॉप शेअर झाला तुमचा. हे बंद करा
डेस्कटॉप शेअर झाला का?
आणि आता पीपीटी ओपन करा. पीपीटी ओपन केल्यानंतर मग शेअर बटनला क्लिक करा.
अगोदर पीपीटी ओपन करू?
पहिले आता हे बंद करून घ्या पहिले तुमचा.
हे बंद करून घेऊ.
Yes. End up all of this. Open your desktop. In that desktop having हे बंद करून घ्या तुमचं सर. पहिले आता हे बंद केल्यानंतर पीपीटी ऑन नाही नाही सर सर आपल्याला टाइम नाही सर याच्यात भरपूर टाइम जातो आपला.
वाघमारे सर कॅन आय प्रेझेंट?
सावळे सर हे रिमूव्ह करा पहिले तुमचं. आता
शेअर झाला का सर?
नाही हे शेअर झाली. रिमूव्ह करून टाका पहिले अगोदर. एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप सांगतो मी सर. तर टाइम नाही
बरोबर चालेल चालेल.
याला रिमूव्ह करा पहिले तुमचं काय आहे ते. त्याच्यानंतर पीपीटी ऑन करून घ्या तुमची.
बरं 2 मिनिटं पीपीटी ऑन करतो.
याला रिमूव्ह करून घ्या तुमचं. शेअरिंगच रिमूव्ह करा डायरेक्ट.
स्टॉप शेअरिंग.
सावळे सर दुसऱ्यांना घेऊ का तुम्ही नंतर?
चालेल चालेल.
सर मी प्रेझेंट करू का? कौस्तुभ रेसबुड.
नाही ऍज पर द शेड्यूल सर बिकॉज ऑफ अनदर पार्टिसिपेशन विल बी व्हेरी अँग्री ऑन मी. Therefore, I would like to request step by step as per the norms, as per the. It will be. आदमी लोग बहुत भरोसे से आते हैं अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस को. उनका भरोसा नहीं तोड़ने का है. सीरियल नंबर 34.
सर आता शेअर झाला माझी पीपीटी?
सर नाही सर. हा आता शेअर झाली. प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
ओके ओके ओके.
क्लोज करा.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. Respected chairperson of the today's session, distinguished delegates, my dear participants, myself, Dr. P.A. Saule, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Art and Science College, Bhalod, District Jalgaon, Maharashtra. My presentation topic is study of growth and characterization of nickel tartarate crystal by soul gel technique. I have arranged my work in this manner: abstract, introduction, experimental, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. In the present investigation, nickel tartarate single crystals were grown by a soul gel technique using silica gel as a growth medium. These crystals were grown using a diffusion method. The optimum growth conditions for these crystals were optimized by varying various parameters. The X-ray powder diffraction study has shown that the nickel tartarate crystallized in orthorhombic structure. FTR study has shown the presence of OH bond, CH bond, and metal oxygen bond. The scanning electron microscope study reveals that the morphology of the crystal having flat and regular shape, rectangular shape of orthorhombic structure. The particle size was determined nanometer. EDAX study shows that the presence of nickel, carbon, and oxygen. The UV visual spectrum shows high absorption in ultraviolet region at about 234.98 nanometer, which makes the material to be suitable for UV filters. The energy gap value and band gap energy were calculated. It is determined 8.45 electron volt and 5.27 electron volt. The differential scanning calorimetry done to find the thermal properties of the crystal, which manifest the water of hydration in the crystal. Various tartarate crystals have found numerous applications in medical, pharmaceutical, and industrial fields. It is notable that the tartarate crystals are very much useful in the treatment of cognitive disorders associated with diabetes, treating the cancer with tartarate ions, and using tartarate in hair pulse. Therefore, They have received a considerable interest due to their interesting physical properties and technological applications such as ferroelectric, ferroelastic, elastic, and dielectric applications. Certain tartarate compounds find applications in cosmetics of hair conditioners, uh, then additives and tanning the agent for skin. They are used for transducers and many linear and non-linear mechanical devices. Some tartarate compounds are useful as a tracer for military purposes. They also find industrial applications such as corrosion, inhibition composition for coolant system, light stabilizers for plastic. So in the present investigation, I have developed a single crystals of nickel tartarate by single diffusion method. Experimental, the chemicals used for this experiment are of AR grade. They are so acetic acid, sodium metasilicate, nickel chloride, then tartaric acid. I have given the information about my experimental work. The chemical reaction inside the gel can be expressed as follows. Finally, I have get a nickel tartarate crystal. Then result, the figure 1 shows nickel tartarate crystal attach themselves and forming a thick layer at the interface, while figure 2 shows a few grown nickel tartarate crystals having different habitat with their scaling on the graph paper. The grown crystals were of 4 mm by 4 mm by 2.1 mm size. The various optimum conditions of growing crystals are given in the table 1. I have grown these crystals at the pH 4. These are the conditions for obtaining these crystals. This figure shows the X-ray powder diffraction pattern of nickel tartarate. I have given I have calculated my grain size of this crystal by using the formula grain size D is equal to 0.9 lambda beta cos theta, where beta is a full width of half maxima in radian and D is the grain size of the crystal. Average grain size is 16.95 nanometer. By measuring the peak heights above the background in nanometer and scaling the value up so that the tallest peak has value of 575 and 411, and the preferential orientation of the observed from the XRD data is 032 and 240. I have shown in this table. This is the maximum peaks, and I have collected these values to calculate the values of 2 theta, values of grain size. Okay, so the intensity of different peaks could be given the relative orientation of the particular HKL plane. The XRD spectra of the main peak appeared in at various diffraction angle 2 theta. The values of 2 theta, D value, intensity ratio, and their corresponding HKL planes were shown in the table 2 that I already shown. This data is matched with the JCPT file number 37079. The lattice parameters of these nickel tartarate crystals are shown in this table 3. The system is orthorhombic, brevis lattice type is primitive, and orientation A, B, C is given this, and alpha, beta, gamma is 90 degree. The another next characterization is FTR. Analysis of nickel tartarate crystal. This graph shows the FTR spectrum.
Sir, your 10 minutes is over.
Okay. This graph shows the.
Kindly jump on conclusion.
Okay. The same analysis of the nickel tartarate crystal. This is the different magnifications of the tartarate crystals. This same analysis shows the micrograph of crystal having flat and rectangular shape, triangular shape, looks like a cube of different shapes and sizes of orthorhombic structure. The IDEX graph shows the presence of nickel, oxygen, and carbon. This table shows the IDEX analysis of nickel tartarate crystal with experimental values with mass percentage and atomic percentage, and theoretical values are in mass percentage and atomic percentage. The UV spectra, the UV study is shown in this graph. I have calculated the energy gap and energy band gap by using the formula E is equal to SC upon lambda, and energy band gap energy by the equation 1240 divided by wavelength. If you put these values, we'll get the energy band and energy band gap as 8.45 electron volt and 5.27 electron volt. This is the DSC analysis
sir,
of nickel Tata red
we do
crystal.
not have the
Yes,
sufficient
sir,
time.
sir. This is the end. Only last two slides. This figure shows the nickel DSC of analysis of the Tata red crystals. Here, end set and onset value and heat values are given. My conclusions: a single diffusion method is found to be suitable and convenient for the growth of the nickel tartarate. Nucleation control can be achieved by changing various gel parameters such as pH, gel, density of gel, and concentration of feed solution. The data is matched with JCPDS data. FTR spectroscopy study shows the presence of O double bond H, C double bond O, C single bond O, C double H metal oxygen bonds confirmed. Same study reveals the morphology of the crystal having orthorhombic structure. EDAX shows that the anhydrous structure of the nickel tartarate crystal with the presence of nickel, carbon, and oxygen. The value of energy gap was 8.45 electron volt and band gap energy is 5.27 electron volt. So from this, we conclude that the material is semiconducting nature. The DSC was taken to find the thermal properties of crystal, which shows the water of hydration in the crystal. This is the acknowledgement, references. Thank you, Agmare sir, for giving me an opportunity to present my work in this international conference.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you once more to all the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Serial number 34, Dr. Shivpal Singh, Principal, Dion Institute of Management Studies, Meerut. Is this available, Dr. Shivpal Singh?
Sir, number 32, Rajlakshmi Chale present, sir.
What is the serial number?
32.
32 names comes under the Dr. Sasi Priya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Raja Lakshmi.
Yes, I'm
Please
co-author.
continue. Serial number 32, please continue. Open your video, upload your PPT.
Sir, the PPT is
Visible, please continue.
okay.
Video
Sir.
should be on. This is a yes, Raja Lakshmi.
Yes, sir.
Video should be on.
Sir, I'm playing with my computer, sir. My camera is off.
Please continue. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Today, I'm going to present the paper on a study of self-esteem and academic achievement of higher secondary students, presented by S. Rajalakshmi, M.Ed Scholar, VOC College of Education, Thuthukudi, and Dr. R. Sasipriya, Assistant Professor of Physical Science, VOC College of Education, Thuthukudi. And the introduction and the statement of the problem is plentiful factors such as those relating to the student and the instructor and the institution have an impact on a student's academic achievement. Self-esteem is one of them, and it's seen as crucial in the world. And both in everyday speech and in psychology, the idea of self-esteem is often utilized. A general assessment of one's value or worth, or a good or negative attitude towards oneself, is known as self-esteem. And here, low self-esteem can lessen a student's desire to learn or her ability to focus and her willingness to take risk. And here, the high school students with a low self-esteem tend to be unhappy, less sociable, more likely to use drugs and alcohol, and are more vulnerable to depression, which are all correlated with lower academic achievement, which was said by Wickens in 1994. Academic achievement is influenced by perceived competence, a locus of control, autonomy, and motivation, which was said by West in 1998. And at last, hence, the investigator selected a research problem entitled A Study of Self-Esteem and Academic Achievement of Higher Secondary Students. And the objective is, the first one is to find out the level of self-esteem of higher secondary students. Next one is to find out the level of academic achievement of higher secondary students. And the next one is to find out whether there is any significant difference between boys and girls, higher secondary students in their self-esteem. Next, to find out whether there is any significant difference between boys and girls, higher secondary students in their academic achievement. Next one is to find out whether there is any significant difference between English medium and Tamil medium higher secondary students in their self-esteem. Next one is to find out whether there is any significant difference between English medium and Tamil medium higher secondary students in their academic achievement. Next, methodology. Here, survey method is adopted for the study, and the population for the present study consisted of all the higher secondary students studying in the higher secondary schools in Thoothukudi district. And then 316 higher secondary students were taken for this study by stratified random sampling technique. The stratification was done on the basis of gender and medium. The self-esteem inventory was developed by A.H. Hegley, was used to collect data for this present study. The investigator collected the half-yearly examination marks of the respondents from the school record for academic achievement. And then percentage analysis, mean, standard deviation, and t-test were used to analyze the data. Next one, findings. First one is 70.9% of higher secondary students have moderate level in their self-esteem. 62.3% of higher secondary students have moderate level in their academic achievement. Next one, there is no significant difference between boys and girls, higher secondary students in their self-esteem. Next one, there is no significant difference between boys and girls, higher secondary students in their academic achievement. Next one, there is a significant difference between English medium and Tamil medium higher secondary students in their self-esteem and academic achievement. This may due to the fact that English medium students may seem to possess self-awareness and self-confidence. And here, the students involved in many co-curricular activities, thereby developing their own self. The last one is there is a significant difference between English medium and Tamil medium higher secondary students in their academic achievement. This is the reason made due to the fact that English medium students get practice in their learning more right from their primary school. So this reduces their difficulties to an extent and enhances their learning process. And the next one is educational implications. And here it says that teachers should praise the students in a specific and genuine way. Next, show the students tangible evidence of progress to shape the students' growth in the world, and showcase students' accomplishments to build self-efficacy. Next, help the student feel important in class to feel sheltered in the classroom. Next one, engage the student in conversation about her interest and also practice reciting positive affirmation towards students to figure their self-worth. And students engage in activities deals with challenges and interacts with others. Last one is learn to identify the distorted thoughts that are impacting students' self-worth. And the conclusion
10
of this,
minutes over. Kindly jump on conclusion.
okay, sir. The conclusion, and here the conclusion is said that there is no significant differences in both self-esteem and academic achievement of higher secondary school students with respect to their gender and also the medium level. This is the conclusion for this study. Thank you, sir.
Serial number 25 is available. Paritosh Pawar. Unmute करना, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. Are you using laptop?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, अब आवाज आ रहा है आपका. Upload your PPT. Are you hearing me? Visible. Please continue. आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. आवाज नहीं आ रहा है आपका. You are not audible. सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है.
So I think there is some technical issue. We can proceed on.
Hello. Am I audible, sir, now? Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible.
Okay. I'll begin with the presentation. The topic of my presentation is assistance of technologies for using creativity and innovative ideas in the academic libraries. To keep the presentation brief, I'll just jump to the introduction. Now, the introduction of the study or the background of the study goes like this. Libraries had been using different kinds of technologies in the pre-lockdown period for providing different kinds of library services. Now, during this period, what has happened was previously the physically students as well as the users who come into the libraries, whereas in the COVID pandemic time, the connection was lost, and the pandemic lockdown brought in a lot of drastic changes in the global arena, including the library. The routine library services that were being provided to the users came to a total standstill, and the library collections that were available in the print medium and the users got disconnected. This created a vacuum for users which largely depended on the print library resources, and hence there was a time for going through a lot of change. Hence, library professionals had to take the assistance of different technologies that could help them in providing online services to the users. They had to innovate a lot and modify the existing services that they were providing to the users. They had to use different kinds of technology-based applications. Now, the objectives of the study goes like this. The first point was to study the different assistive technologies used in providing the library services. Secondly, it was to compare the use of technologies before and during the pandemic lockdown. And thirdly, to know the academic librarians' opinion about their success in taking the assistance of the different technologies in implementation of these ideas. The research methods that were used, the study focused on aided colleges under the University of Mumbai offering courses in arts, science and commerce in the Mumbai region. The primary data collection was done through the structured questionnaire with college librarians being the prime responders. Questionnaire was designed as the Google form, and the librarians were communicated for getting the responses. The data analysis was done and presented in tabulated and graphical form. The findings of the study are to be highlighted now. First and foremost, the thing which was found was that the technologies more popularly in use in the college libraries were barcoding, CCTV surveillance, as well as reprographic technologies, which stand at 91.94%, then 85.48% and 75.18% respectively. Majority of the colleges had already begun using technologies, but During the pandemic, it was found that the initiatives that were taken, they were strengthened during the pandemic. The implementation of technologies improved during the pandemic season. Then broadband internet facility has been provided to users in 83.87% of the colleges, whereas Wi-Fi has been provided to 67.74% users in the colleges. Only 17.74% of the colleges have been seen to provide Kindle devices to the users, either within the college premises or for borrowing for home lending. Library website usage was found to be the most used before lockdown, which improved during the lockdown, while Android application development was the least one to be used, but slowly and steadily during the pandemic, it was also found to be rising. Then under the content delivery technologies, email, WhatsApp, SMS, and RSS feeds were more in use during the pre-lockdown and lockdown period. While checking the opinion of librarians about the scale on which they have been able to implement their ideas, it was found that 61.29% librarians were somewhat able to implement their ideas, whereas 27.42% convincingly were able to implement their ideas. So this is part of the findings of the study. Coming to the conclusions and recommendations, a number of colleges have been providing the Wi-Fi facilities, but this needs to increase. It has also become necessary to provide fast internet facility both through LAN as well as Wi-Fi to the students in the libraries as well as the college premises as a whole, because most of them are now using smartphones to access resources. Use of Kindle devices needs to be increased in the libraries for providing access to e-books as well as other such digital resources. Since smartphones have become very common with all the users, exploiting smartphone-based library service needs to be looked into. It may be in the form of an Android app for the library or other applications for resource sharing. Technologies have to be used in different innovative ways to attract library users and bridge the widening gap between the library resource and the user. So these are the few conclusions and recommendations that we have come across in this particular study. This is a select bibliography that was used, the references that we used for the current paper. Thank you, sir. That ends my presentation. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The serial number 26, Magisha Worthini. Magisha Worthini. 27, Manasa. 28, Dr. Purbi Talukdar. 29, Dr. R.R. Chaudhary. 30, Sachin Somoichi. 31, Professor Praveen Sakpal. 32, Dr. R. Sasipriya, it is done. Sasipriya is done, yeah. 33, Savle also done. 34, Shupal Singh. 35, Kashibai. Is this available? Kashibai. Available Kashibai. Okay, Mala. Is this available? Mala. 37, Sana Martin Idrus. 38, Dr. Anupam Verma.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Anupama Verma, madam,
Yes,
please continue.
yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Is this visible, sir? Is the PPT visible, sir?
PPT visible, your video should be on.
Okay. Now is it visible?
Please continue.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and I thank Professor Dr. Wagmare for providing us this virtual platform. My topic of presentation is an overview of essential aspects of research methodology. I chose this topic to remind and refresh researchers to perform the research well, to curtail wastage of time and money, and also to present the research work to the world without any ambiguity. I start by defining the term research. It is an endeavor to discover, develop, and verify knowledge. It is an intellectual process, a process that develop over hundred of years, ever changing in process, in purpose and form and analysis, and always searching the truth. Research. And the another definition is research is an honest, exhaustive, intelligent researching for the facts and their meaning or implications with reference to a given problem. The findings of a given piece of research should be an authentic, verifiable, and contribution to knowledge in the field of study. When we talk about the objective of research, assessment is the first objective of research, that is to observe the situation and infer result. Exploration says to uncover the reality facing a problem. Evaluation means to measure the level of existence. In research, we examine to test the existence, and we compare and contrast between given variables, and to project probable level of happening, that is estimation. And propagation means to declare a concept, theory, system, or model. Delimiting the research topic. Choosing an interesting and useful topic is the foremost challenge in the way of research. The research process is relevant only when topic is appropriate. We all know that if the topic of research is too broad, then it will contain too much information. Consequently, it will be difficult to focus on a particular issue. Background reading helps a lot to choose and limit the topic of research. The research process, I have only highlighted the major points of research methodology. Research process consists of series of actions or steps necessary to effectively carry out research. In a broad way, the research process includes topic selection, defining research problems, reviewing previous research findings, formulation of hypothesis, design research, collecting of data, analyzing and interpretation of data. And finally, the researchers have to prepare the report of what has been done by them. The primary pages carry title, acknowledgement, and forward note, and then index. The main text of the report should have introduction, review literature, and methodology. Research design I highlighted. A research design is a plan, a structure, strategy of investigation conceived to answer the research question and test the hypothesis. A well-planned research design helps to ensure that the research method is in tune with the research aim and highly qualitative. Then literature review. This is the most important for selecting the research topic, research problem, and throughout the data. Literature review, it is the documentation of a comprehensive review of the published and unpublished work from secondary sources of data in the basis of specific interest to the researcher. It is also based on the primary data, first-hand data. These are, some of the problems which I have sorted out. So, I can say, that literature review is the documentation of a comprehensive review of the published. As I told you, the main aim is to find out problems and that are already investigated those need future investigation. It is an extensive survey of all available past studies relevant to the field of investigation. Literature review जो है, it also gives us knowledge about what others have found out in the related field of study and how they have done their research work. So these are all the problems which I have highlighted. Like I don't wish to read them. All of you can see it, and these are some of the criteria of a standard research work which I have mentioned in the slide. And to conclude, I can say that it is important for the researchers to know not only the research methods necessary for the research undertaken, but also the methodology. So research is a process of steps, used to collect and analyze information to increase our understanding of a topic or the issue. To sum up, I would like to say that a high quality research may be produced by following research methodology that support to get the best suited outcome. And with this, I thank the organizer of this international conference for providing this excellent opportunity to learn and share the knowledge on multidisciplinary areas. Thank you, sir.
Nice presentation, madam.
Thank you, sir.
How completed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hurriedly, I completed within the time allotted to me.
Thank you, madam. Sana Anupama Verma completed. Yeah. Lieutenant Major Dr. Vijay Kumar Madura, Telangana State. Lieutenant Dr. Vijay Kumar Madugu. Serial number 40. Dr. Gajala Bhuje. Serial number 41. Again Gajala Bhuje. Serial number 42. Abdul Bashir from Kashmir University. Abdul Bashir from Kashmir. 43. R.A. Bhosle. 43. R.A. Bhosle. 44. Kunal Bhujbal. 45. Umakant Chand Shetty. Dr. Umakant Chand Shetty. Dr. Anita Murkanna.
Sir, Gaurav Maske will present the
Available
paper.
Gaurav Maske. Is this available, Gaurav Maske?
I think he is.
Can you present or give some another extra time?
We will give, if he will be join again, then we will tell him to present, sir.
No problem. Serial number 46, Gaurav Ramesh Raut. Gaurav Ramesh Raut. 47, Dr. P.R. Gaurkar. Dr. P.R. Gaurkar. 48, Maske Gaurav. 49, Dr. Meshram, Ajay Meshram. Dr. Ajay Meshram. 50, Murade Kalpana.
Yes, sir.
Murade Kalpana, are you available?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Sir, मैं without PPT present करते हैं.
No problem, चलेगा.
Myself Kalpana Murade. Today's my paper presentation on role of library professional promoting the library services in COVID-19 pandemic. Introduction of my paper. Mankind has faced the many hard pandemic situations through history, where some of them more dangerous for the whole community of humans. This time, once again, every community is facing a very hard situation fighting with a hidden enemy called Corona. In this pandemic situation of COVID-19, the physical library system are totally trucked due to the maintaining the rules of the social distancing and also help to overcome the spread of virus infection. The role of library professional is the most important to serve the whole community throughout the digital platform. The role of library professionals to provide the information regarding the available various digital platforms for users. In India, during the lockdown period, all people were unable to move one place to another. The physical interface of library already set down to follow the lockdown conditions, but many libraries around the world offer its digital collection for the whole community for easy access. Library users who have library card or not can easily access and take advantage to available e-resources like e-books, e-journals, and online programs offered by the different universities and various libraries like Delhi Public Library and NDL. The library professional can provide various online digital platforms where users can easily access their information. Those online digital platforms links can be shared on organization website as well as those social media platforms. Delhi Public Library provides the various links of the digital platform on its website. Library professional can create a new app with a freely available e-content to access different resources on a single platform and also assist to those people who are not familiar with digital tools. Library professionals are introduced the various digital platforms for different type of information like a NDLI, National Digital Library of India. NDLI social media outreach through the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Bharat Pade Online, Yukti portals, and EGP Pathshala, and also a various learning resources type the findings of my research. Library professionals are playing very integrated multiple roles by beyond their traditional job with the help of modern technology or tools. Library professionals from around the world are new understanding the need of changing their roles from traditional practice to multidimensional role. In pandemic situation, digital platform is the best way to serve the whole community. The conclusion of my topic: in this COVID pandemic situation, library professionals have to be all these things. Easy access to information is an important requirement. It is a necessary from the all enormous needs of all its impending users. A digital platform for education are the futuristic demands of the users. Digital library in more demand in this kind of pandemic situation. Library professionals can act as stress boosters in this situation. So library professional is to provide information access to the users in information demand is also increasing in that pandemic situation. Thank you to all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Murade madam, thank you. Serial number 51, Dr. Sangeeta Mashi. Dr. Sangeeta Mashi. 52, Revana Sidappa. Revana Sidappa. Serial number 53, Shajiya Mohammad Irfan Momin. 54, Sonam Patel. Sonam Patel. 55, Associate Professor Vaishali Chaudhary. Vaishali Chaudhary. 56, Baiju Thomas. 56, Baiju Thomas is available. 57, Dr. Sudha Deshpande. 58, Geeta Avinash Rashinkar. Tarun Kumar Pandit, Tarun Kumar Pandit, Dr. Vibha Pandey, Dr. Suresh Santani.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good afternoon.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Please continue,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, thank you, sir. I belong to a law college law stream. So today I'm going to express my views on the topic of parliamentary privilege, scope and limitations. All of us, we are aware about the terminology of parliamentary privilege, which is more properly known as immunity from the operation of certain laws. And it is required for the proper functioning of the parliament functioning and all. The privilege of parliament is including rights which are absolutely required for due execution of powers entrusted upon the parliament and its own members. There are also certain advantage and disadvantage of this particular concept. Actually, the concept of parliamentary privilege has been originated since the year of 1689. So this is very old concept which is existing since long back. It was introduced to prevent the undue influences into the working of parliament and thereby enable the members to discharge their functions reasonably without any restriction or obstructions. So in 1950, when we adopted our own constitution, we have the express provisions under Article 105, 118, 119, 121 for union, that is parliament at central level, and respectively same provisions are available for state legislations under Article 194, 208, 209, and 212. So we have the express provision under our supreme law of land, which enables parliamentary privilege for members and all. But the concept is that whether these powers are absolute. So answer is no. These powers are not absolute. No power is absolute. Every power is subject to limitations and all. So before going to the limitation, I just want to explain what are the maxims, what are the policy on which privileges are based. These privileges are based upon two maxims. The first is that privilege of parliament is a part of land of the law. So it is expressly there and as a law. And second thing is that each house of parliament or state legislation is its own judge regarding its proceedings. But these provisions seems to be contradictory with each other. That's why the parliament cannot add its own privilege. The court is there to put the limitations and all. Neither house can add the privileges. They can just exercise the privileges available for them. So the limitation is there over the houses by the judiciary itself. So when we talk about the scope of this parliamentary privilege, though we have the express articles, but there is no any express rights. These are privileged. These are interpreted by the court itself. So there is a landmark case of Raja Rampal case in which the court laid down what exactly parliamentary privileges means. So it includes basic privileges like privilege of speech of expression, as we are aware how the session is going on beyond the within the particular board. So exclusive, they have the exclusive control. There is exclusive control by the house itself over its proceedings. Even they are exempted from the arrest and molestations of claim in case of civil actions. Even they have the freedom to assay the sovereign through the speaker. And even the house has power to punish for the contempt, as the court is having the power to punish for contempt. In the similar way, houses are also having the power to punish the stranger in case of their privilege or contempt. Even they can compel the attendance of witnesses and production of documents and all. So many privileges are there, but I want to make a point here that these powers are not, sorry, these privileges are not unlimited. There are limitations over it, and limitation is by way of judicial privilege. Article 122 prohibits, empowers the individual to put a question mark regarding these privileges in case of there is irregularity of procedures. So in the famous case of Rampal case, Justice Y.K. Sabrawal has pointed out that parliament is not beyond the judicial scrutiny. Parliament is within the judicial scrutiny itself. So whenever, no doubt there is a necessity of exercise of these powers, but whether it is required to use these powers, this is to be decided by judiciary itself. So judicial review is always there regarding the manner of exercise of this privilege. Privileges are there, but these are not without limitation. Judiciary is not limited from scrutinizing, making the scrutiny of these privileges. So there is always a control over these privileges by the judiciary itself. Even in the case of 2014, Lokayukt and other versus state of Madhya Pradesh, of 2014, it was observed by the court that these privileges cannot be violate the fundamental rights given to the citizens. Always fundamental rights are given privilege over other things. So Article 194 empowers individual to challenge these privileges if these privileges are not properly exercised. So without taking more time, I will come to the conclusion simply by putting the view that our constitution is expressly provided laid down certain parliamentary privileges which are required for effective working of the parliament of state central level as well as of the state level. But these privileges are required, no doubt, but ultimately it is the constitutional morality and constitutional scheme that is to be preserved while exercising these privileges. So we have the judiciary which use its judicial review powers all the time to put the limitation on these privileges. So I will just end my views here saying that the supremacy is always of constitution, but not of any of the privilege of parliament. So with these words, I will end my presentation, and thanks to organization, especially Kishore sir, for giving this opportunity for me, for expressing my view. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Serial number 62, Pradhyapak Dr. Vilas Ghaturle, Wardha. Is this available? Pradhyapak Dr. Vilas Ghaturle. Serial number 63, Professor.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, kindly enable the chat.
Pardon?
Kindly enable the chat so that if someone has a question, you can type in chat.
Okay, who want to do the presentation? Dear participation, who want to do the presentation of your PPT?
Sir, may I?
Kaustubh Rishabh, please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sir, I'm audible?
Yes. PPT visible, you are audible, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to present a review on a synthesis of characterization and method and biological activities of transition metal complexes with heterocyclic semicarbazone and thiosemicarbazone, presented by me, that is Kaustubh Prakash Risgood. I'm a research scholar under the guidance of Pranjali Maskarbam from B.K. Birla College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Autonomous College of Kalyan. Here it is abstract. The condensation of semicarbazides or thiosemicarbazide with appropriate aldehydes or ketone yields semicarbazone and thiosemicarbazone. The majority of heterocyclic compounds have very small application in a pharmaceutical and medicinal industries, making heterocyclic chemistry is a vital subfield of chemistry. Catalyst wise, a lot of focus is placed on the metal complexes containing heteroatoms due to the greater structural diversity and a range of possible uses offered by these compounds. Semicarbazone derivatives, particularly those forming complexes with the transition metals, have been tested for their medicinal potential in a variety of areas, including antibiotics, antifungals, antioxidants, viruses, radical severance, anti-tuberculous agent, tumor and cancer therapies. Here, IR and HO NMR spectroscopy have been used to characterize the metal complexes formation. The purpose of this review is to characterize the various biological activities of a synthesis, semicarbazone and thiosemicarbazone derivatives with transition metals by discussing the synthetic origins of some of these derivatives and complexes with a view on a biological activity. Introduction. The metal complexes, also called as coordination complex, composed of the central metal or metal ion surrounding bound molecule or ions which are called as ligand. In the past, deliberate efforts were made to prepare, characterize the coordination complexes. Transition metal ions, which have partially filled d subshells, radially combine with different ligands by the coordinate bonds to form coordination complexes. The production of inorganic organic constituent has achieved considerable progress due to the essential role and the functionalities of both the components. Heterocyclic chemistry is an important division of chemistry as the majority of heterocyclic compounds possesses recognizable application in pharmaceutical as well as in the medicine industry. The metal complexes having heterogeneous atom get a lot attention as a catalyst because their increased structural diversity and applications. Throughout human history, use of metal-based compound for the treatment of wide variety of disorder is evident. Recently, a large amount of work has been done on a transition metal complexes due to their importance as a chemotherapeutic agents and nitrating cycle. The use of ship base as a complexing reagent in a various synthetic reaction is an area broad appeal, and the last few years particularly attention has been focused on the transition metal complexes. Hence, the good part of interest reserved from the transition metal complexes of a ship bases. The semicarbazole and thiosemicarbazole is prepared by the condensation reaction of a semicarbazide with aldehyde or ketone. The semicarbazole, thiosemicarbazole, and their transition metal complexes have gained great attention because their biological, catalytic, as well as pharmaceutical activities such as anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, fungicides, antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal, anti-HIV, anti-tumor, and other biological activities. These are the some of the transition metals roles in common. So these are nickel, cobalt, palladium, and platinum, copper, and zinc. These all metals are some of the common applications, that is antibacterial, antifungal. So in nickel, some biological system of nickel can act as active sites for the certain hydrogenous and dehydrogenous enzymes. The complexes with the nickel with semicarbazole or thiosemicarbazole shows antibacterial activity against yeast, bacteria, and biological activity against microorganisms, that is plant pathogens. Then the cobalt metal, when is reacted with thiosemicarbazole to form a metal complexes, and it shows antibacterial and antiviral agents, and it also investigated redox active products for hypoxia targeting and antibacterial and anti-cancer agents.
10 minutes over, please jump on conclusion.
Then these are the characterization techniques which is used to investigate metal complexes, and these are the biological activities of some transitional metal complexes which shows different treatment like cancer, diabetes, then inflammatory states. And these are the conclusion on this review. This review covers the vast research conducted on the literature about the semicarbazole and thiosemicarbazole and their transition metal complexes. These days, chemotherapy are increasingly used in the medicinal field. In the treatment of cancer, semicarbazole and derivatives of transition metal complexes have proven effective. The biologically and pharmacologically, it exhibits extraordinary therapeutic potential. It is utilized as a medicinal medication in chemotherapies despite the increased risk of a side effect. These chemicals have been reported to have anti-cancer, antibacterial, antifungal, anti-malarial, and antiviral and antifilarial properties by the number of authors. The Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson disease, Chagas disease, leprosy, and the mental disorder are only few of the disease that is used to treat, and it is also effective against the yeast. There are some drawbacks to use the metal complexes medicine despite their benefits. Therefore, the new methods are necessary to circumvent these drawbacks, and the researchers of future have been quite interested in this field.
Thank you.
These are the some references, and thank you so much to organizer and also Wagmare sir to cooperate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Deepshika Sharma. Dr. Deepshika Sharma is available.
Sir, I have one.
Unmute yourself, Deepshika Sharma.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Please continue. Upload your PPT.
Yes, sir. So is my PPT visible?
Please continue.
Yes. Hello, everyone. The topic which I'm presenting today is related to the laws relating to music industry in India, a tussle between remix and the copyrights, which is now a burning issue because we have seen this Falguni Pathak's case, which has come up, wherein Neha Kakkar, one of the renowned singer who has done this remix of a very old classic cult produced by Falguni Pathak, and therefore this controversy has arrived, and therefore this is an important key issue which has to be looked upon. So this paper is presented by me, Deepshikha Sharma, Assistant Professor, Vishwakarma University, along with my co-author, that is Siddhi Singh. Now the topic here is, what do you mean by remix? Remix basically is recreated music, adding extra instruments to the music, to the already existing work, or maybe to the original music. Then why remix is in the limelight, as I've told you, because of the controversial issues which are arising and recreation of the old classic cults which are there. Music law basically means what? A body of law that governs the music business. It includes in itself the legal framework that governs the production, distribution, performance, and the reception of the musical work. Who does this music law impact? So the impact is to all of us, from the creator to the consumer. It includes the composers as well. Then we have music law in India. So the laws which impact this music is basically the Copyright Act of 1957, which got amended in 2012. We are also the signatories to Universal Copyright Convention and the Berne Convention. Remixing of songs in India. It is a common knowledge that once anything has been made, it falls under the jurisdiction of copyright regime. Whether or not it is registered, registration is not required in this field. Making a remix mashups compilation of situations would be considered to be infringement in this situation. Then two basic requirements of copyright work to maintain its authenticity. It must be unique, and the ability of the ideas for the copyright protection means that they must be realized as and when in the material form. There are different types of rights which are available: the reproduction rights, synchronization rights, mechanical rights, derivation rights, adaptation rights, and also one of the important rights is performer's right. So who is the creator of a musical work? It is not the singer who is the creator, it is the composer who gets the right. So moral rights cited under the Copyright Act. If the original work has been modified in a way that damages the creator's reputation, he may file a complaint against under Section 57 of the Copyright Act of 1957. Then if we talk about the basic laws which are there in the YouTube, for instance, in relation to the copyright infringement, if the creator suspects that his work has been copied or has been taken care by anybody else, then in such situation, the next step would be firstly, they will get a red flag in relation to the same. And if still the work is still appearing on the YouTube website or YouTube site, then in the next situation, it will be the copyright lawsuit or the account of the user from the particular website will be removed. For example, if the copyright account is, if there is an account of the user on the YouTube, then it will be removed after the red flag which he has received. And despite of the red flag, if he has not removed his concern objectionable data. Then to conclude, I would just say that a violation of law is committed when an artistic work, especially a song, is copied without permission, and therefore obtaining the permission from the owner before using the property is very crucial. It goes without saying that the Copyright Act has provided the owner with the rights that enable him to impose severe penalties on those who violate the terms of license. Therefore, exercising caution before attempting to steal the work of another person without obtaining their permission would be mandatory. After fulfilling the requirements outlined above, it should be obvious that anyone can copyright a music that has been remixed as long as there is legal stances available. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. Serial number 63, Professor Uche Grace Imentorn from Nigeria. Is this available? Uche Grace from Nigeria. Okay, 64. Borude. 65, Saranya. Darekar, Yevule sir. Okay, who want to do the PPT presentation at ending? Is this Gadre?
Sir, I'll be doing.
Gadre, Arti Gadre, please continue.
Yes, thank you, sir. 1 minute, I'll share the PPT.
Visible, please continue.
Yes. Sorry, going to the. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Arti Gadre. I'm a research scholar at Santa Gadke Baba Amravati University. Under the guidance of Bhagyashri Deshpande Madam, I'm presenting this PPT and the paper to all of you. The title of my paper is an investigation of India's right to privacy concerning to the OTT regulation. Now the question, before I jump to the objectives of my research, the question comes, what is the privacy? There is a tremendous we can see the judicial process has been gone through to recognize the right to privacy as a basic fundamental right of individual in India, a citizen of India. But it has not been means though it has been recognized, but there is no specific law to protect a right to privacy of individual. So to some extent, some regulations have been come to protect a little bit part of our right to privacy. So one of that is the for the OTT platform, means for the social media, the right to privacy, how to protect that. It's my topic will be talking about that. So objective is basically to comprehend the progressive of right to privacy in India, to find out data security threat on OTT platforms, and to study the regulations introduced to streamline the privacy concerns over the OTT platform. The question always come now, how the OTT platform and the privacy comes into the question over there, because always OTT platform is looked over there as the, we have to regularize the content of that particular that OTT platform, the things they had showing over there. There was a major buzz come when the Mirzapur came on the Prime. What content is there? Why you required to show up certain scenes? And so there is no kind of regulation. So always talk. We have talked from that particular angle, but no one has thought over there. We are giving our data to the OTT platform. They have access to that. Not about the things we are while a login we provide our data, but what kind of content we watch. Even that data is recorded by the OTT platform over there, and sometimes it can be misused over there. So for that, the regulations had come, and to study that, I have used the doctrinal research methodology over there. As I have told earlier, the privacy is described in a scenario in which individual is not being monitored or bothered by someone who is not permitted to do so. Then regarding to the what is a right to privacy over there, we can see right to be personal autonomy. What are my choices? What content I'm watching? So there should not be a surveillance on that particular thing. Obviously, it should be in a legal channel over there. So that privacy I should get it over there. Recognition of the privacy, it has been the what it has been not prior to I'll say we recognize in India. For that, we prior to that, it has been recognized all over the world under the UDHR, then under the International Convention, then European Convention over there. We recognize right to privacy under the this landmark judgment of Justice K.S. Puthuswamy versus Union of India over there. And in that, we recognize the right to privacy is there and we should protect that. Then there was a privacy bill was introduced in the parliament in 2018, 2019. Then it was with the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Then there was the, it was in 21, again, it was produced in the parliament, but the parliament decided that we should abolish the bill, and then we are still waiting for the right to privacy as or the to protect our data privacy. There is no explicit law with us right now. Then the regulations came under the 2021 for the information technology intermediaries guidelines and a digital media ethics code, which contains about the, we can say, the definitions they introduce in part 1, due diligence, what will be the standards on the social media as well as the OTT. Everyone has given the limelight to the social media, and obviously it is a major factor over there. In India, if we see, the 90% population will be on social media, but OTT, if we can say, the relevantly it would be some around 50 to 60% over there. So social media emphasize is a little bit more in this particular act, in the rules, as compared to the OTT platform over there. They provide the dispute settlement mechanism over there. If there is the breach of privacy is over there, it has been recorded, then in that case we can file a complaint over there. The regulation talks about the if there is any kind of a data breach, we can appeal within 30 days. We should be given before we registered over OTT app, the privacy statement has to be given, the consent has to be given. If there is a change in the any kind of a policy, or for what purpose the data will be used, you have to give a due notice to the this subscriber of OTT before you use or the process the data over there. So a partial, we can say, implementation of the right to privacy has been implemented under this regulation over there. But as I'll be concluding over there, still there is no explicit law, and the modern technology is rising like anything, and we have to adopt with that. So we are all becoming techno savvy. We can see with this particular virtual conference over there, prior to 2 years we would have not imagined there is something, a conference can be online over there. We always have seen the function will be of one day, and the networking will be doing on the offline platform. Now the new technology is coming up, so to for that we require to have some guidelines. We have to have some strict rules to protect our privacy over there. So if anyone has a question, I'm open for that. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you, Vagmare sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this want any participant to do PPT presentation?
Yeah. Can I do it?
Who's there?
Deepa Rostam. This is Kalaiva.
Deepa madam, please continue.
Okay. Can I start my presentation, sir?
Yes, video should be on. Your
Wait a minute.
face should be reflected in YouTube.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Okay. So myself, Deepa Rostam. I am pursuing PhD from the NSGU under the guidance of Dr. N.S. Nirmala Jyoti ma'am. And my present work is investigation on structural, optical, and antibacterial studies of gold nanoparticle with fenugreek seeds. So this topic is under the branch nanobiotechnology. So let us move on to the nanobiotechnology. It is the unification of nanotechnology and biotechnology. And in scientific terms, we can say that nanotechnology concerns with physical dimensions ranging from 1 to 100 nanometer. Or in other words, we can say that it is a branch of nanotechnology with biological and biochemical applications. So nanoparticles can be synthesized using 3 approaches. First one is chemical approach, physical approach, and third one is biological approach. One picture with in plant extract, I have chosen the fenugreek as the source. I have chosen the gold chloride solution. So mixing up these 2 plant extract, which means fenugreek seed extract and gold chloride solution, we will get a mother solution change from brown color to purple color. So this color change indicates that the formation of gold nanoparticles. And I have chosen the method I used for synthesis of highly stable, well-characterized nanoparticles. This method have a rapid synthesis, control toxicity, site characteristics, economical, and morphologies can be controlled by altering conditions such as pH, substrate, concentration, and temperature. I have chosen the biological approach because within 2-3 steps we can find we will get the nanoparticle used from the metal source. The gold nanoparticle, actually, gold is a transition metal with atomic number 79. It is also used as a highly anti-inflammatory in medicine. Gold is not only a good conductor to heat and electricity, but also a good reflector of infrared. And it is used for localized heat treatment of diseased regions of the body. And I got enough seed. And here I have chosen the fenugreek seeds. Actually, the leaves are very rich in nutrients like carotene, vitamin A, ascorbic acid, calcium, iron, like that. The seeds are also equally composed of protein, starch, sugar, vitamins, enzymes, and all. Because of these nutrition, highly nutrients and all, there is a reducing agent present inside of this fenugreek seed. Because of this reducing agent presence, the metal ions are reduced to gold nanoparticle. It reduces both blood glucose and cholesterol levels. Fenugreek has to be rich in antioxidant and antimicrobial properties. The seed exhibits cancerous cells of the livers also. Then the results I have done are, the various results I have done are X-ray, powder diffraction, XRD, and here in the peak shows that it is a sharp peak, which indicates that it is a crystalline structure with FCC. Then using the shear equation, I have calculated the average crystalline size. It is of 51 nanometer. Then next one is SEM scanning electron microscopy, and the morphology of gold nanoparticle I got, it is spherically shaped. The average size is also calculated ranging from 40 to 80 nanometer. Then energy dispersive absorption X-ray analysis. EDX analysis will give us the or identify the elemental composition of product, the material, gold nanoparticle, like that. So I have got in the spectrum, it is showing that gold and oxygen, it is about 66.93% and 33.09% respectively. Next one is optical studies, which is UV analysis, and in absorption peak is shown at 550 nanometer. Then the photoluminescence of PL studies shows two emission spectrum, which is at 370 nanometer and 550 nanometer. Then a Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy shows various absorption ranges and corresponding absorption ranges. There are types of vibrations like O stretches, OCO stretch, CO stretch, like that, CCC stretch and all. The next one is Fourier transform Raman spectroscopy, which indicates the branches at 550 centimeter inverse indicates NCO group found in amides. The last one is antibacterial activity of gold gold metal nanoparticle. Here, actually, in the picture, we can see for 3 positive gram-positive bacteria and 3 gram-negative bacteria I have chosen, and in out of 6, all showing zone of inhibition around the well very highly. Then the antibacterial activity was measured on the basis of zone of inhibition around the well. The gold nanoparticle exhibits high antibacterial activity against the gram-positive bacteria compared to gram-negative bacteria. And as the zone of inhibition around the well increases, an antibacterial activity also shows highly. If the zone of inhibition is greater than 10 mm, then it shows the gold nanoparticle shows high antibacterial activity. If it is less than 5 mm, and it will be less antibacterial activity. The next one is antifungal activity of gold nanoparticle. And here for this study of antifungal activity, I have chosen 96 well plate. And here my value was found in the both fungus. It is 21.25 and 25.25 microgram per ml, which means the fungus is not yet grown. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Who's want to do the next presentation?
Can we do it?
What is the name? Kalai?
Yeah.
I was calling you. Your serial number was, I think so, 14, 15 something, na?
No.
Okay, Kalavani madam, please continue. Upload your PPT on your video.
Yes.
Visible. PPT visible.
Is my video on?
It should be on. It will be uploaded on higher education website as well as on YouTube.
I was not able to on my video.
Sir, yes, yes. Hello.
Yeah, sure. Like, good
Hello.
evening. Yeah, my paper topic is a survey of severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2 using medical images. So myself, J. Kalyani, and I was doing it under the guidance of Dr. A.S. sir. So everyone know, like COVID-19 is a communicable disease which makes people suffer from respiratory syndrome. So in clinical aspects, how they will find COVID-19? They will go through a PCR test, that is polymerase chain reaction. So with growing number of COVID cases in the pandemic time, so how they find the COVID-19 level of infection in the chest or the lesions in which it is affected in chest. So they will be going for chest X-ray and CT scan. So in healthcare sector, what is their main task is to, they want to prevent the COVID-19 risk cases, diagnosis, treat them, recover or cure the illness. So this is a challenging task. So as number of cases increases, so they need to find the how much it affected in the lungs. So image processing comes into play. Like image processing is a rapidly growing technology. In image processing, with respect to the machine learning techniques, they will allow to build up models that will identify the severity level and the lesions infected in the chest CT using the CT images or X-ray images taken. So one of the main key to achieve it is the training is the key for it, so that the model can be success with more accuracy. So what is the motivation? During the big one that many of them have been suffered from COVID, and there were the clinical and everything has been suffered from dramatic loss of human loss. So this motivated people to do this. And in existing work, we can classify in terms of segmentation, like how to find the infected regions of COVID. So these are few of the segmentation papers. Like basically, they will segment the infection region from the lungs. They can use various models like DNA and CNN on models. They will extract the shape, text, and features from the infection of the COVID, which differs from other pneumonia infections. So these are the existing papers. So I can conclude in a way like for segmentation, like they will find the COVID-19 infection and they will apply into a model, a deep learning model, and they can extract which are the affected areas. And these are few classification papers. In the classification, what they will do is like they will be categorize the COVID-19 from the other pneumonia, bacterial or viral pneumonia. Based on the features, it has been segmented. They will be fed into the model, deep learning model for classification. These are few of the papers offered. And what are the parameters and measurements? We can improve the models things. So based on the accuracy, they can improve all the time, the complexity, computation complexity, the cost, everything can be improving to achieve a better results. So these are the few results which concentrate on a particular parameter in order to improve the model, that is CNN or any model in which they are using. So like I can conclude in a way based on the example of the techniques, methods, measurements in the area of image processing with respect to COVID for finding the infection region in the lung. So, and that major of the focus papers on the focuses on distinguish COVID-19 from other viral or bacterial pneumonia. So only few of the papers which was focusing on classifying the severity level of COVID, which is also based on X-ray. So in which they will find the lung globes, claritas infected, and they will know the infected scores and what is the type of infection which is in the chest. So as we can come to a conclusion, like based on these infections, we can fit into a model like ResNet, InceptionNet, support vector machine to distinguish COVID. And these are a few of my references. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this
Thank you.
opportunity.
Who would like to present the PPT now?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm ready.
Rahul Lokhande, please continue.
Yes, sir.
Upload your PPT. Dukes, you are the next of Rahul Lokhande.
Okay.
PPT visible, please continue.
Yes, sir.
आपका PPT दिख रहा है, please continue करो.
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Rahul Lokhande. My research paper is student satisfaction about e-PG Pathshala among PG students in Gadchiroli district, Maharashtra. The background of the study is the study examines the student satisfaction about e-PG Pathshala among the PG students in Gadchiroli district. The study is based on the survey method, a web-based structural questionnaire that is randomly distributed among through the email and students WhatsApp group, and the primary data is collected.
हो गया आपका?
Sir, एक मिनट sir.
I will finish your PPT.
No, sir. 1 minute, sir. There is problem, sir.
Sir, you do one work. You take your slot next time. Is this Dukes available?
Yes.
Shadab Dukes.
Yes.
Please continue. लोखंडे सर आपलं PPT रिमूव्ह करून घ्या.
Yes, sir.
यांच्यानंतर तुम्ही तयारी करा, मी तुम्हाला परत पुकारेन. I will call you again.
Yes, sir.
Dukes, please continue.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Please wait. लोखंडे सर PPT रिमूव्ह करा.
Yes, sir.
Shadab, upload your PPT. Please, not visible yet. No. It was uploaded. Upload it again.
Okay. Now it's
yeah. From first page.
Now it's visible.
10 minutes slotted.
Yeah, it's okay. Can you see my screen?
Please continue.
Yeah. My name is P.K. Shadab from Shillong, Meghalaya. I'm going to present the macropolar fluid flow of our permeable channel with radiation and heat generation. I'm doing my research under Professor Sanjeev Gupta, Department of Mathematics, Assam University, Silchar. The outline of my presentation is based on this: motivation and scope of the study, objective for the study, discussion of the problem, and the last part is the references. Why do I study this subject because micropolar is one of the most important non-Newtonian fluids, as mentioned by Irengen in his paper in 1966. This micropolar fluid is one of the most important Newtonian fluids. We have lots of applications such as polymers, fluids, liquid crystals, even in our human's blood also. It has lots of application, as I've said. The process of heat and mass transfer in this fluid would generate lots of interest in geophysics, astrophysics, and in nuclear reactor and in industrial sector. The good number of research has been done in this field by many researchers, but we believe that our work will increase the interest in this subject. The objective of this study is to develop the model based on some basic principle like the energy equation, the conservation of energy, velocity, and then the momentum equation, the energy equation, the species continuity equation, and then the angular momentum. Here I have considered two channels. One is at the point T2 C2, and then other is at T1 C1. This T2 C2 is the temperature and the concentration at the channel at the upper end, and this is at the lower end, and the fluid is moving in this direction. Now, this is the flow of the fluid. On this flow of fluids, we form the mathematical modeling. And this modeling, we have the continuity equation, the momentum equation, the energy equation, and the species continuity equation. And also we have, this is mainly, the next one is mainly for the micropolar fluids, that is the angular momentum equation. And then these fluids, we consider also the boundary condition. At the lower end, y is equal to -h, the velocity u is equal to v0, and then the temperature is T1, and the concentration is C1, and then this, the angular velocity is given by -s del u del y. And the upper end, we have y is equal to +h, v0, and then the velocity is u is given by v naught x by h, t is t2, c equal to c2, and then the angular velocity is v naught by h squared. And to solve this equation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 8, we need to solve. We have to apply the similarity transformation, and then we took the number neta is equal to y by h, and then the stream function psi is equal to xy, v naught minus v naught x fh by n, and n is given by this. After we put the similarity transformation, we also took the transformation for the temperature and the concentration as well. The transformation is theta n, theta is equal to t minus t2 by t1 minus t2, and phi of n is c minus c2 by c1 minus c2, and then t2 is given by this, and c2 is given by c1 minus bx, where a and b are the constant. After we took the transformation, or equation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this of the 6, it gets transformed to a non-dimensional form of equation. This is one equation 1 plus n1 f4 minus n1 g minus r. These are equation which is we obtain when we get this similarity transformation.
10 minutes over, sir.
To solve this
10 minutes over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we saw this, we apply the
jump on conclusion,
and after that we get the graph, and then the graph it's showing these are the graph that we have calculated. These are the effects that it's happening in the equation of motion of the fluid fluids, and this is my references. Some of them I've given it here. So because of short of time, I cannot explain more on that. So with these few words, I would like to express my thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share my slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Poonam Nigam Sahai. Is this available? Dr. Poonam Nigam Sahai.
Yes. Yes, I am
Please continue.
available.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Are you uploading your PPT?
Yes, I am.
Open your PPT, then
Yes.
click on share button. Yeah, it is a sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well, a very good evening to everybody at the international conference. And I thank the organizers for allowing me to present my paper over here. And I'm going to speak about Ruskin Bond and Amitav Ghosh, two very important writers who have been awarded for their work. Apart from that, they have been doing very good work in ecological and eco-criticism. Ruskin Bond has been awarded for his work like The Room on the Roof, for which he got the John Llewellyn Rice Prize in 1957. The Blue Umbrella, Trees Still Grow in Dehra, and he's still going strong, writing very nicely. Amitav Ghosh is a Gyanpith awardee, a Sahitya Academic awardee, plus many other awards for The Circle of Reason, The Shadow Lines, The Calcutta Chromosome, The Hungry Tide, and the like. So we have two very strong writers whom I wish to explore. And this is eco-criticism in Ruskin Bond and Amitav Ghosh, Issues and Challenges. Now, why did we need to launch on this study? Literature has been the main preserve of writers. I'm sorry, seeking solace in the presence of nature from time immemorial. In early 20th century, man became constantly aware of the challenges posed by the environmental crisis. He posed questions regarding them, and from such earth-centric issues was born eco-criticism, an academic discipline, strongly probing into the whys and hows of raging global environmental hazards today. Now, eco-criticism redefines our relationship with the environment and literature. It identifies roots of the problem of ecological crisis in the relationship of the society with nature and also the structure of the society inside. It is also connected with social and economic justice. In this wider sense, it is no longer a coherent, monosystemic approach, but a transformative discourse related to wider social contexts, issues of justice, issues of whether humans are the sole authorities on this planet, or are we responsible for others also? The issue of environmental justice has become especially relevant, and the unequal distribution of environmental risk disaster caused by the industrialized world in different cultures and social classes is critically examined on both a regional and global scale. Through the writings of Bond and Ghosh, I shall investigate the relation between humans and the natural world. It will be observed how environmental issues, cultural issues concerning the environment and attitudes towards nature are presented and analyzed through literature survey method, observation, questionnaire, interviews, etc. Theoretically informed approaches from other fields of literary, social, and scientific study should also be borrowed. The literature of Ruskin Bond and Amitav Ghosh will be keenly scanned for data, which shall be documented for dealing with the environmental hazards and sensitivity towards the prominent issues of ecology like deforestation, wetland loss, etc. Investigation of the theoretical principles and aims will also be done by interviewing and questioning the reader group closely. A rigorous analysis and examination will be done on completion of the collection of data from the writings of Ruskin Bond and Amitav Ghosh. An honest assessment will be done of how the environmental issues or the cultural issues concerning the environment and attitudes towards nature are presented and analyzed. Relation between human and nature, signs of tyranny, greed, etc. will be documented. Through their writings, it will be examined whether the environment representing an extraordinary threat to humans has been portrayed with enough stark reality and honesty. Forests are chopped down mercilessly to make way for the so-called development, as we see in Bond and Ghosh both. Animals have to find new, untouched habitats as they are pushed further and further. Ghosh informs and depicts powerfully in his The Great Derangement that natural ecological disaster is frequent now across the globe, and our environment is at the margin, and we need to get up. The exemplary works of Bond and Ghosh are amazing for their portrayal of nature. They influence us to figure out how we may have a glad existence in close amicability with nature. These ecological literary works flawlessly manage human instinct relationship and interconnection, which is the keynote of eco-writing. The basic message is to preserve nature in a perfect excellence. Let us not decimate what we cannot make. The eco-critical writings of both our esteemed writers suggest the readers to visit or go out to experience nature firsthand in order to know her better, because all of us are deeply entangled in a system that produces a mix of good and bad outcomes, and we are partly responsible for both. Humans only look at nature as a profitable object today. If only they can work on it and turn the environment into something better by their consistent efforts, it would be great. They should respect and worship nature as our forefathers did and see its spiritual aspect too. Believing in it as a powerful and beneficent force will be good for us, and our earth will be a peaceful planet again. Here are some important references. We have Peter Barry, Beginning Theory, An Introduction to Literary and Cultural Theory, Gerard Gregg on Eco-Criticism, The New Critical Idiom, Glotfelty, Sherrill and Harold Fromm, The Eco-Criticism Reader, Landmarks in Literary Ecology, a very good book in fact, and Shivani Jha on Eco-Critical Readings, Rethinking Nature and Environment. For appendix, we will have a lot of Ruskin Bond and Amitav Ghosh pictures in action, pictures of ecologically viable and pleasant environments, safe technological equipments which will enhance the green environment and increase its potential all the more. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Who's want to do the presentation? Sahai, madam, please remove your PPT. Who want to do presentation?
Yes,
Next
sir.
presentation.
Yes, sir. Lokande.
Samiksha Lokande.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please continue. Upload your PPT on your video.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, visible. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Rahul Lokande, from MGV's Arts Science Commerce College, Manmad. My topic for the research paper is student satisfaction about EPG Pathshala among the students in Gadchiroli district, Maharashtra. The background of the study is study examines the student satisfaction about EPG Pathshala among PG, that is postgraduate students in Gadchiroli district, Maharashtra. The present study is based on the survey method. A web-based structural questionnaire was designed and randomly distributed among email and students' WhatsApp group to collect the primary data. The methodology of the study: the primary data related to the present study was collected through the Google form in September 2022. The study was limited to the postgraduate students from all streams of Gadchiroli district, Maharashtra. An online structured questionnaire was randomly sent through email and a students WhatsApp group to the postgraduate students. A total about 200 questionnaires were distributed and 126 failed questionnaires were obtained. The analyzed data is presented in tabular form. Objectives of the study is to know the awareness about EPG Pathshala among the postgraduate students in Gadchiroli district, to know the quality e-content of EPG Pathshala, to measure the level of satisfaction towards EPG Pathshala, to find out the benefit of EPG Pathshala among the postgraduate students, to measure the problem in accessing EPG Pathshala by the postgraduate students. Finding of the study is the study found that 52 of respondents, that is 41.26% of respondents are aware of EPG Pathshala, while 74, that is 58.73% of respondents are not aware of it. Next is 42, that is 33.33% of respondents says that the teacher is the source of information regarding EPG Pathshala. The majority of students, that is 33.33, prefer to use the e-content e-resources in EPG Pathshala. 41.26 respondents said that the quality of e-content is good, followed by the very good with 26.98% responses. 73.01% respondents said that availability of 24/7 of EPG Pathshala is the most effective factor, which is preferred to use EPG Pathshala on print sources. The majority of respondents, that is 66.66, are satisfied with EPG Pathshala content, whereas 24, that is 19.04% respondents are fully satisfied. 94, that is 74.60% respondents opine that EPG Pathshala fulfills the purpose of classroom teaching. Inadequate information regarding the study material and lack of training is the problem faced by 94, that is 74.60%, and 92, that is 73.01% responded respectively in using EPG content. The study found that conclusion of the study, in the present scenario, EPG Pathshala is the most effective gateway of scholarly literature in India for postgraduate students, and it provides very useful material to its user. The study found that a poor majority of the students, that is 41.26%, are aware of EPG Pathshala. As per the study, teachers are playing a responsible role in educating students regarding the use of EPG Pathshala. It is further observed that EPG Pathshala fulfills the purpose of classroom teaching. The outcome of the study shows that PG colleges in Gadchiroli districts needs to be organized compulsory training programs on the use and awareness of EPG Pathshala so that the PG students can effectively make use of it. A recommendation. This study recommended that the PG colleges in Gadchiroli district should conduct compulsory training and awareness program for students to make further awareness regarding EPG Pathshala. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Who want to do the next presentation? Who are the remaining?
Yes, Ashok Parmar.
Ashok Parmar, sir, please continue. Lokhande, sir, remove your PPT.
Yes, sir.
Sir, without share.
Without PPT, you can directly oral presentation, no problem.
Okay.
Lokhande, sir, remove
Yes,
your
yes.
PPT.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, please continue.
I am Ashok Parmar, PhD scholar, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. My topic is utilization of library services and users satisfaction in medical colleges, library in Gujarat. My guide is Rajesh Trivedi, sir. Introduction to every living being, primary need to health. Healthy people are critical for economic development and well as national development. As a result, and effective health care system and health care staff are required. Improving our minds in quality important, and as a result, a good education system should be in place. We consider doctors, nurse, and other paramedical personnel to be good because they save our lives and help us avoid illness. Warrior in COVID-19 situation to keep our society healthy, excellent medical practitioners are required as excellent medical and paramedical colleges, which serve the birthplace of these doctor, nurse, and other paramedical personnel such as laboratory technician and compounders. The library services. Libraries are professional of service. Library, according to the Arshad and Amin 2011, should understand what their clients want, when they want service, and how they want its services. The intellectual capital of libraries are the professionalized services provided by library staff to their user. Most library users share many services to meet the demand of their users, but information is infinite in library define the limitation of the services, and medical libraries in Gujarat do. A current research project and attempt to identify the various library services provided by Gujarat paramedical and medical colleges libraries, user expectation of them and their satisfaction with the service operated by the medical colleges library. This research objective of study the investigation of the availability of various library services in Gujarat medical and paramedical colleges. Second is identified user behavior in relation to library resources and services. Determine the availability of the IT facilities in libraries for accessing electronic resources and services. And fourth is do access library user satisfaction with the available services. Research methodology is the researcher collect data for the study using paramedical defined questionnaire. 5 Gujarat medical colleges were chosen for the study, and questionnaire was distributed to 100 users for Gujarat Medical College. All questions were returned. All questionnaire were returned, and they will be analyzed Excel using tabulation graph and charts. All college, 5 colleges, medical college, Ahmedabad, CUSA Medical College, Surendranagar, GMER Medical College, Gandhinagar, Government Medical College, Bhavnagar, and MPSA Medical College, Jamnagar. Finding and conclusion. The researcher attempt to identify the correct current state of library services in Gujarat Medical Colleges libraries, as well as user attitude toward them. After analyzing the data, it was discovered that most library provided attitude traditional library service and as well as a print collection, and their user of medical college library are satisfaction with them. Libraries have electronic resources such as service, computers, barcode scanner, and UPS system, all of which all useful to library staff and carrying out their duties. Electronic service are not satisfactory to users. Thank you. Second.
Thank you.
Second paper, sir.
No, sir. Only one paper.
Okay.
Who's the next one to do presentation? Who want to do the next PPT presentation? Who want to do the next research presentation, PPT presentation? Baiju Thomas. Ratan Chaudhary. I think so. Everyone have finished those PPT presentation. Dr. Anita Muddakam, madam.
Yes.
Whether we have to wind up?
Yes, sure. Sure, sir.
Can you give the final conclusion?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello,
Vote
sir.
of thanks.
Hello, sir. Mehul Chauhan speaking.
Mehul
Hello.
Chauhan,
Yes, sir. My PPT paper.
please upload your PPT. Madam, please wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Mehul Chauhan, please upload your PPT.
Okay, sir.
Mehul Chauhan, are you available?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So PPT? Yes, sir.
No.
No.
You can directly read. Do not worry about that. You can
Okay,
read.
sir. Okay, no problem, sir. Myself, Mehul Chauhan. I am the
Your
PhD scholar.
face should be reflected in YouTube channel.
Okay, okay, sir. Yes, sir, sir. Okay. Myself, Mehul Chauhan. I am the PhD scholar for the Saurashtra University, Rajkot. My guide is Dr. Rajesh Trivedi for the PD Medical College Librarian. And myself research topic is significance of the marketing of library information sources and services, a study of the library in Gujarat state. I have given the for agriculture university in Gujarat state, and the study based the analysis and the data collection for the purpose of the Navsari University, for the Junagadh University, and the Anand Agriculture University and Sabarkantha Krishi University. And this all of you, the objectives of the university in this topic is to identify the information seeking behavior of the users in agriculture university, to assess the need of the marketing of the library information sources and the services of the Gujarat state and state agriculture university libraries, to assess the recent practices used by the librarians to market their sources and the services, and determine the skill of the needed and the library professional to implement the marketing of the concept, and the difficulty regarding the library professional and the use of the library services for the marketing point of view. This is the objective of the my topic. And the research method is gathering the questionnaire method and the direct meet for the users and the Google form all and another way, sir. And I for the analysis for the data collection and the users point of view and the services point of view. And the next for the our you for the analysis after the suggestion for the current research, the researcher, the studies of the marketing of the library information sources in the services, and the data of the analyzed it was the discovered for the majority of the patrons use online resources and the search engines for the access of the because do not need for the travel and the easily available for the one place. And the a result for the library professionals to implement the various resources for the electronic research point of view, and raise the awareness of about the library collection and the services. The allowed of the users understand the availability and the library resources become the interested in the libraries. The majority users believe that the marketing library services for the necessary for the library resources and used for the web 2.0 technology. And nowadays the majority is youth professional and the entire community spend the majority and their time for the social media. As a result, the recommended for the advertise the services through the social media, which made the quality quickly attract for the users. And thanking you for this paper. Okay.
Thank you, Mehul Chavan. Who want to
sir.
do
Thank
the
you.
next presentation? Who want to do the next presentation?
Yes, sir. I am Kirit Chandrala.
Yes, Ashok Parmar, please continue.
Myself, Kirit Chandrala. Myself, Kirit Chandrala. My topic of availability and utilization of information and communication technology in State University Library, Gujarat. Introduction. Over the declaration of the traditional method was used, the library housekeeping operation has included acquisition, cataloging, circulation, and dissemination information library are a consideration. The limited between of the wall their collection was the librarian, the gateway keeper of the those reserve all the function. A library were limited between those your will the introduction in for ICT that bring the tension and change everything of the human life, the personal and professional library and the information field are well effective in ICT soon of the best environment, the being repairing change of the field library in information science, but they also create questionary and infecting libraries all the information because available on the computer and mobile device. Library professional must work have the implement and ICT every step of their working if you between use library information, self acquisition and dissemination information. ICT bring measure library are art of every education institute of information. ICT value added and a better movement. Student library providing the required information, learning development.
आवाज आवाज नहीं आ रहा है आपका. Kirit Chandrala, please continue.
Okay, sir. Network problem है. हेलो.
आपका फिनिश हो गया है क्या? पीपीटी? ओके. ओके, कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं. फिनिश होगा तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं. Who want to do the next presentation PPT? Bushra, Thomas Baiju, Deepa Tom, Ratan Chaudhary, Anita madam. Anita madam?
Yes.
I think so. There is no remaining to PPT. I think so. We have to do wind up with out of thank and conclusion of overall conference.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please continue.
Sir, I would like to present Bushra. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Bushra madam, it is not doing the joking. We are.
Sorry, sir.
I was
Actually, there
calling
was
you.
no, sir. There was some internet problem. I was not able to unmute because of that.
You do the fast, upload your PPT, read your PPT.
Sure, sir.
Anita madam, please wait. Please.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to present a presentation on a study on the role of over-the-counter drug advertisements and empowering the consumers towards their healthcare decisions. So as we all know that there is an increase in the demand of OTC drugs, and advertisement is considered as the most prominent component of the promotion mix. So there are several studies that been conducted on advertisement and consumer behavior. However, a few studies have been done on OTC drugs in the Indian context. So I have tried to develop a model to study the impact of these advertisements in empowering consumers, which ultimately leads to an increase in their purchase intention. So this is an overview of the OTC drugs. These pharma OTC drugs, they are also called OTC products. It includes the drugs or the products which are directly purchased by the consumer without any requirement of a prescription from the healthcare professional. So they can directly visit the chemist and can purchase these products. There is a category which is included in OTC drugs, which are vitamins and minerals, cough and cold, digestives and gastrointestinals, analgesics and pain relievers, contraceptives, and antiseptic and antibacterial creams and liquids. So it is quite apparent from the discussion that advertisement is very important component of marketplace, and that is why the pharmaceutical companies, they are spending huge amount on advertising their products. And though there is no literature which is available where the researchers in the Indian context have tested any model to study the role of advertisements with respect to the OTC drugs, and to study the analyze the impact of these advertisements on the empowerment and healthcare decisions of consumers. So there was a need to study the role of advertisement on consumer empowerment with special reference to OTC drugs in Delhi. So advertisement and consumer behavior, they both are very fascinating and intriguing topic in the field of marketing research. Various researchers and authors, they have done remarkable work in the field of advertisement and consumer behavior in different countries and in different range of goods and services. So consumers, they tend to have a liking for a product once they are aware of the product, and this awareness is something that is developed by the advertisements. So this is literature which has already been done on the advertisement and consumer behavior of different products. The attitude that they develop, the evaluation they do, it actually impacts their purchase intention. We can see that there's a gap analysis. Limited studies are only done on over-the-counter medicines, and which are all very elementary, and bar graphs and you can say histograms, and these are used for the study. But there is no, as such, no literature is available which shows that any researcher in India have explored the role of advertisement of OTC drugs using a research model where the impact of advertisement is shown on the empowerment and buying intention. So the present study is an attempt to fill the gaps in the existing knowledge by exploring the role of advertisements on the consumer empowerment. I'm just skipping a few slides. Objectives of the study: to develop a framework that identifies the relationship between the advertisement, empowerment, ad evaluation, and purchase intention. To study the impact of advertisement on consumer buying, which has sub objectives: to examine the relationship between OTC drug advertisement and consumer empowerment, to examine the relationship between consumer empowerment and ad evaluation, and to examine the relationship between ad evaluation and purchase intention. So these are the various models of advertisement communication that was studied by the researcher. The IDA model: awareness, interest, desire, and action. This shows that the process of advertisement communication, the way advertisement impacts the consumer buying behavior, buying intention, is a procedural method. It cannot be done in a one step. So this is the Dagmar model: awareness that leads to comprehension, that leads to and finally taking an action by the consumers. Then Lavensteiner's hierarchy of effects model, that shows that the awareness that is created by the advertisements leads to knowledge formation, which actually leads to the liking by the consumer, and then ultimately brand preference is done by the consumer, which where he gets convicted and convinced about the products, and finally that leads to the purchase by the consumers. So this is the proposed research model that is studied by me: the impact of advertisement on consumer empowerment, that leads to the ad evaluation, which can be positive or negative, and ultimately leading to the purchase intention by the consumers. These are the hypotheses. There is a significant impact of advertisement of OTC drugs on the consumer empowerment for OTC drugs. There's a significant impact of consumer empowerment on the ad evaluation, and there is a significant impact of ad evaluation on the purchase intention of respondents. So the research methodology that is, I have used a close-ended structural questionnaire. 100 people were surveyed for this study, and I have used regression analysis to create the hypothesis. So these are the scales: advertisement, 5 questions were asked on advertisement, which were adapted from various studies, empowerment, ad evaluation, and purchase intention. So the KMO is 0.931, which shows that the value is good and with the analysis of the data. So these are the reliability scores, again, which is 0.981, which is above desired. Now, the regression analysis of advertisement, empowerment, and ad evaluation on purchase intention. The first I've done is to investigate if the advertisement has significant impact on consumer empowerment. So the hypothesis was tested if advertisement carries an impact on empowerment. The dependent variable empowerment was regressed on the predicted variable advertisement to test the hypothesis. And these are the results. R square value is 0.291. And F value is 40.270, P value is 0.000, which shows that it is significant. So the hypothesis has been proved. So this is the detailed, these are the detailed results. R value, which shows a significant correlation between the two variables, which is 0.540. Now we can see that it was found significant and hypothesis was tested. Now, the second hypothesis is there is a significant impact of consumer empowerment on ad evaluation. We can see that the beta coefficient is 0.437. The P value is 0.000, which shows that it is significant and hypothesis has been proved. So we can see that the R value is 0.634. That shows a strong correlation between empowerment and ad evaluation. That means the empowered employees, empowered consumers, where they learn from the advertisements and it has an impact on their evaluation of the ad, the attitude that they build towards the advertisements. So these are the values. We can see the standardized coefficient and unstandardized coefficient value 0.437, that shows that each unit change in the dependent variable will result in 0.43% change in the dependent variable. So the regression equation that was developed is ad evaluation is equal to 2.2 plus 0.437 empowerment. Now, further we go to linear regression of ad evaluation on purchase intention. So the hypothesis that was tested is there is a significant impact of ad evaluation on the purchase intention. So these are the values. You can see that the R, that is the simple correlation value, that is 0.653. That again shows a strong correlation between the two variables. The R value is 0.427. Now the significance is 0.000. That shows that the hypothesis has been tested and there is a significant impact of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The regression equation that was created is purchase intention is equal to 1.774 plus 0.542 ad evaluation. Now, these are the findings. The findings reveal that advertisements of OTC drugs have an impact on the empowerment of the consumers. It was found that there is a significant relationship between empowerment and ad evaluation, and the results of hypothesis testing reveal that ad evaluation also has a significant impact on the purchase intention of the consumers. So the results of the research study revealed that advertisements were very successful in empowering the consumers by telling them about the usage and benefits of the OTC drugs, which helps them to develop a strong and positive ad evaluation attitude towards the advertisement, which ultimately leads to a positive and strong purchase intention. They ultimately land into buying the OTC, they develop an intention to purchase the OTC drugs. So based on the findings, we can recommend that the companies, the pharmaceutical and healthcare companies, they should see it as a mandate to advertise the OTC drugs properly, and the credibility, the comprehensibility of the message should be clear. It should be able to understand the advertisement, and the advertisement should be able to empower the consumers about the usage and benefits of the OTC drugs. Then only the pharmaceutical companies can have an edge over the competitors. So the advertisement should be made in such a way that it should be very informative. It should create awareness among the consumers. It should help them to learn and empower themselves, and which would lead to a positive ad evaluation and impact the purchase intention towards the OTC products. Scope for future research. The present research can be considered as a useful study measuring the impact of advertisements on the consumer buying behavior towards OTC drugs. It is a humble attempt to achieve its objectives and produce significant implication for theory and practices. But the study is not exhaustive. Still, there is an ample scope for future research in this field. So people can go in different areas. They can study the impact of advertisement on the chemist. They can study the impact of advertisement on chemist-consumer interaction. And there could be different scales that could be used. People, researchers can go and study the impact of media on the impact of different media on the purchase intention. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation? Dear participants, who want to do the next presentation? Anita madam.
Yes, sir.
I think
May
so,
I?
yeah. Anita madam, I think so. There is no any remaining to PPT. We have
Okay.
to conclude here.
We will.
Please continue.
May I? May I? Good evening, all dear participants, research scholars, all the dignitaries, for attending this one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in language, literature, commerce, management, library science, sports, law, higher education, engineering system in India. I am here. It's my pleasure that now this is the last session of this international conference to conclude the whole day from start to end, the technical session. Here I am presenting all the details of today's conference. First of all, I am very much thankful to Dr. Kishore Wagmare sir, who guided me well how to organize the international conference and what is the systematic way to organize the conference in such a way that make it successful. So very much thankful, Kishore sir, that you have guided me very much well. And now I am presenting the the inaugural function of our today's conference. The trustee of our college institution, Dr. Bhalachandra Birazda sir, who inaugurated the program today. And with his hand, we have published or inaugurated our e-journal today morning at 10 o'clock. Honorable Principal Umakant Chanshetty sir, who has given his welcome speech and delivered all the details about our institution, the object and aims of our institution, for what sector our institution is working, what are the dreams of our late S.N. Alure Guruji, who is the founder secretary of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Andur. And the motto of our institution is Duritanche Timir Jao, and we all are working for the economically, socially socially person who are unable to take the education in rural area, and this institution is only for those students which is established here for taking the for providing the education for these students. And later on, Dr. Bhalachandra Birazda has expressed his views on research methodology, what is the purpose of research, how to go ahead on the step of research. Research is an unending process. It is not the part of duty. It is not only the theory, but it is an unending process of education system which develop us our personality, as well as it should be very much useful for the society. So he has guided us very much and in a very beautiful way, and suggested us to participate in all those activities which are helpful for institution and for our future academic progress also. Later on, our keynote addresser, Dr. Rajendra Kumbar, Savitribai Phule University, Pune, Maharashtra. He has delivered his keynote address on emerging trends in research. While he has given his speech, he deliberately focused on that offline reading is more useful than online reading. Then how we have to see all the details of research methodology while we are writing the paper, on which topic we have to concentrate, and how to select the title, as well as how to use the library. By reading the books, we will develop ourselves. Otherwise, without reading, research activity is not happen well. He suggested and given a very fruitful, knowledgeable speech. And due to his speech, we have a new idea, a new attitude is developed. Second, when the first session is started, our guest of the first session is Dr. Abhijit Kekar, University of Fuzira, United Arab Emirates, UAE, Dubai. His topic is research and development in educational sectors. Dr. Abhijit Kelkar has raised a very true question to us. What's the use of research? If our research is useful for others, for us, then it is beneficial. Otherwise, research means only a technical issue for us. So he has given much more ideas about making our research fruitful for others and for us also. He said that our research should be qualitative rather than quantitative. How to select the research journals, how to work on the topics, and how to develop the topic in that way which should be useful for others. Then how to get get the information from others and collect the data. That is very much important while we are writing the research paper. Writing the research paper takes much more time, near about 8-9 months. If we are doing it in 1 month, then what's the quality of that research paper? That lesson I have to think that we must have to think about all these issues and make ourselves prepared to write a literary, a very authentic and useful research paper. I am very much thankful to Dr. Abhijit Kelkar sir. Later on, the session which is handled by James Fernandez ma'am, library manager, library London, and the topic is of that Fernandez ma'am is research innovation in librarianship, a modern outlook. Now, ma'am has given lot of key ideas about the use of library, how we have to be a techno savvy, how to use e-libraries, in which way we have to prepare all the data and references, how to write the references while we are writing the research paper. And that's why it's very fruitful for us, and it's very knowledgeable session that make me aware that how to write the paper in that way. Then the last session of Dr. Thakkar ma'am, from professor of Mumbai University, Mumbai, and the title of her paper is Initiating Research Footprint and Overview. And in that session, she started her speech from the selection of the title, because the title selection is very much important, which represents our ideas. So the title, how to select the title, while we are selecting the title of the research paper, then it should be specific, it should be clean and clear, it should be taking the psychology of a reader. So ma'am has pointed out that when we are writing the paper, the paper should be in point of view the reader psychology. It should not write that what I need, I have written. What is the reader psychology, what the reader wants. From that point of view, we have to write the papers. And she generally and specifically focused on the title, selection of the title. Many times we have confused to select the titles, and many times we give a very wrong title to that research paper, because research paper is different than the book which we have written. And that's why she said that we have to find out the particulars of that problem, and then select the title, find out the problems, then solutions, and then focus on that problem of that which we have selected for the research paper, and then write it. And it should be then very impressive paper, and that should be guided by that is very much helpful for us. So I am very much thankful to Thakkar ma'am also. And now the technical session is started after 2 o'clock. In the technical session, we have find that that 145 participants have registered for the this conference, and somehow it's somehow were admitted to this conference. They joined this online conference, and among them near about 45 to 50 participants have presented the paper on different issues, issues from humanities, science, library science, law, then also the some issues related to education. And somehow that I would like to focus that the papers of Sudha Deshpande, which paper is, I think it's a very special issue which I observed today. The title of her paper is Women and Youth Entrepreneurship, the Need of an Hour. Yes, ma'am, it's a very, very a current issue, that how they are facing the problems. So this paper is very effectively presented by Sudha Deshpande. One another research paper which is related to laws relating to music industry in India, a tussle between remix and copyright. This is one of the another topic which is related to Bollywood problems and the music sector, how they are facing the problems, and what is the law, and regarding that law what we have to do, what is mean by copyright. All these things are very new and new area of research. So it's also a very good research paper is presented in the conference. Then one of the related to gender equality, which is a social problem till now, from many years to till now we are facing the gender equality problem, that a historical perspective and current situation, which is presented by Dr. Asha Tiwari. And she presented what is the current situation of women, what are the rights for women, and what we are facing. This is the bitter truth, that we are facing so many problems, because while we are living in rural areas, that I know and I am very much familiar to these problems, that women is equal only in law but not in the reality, because law said that all are equal in law, but only law never gives the judgment, and only law never help us to become true ourselves, that we are equal to men. No, the reality is very different, because nowadays so many problems the women are facing in these rural areas. Even though they haven't any freedom to come out from the home, they have to present themselves. Even though while using the mobile at night, it is also very much criticism is going on, that she is online at 9 o'clock, and that's why. So all these are the modern, we are living in modern techno savvy digital India, but what the problems of these women and what about the social issues. So all that things are covered in international conference. Not only the research methodology, but all the issues related to society, then politics, then science, medical science, library science, all that things are covered in this one-day international conference. So I am very much thankful to our trustee, Honorable Ramchandra Dada Alure, who always support me, support us to our college, and Honorable Advocate Lakshmikant Patil sir, I am very much thankful to him. Always suggested so many things to how to go ahead, how to progress our institute, and also Dr. Bhalchandra Birazdar. I am also thankful to our principal Umakant Chanshetty sir. I am also thankful to Vice Principal Dr. Mallinath Langde sir for his calm nature and always supporting. I am also thankful my colleague, Mr. Vivekanand Vavule, Dr. Mansi Swami, NAC coordinator, Dr. Mani Vishwas, all my colleague members from different faculties, they always supported me to organize such a innovative things and such doing these academic things. So I'm very much thankful to all the dignitaries, all the researchers who are attended this conference to make it grand success. And once again, I thankful to Kishore Wagmare sir. I think that it is a grand success only because Dr. Wagmare sir is with us and guided us very much and in a very well manner. So I am very much thankful to Dr. Kishore Wagmare sir and Wagmare brothers, this event management company. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. It is a time to stop our international conference online Zoom meeting. I would like to thank the trustees, respected Anita madam, respected the principal of the college, and obviously the participants of our conference who have given the huge responses and make the participation in the UGC care as well as for the peer review. I would like to stop here and thanks again all over. Thank you. I'm stopping here. The PPT will be, sorry, the YouTube video will be uploaded on my YouTube channel as well as the YouTube channel of the Jawahar Arts Commerce Science College. Thank you.
Sir, please circulate feedback form also.
Okay, feedback form will be circulated in the email.
Also, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm closing and stopping the conference. Thank you.
Sir, thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.